Hello. I can't decide if I love or hate this top on camera. I feel like my makeup sucks because I was out all day. I don't like powdering makeup anymore, but I thought I'm on camera, so I'll powder the makeup. And then I was lying in bed and I was watching reels. And then there was this one reel and the music on the reel, I was like, oh my God, what is the name of that song? So I clicked on it and it was the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme tune. Like, why is that song so good? It's better than it has any right actually being. And then the fact that I'd been like, what is the name of that song? About the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme tune, and then I proceeded to listen to all 3 minutes of it on YouTube, made me cry. Like, I was just lying in bed crying. So we're off to a good start. Also, midnight matcha, anyone? Is this a good idea or is this about it? Maybe I should lean forward. So why are we getting caffeinated at 12 o'clock at night? Because I've had a nightmare day. Well, I've had a shocker of a day, absolute nightmare. I wake up and the government wants more of my money for some reason, because apparently I've not been paying something. Why is it? Why do they want my money? Why are they griping at me over a couple £100 that I forgot? I didn't know it existed. And they're griping at me, and it's like, sorry, should I just change my name to Amazon or Google and then not have to pay taxes? Yes, I'm complaining about paying tax. It's not even tax. I paid my taxes, so I don't even know. Why do they want my money? Why is King Charles so out of cash that he's coming after me for a couple £100? So we have to do some videos. Actually, I was like, what am I going to do? Do some work? Let's not get drastic. Me have to work. Anyway, I did indeed record this video, a week or so ago, the Russell Brand Piers Morgan one. And then, the audio f***ed up. So here I am. Hello. I'm going to do it again. It's annoying though, because I can't remember anything that I said in that video. So, in fact, I do remember that I did like a 20-minute preamble before the actual video itself about how I just feel that when it comes to Russell Brand, my opinion has more weight because I was a fan of his for so long. And then, even before the allegations came out, there were some things that were a bit eye-raising. So I had stopped being a fan of his, but I was a fan of his for so long. I met him so many times. Like, it's a bit more personal for me. And I do feel, and I will say this now, actually, I think it bears worth repeating. I do feel that, like, because you see like jokes about on Reddit, like, oh, Nation already thought that Russell Brand was a predator. That time, like, I think The Onion or someone did an article like that. If I'm speaking at a low volume, it's because, well, I don't know, I just want to annoy anyone. And on Reddit, there's always people being like, well, how did people not know about this? And sometimes I do feel, this is quite unfounded, I don't have the data to back up what I'm saying, but I feel sometimes that when some men have an opinion about Russell Brand, I'm a bit like, this is why I think my opinion holds more weight. Okay, because I think there's a Venn diagram, of the types of men who almost 20 years ago, when he was on Big Brother's Big Mouth and he was wearing skinny jeans and he had back-combed hair and he was acting really camp, would have called him a homophobic slur. And then some of the people now who are like knee-jerk reaction, oh, of course he's XYZ, of course he's XYZ. I think there's a massive overlap between the two. I just don't think like knee-jerk reactions hold like that much. I don't know. All I'm trying to say is I think when it comes to Russell Brand, people should listen to me because, like, who better to call him out when he's lying? There are a few things in this interview that I noted because I remembered him like doing certain jokes, or like I was there at like a gig when I know he did a certain joke, but he's trying to act like a different way in this interview. So it's like, who better to call out someone on their bullshit than someone who was like a crazy fan of his for so long? It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. But as someone else knows, I have a whole thesis. On myself, because I can only ever speak anecdotally, but like there has to be some sort of undiagnosed neurodivergent girl to tomboy to male-centric pick-me pipeline. And if there's not, well, that was me up until basically I'm still 21. My mid-20s, my ego's having a shocker. This week. I got refused a vape. Don't vape. I don't usually vape, but I just fancied one, all right? Famous last words. I got rid of it after, because I got fed up with it after a day. I got refused a vape. Like, I was like to the cousin, I don't carry ID. He asked for my ID, and I was like, I ain't got ID, and I told him my age. I told him my year of birth. He was like, well, I need to see your ID. And I was like, he was like, it's look 25. And I was like, yeah, and I'm the age I say I am. You'll never know. And he went, well, sorry, you don't look 25 to me, so I can't serve you. And I said to him, you are so annoying, but I have to take the compliment. Thank you very much. That's made my day, but also you're very annoying. Anyway, and then over an hour afterwards, I bumped into someone that I have not seen in over a decade. And I was like, hi. And they went, you look exactly the same. What have you done? How have you done this? I was loving it. My ego's on a mad one this week. Anyway, yes, my pipeline of I feel like this is already 10 minutes recording. Already, this is how, again, me, microphone, big issues. I feel like I shouldn't yap so much. So I feel like every time I yap, I just give people opportunities and not like anything that I've got to say. Oh, to have the confidence of a mediocre fucking man like Russell Brand. Check out my top. I don't really like wearing it on camera because I don't think it looks very flattering. It feels nice, but I don't think it looks very flattering. Anyway, right, kid, me, girl, undiagnosed, neurodivergent, bit strange, bit unusual, bit weird, bit of a weirdo. Still kind of am, but it's okay. I feel personally, anecdotally, and actually I have some like neurodivergent girl mates, and do some of them feel the same way? I feel like when you're a neurodivergent woman, sometimes maybe it can be a bit difficult to go. I hate even saying this stuff. It's embarrassing, but like, it's my lived. Oh god, maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's not me. Maybe I don't neurodivergent. Maybe people just don't like me. But I've found it maybe historically difficult to gel more than superficially with a lot of neurotypical women. But I found growing up, it was easier to gel with boys. I think it's that almost Arrested Development thing of boys. Boys are allowed to be weird and it not be like neurodivergent adjacent. They're allowed to be weird and they're allowed to misbehave and mess around and stuff. And I was quite aligned with that. Here I am X amount of years later, still messing around and not getting a real job. You know what I mean? Because if you ask me, because women were very good at socializing and social and emotional intelligence, right? And social bonds. Whereas like, because isn't it that thing in the old days of like a woman and a man being together, married in the old days?
No! God, please, no!
It was down to the wife to do all of the socializing. And then if something happened to the wife, the husband's got, like, she died, the husband's got really depressed because, like, they don't, because you know when, like pick me men will be like, oh, you're going to be lonely with your cats, Susan, or whatever, as if that's an insult, because statistically, women are happier when they're, left to their own devices. They say it as a threat and they say it as a way to make a woman feel bad. But it's like a woman who chooses not to have children and chooses maybe to not have a partner or just doesn't have a partner. Usually, I don't have the data on this, but I just think this is true. Will redirect a lot of that energy that they would have put into family into other bonds, friendship bonds, and meeting people and going out and doing hobbies, whereas men don't. And then we have a male loneliness epidemic, and it's like self-inflicted. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Sorry. I don't care. Solely self-inflicted. Like, go out and make some mates. Oh, wait, you can't because your personalities are terrible. That's why people don't want to talk to you. Anyway, this is so beside the point of Russell Brand. Regardless, all I'm trying to say is I think neurotypicals can maybe sense when you're like a little bit neurodivergent. If you're undiagnosed, you don't have a name for a lot of your behaviours, right? And I think, again, anecdotally, I've found it in workplaces and like going through school and stuff. Women were quite good at knowing that maybe there's something not like a little bit, I don't want to say off because that's a bit, well, it's me. There's something a bit off about me, right? And so sometimes it was harder to bond, not impossible. I've had like lots of women friends throughout my life. I prefer saying female friends, but like having incels ruin that. Do you know, I can't keep up. I'm a boomer. And we're 14 minutes into this video already and I haven't started. Anyway, so being a bit more, and also I didn't look at growing up, I didn't like the whole, you have to play with Barbies type of thing. I preferred to play with action men. I didn't like how in media women were portrayed as weak because I didn't feel weak or helpless and I wasn't, who the fuck is that? I never cared about having a family or a husband or kids. And, my mum was never someone who was like, oh, you've got to do these things. So I just didn't give a shit about them because that's societal conditioning as well. Like the imperative to do something rather than doing it because you want to, Anyway, so quite feminist to me actually as a little girl to be like, well, I'm not weak. I'm going to hang out with the men, the man folk and go to the forest and spit chewing tobacco and chop down trees and lumber and whatever. But I fear that a big side effect, looking at my life, of this tomboyish thingy and hanging out. And I remember like, again, because it's pick me shit. I'm a reformed grown up pick me. It's pick me shit. Like I remember being a teenager and hanging out with like some of my mates and like all my best mates were usually guys. And I remember them just being like, you're not like the other girls, because they were talking about how when you eat chilies, it gives you a ring of fire back there. And I was like, haha, yeah, I know about that. And they're like, you're not like the other girls because you can talk about this kind of stuff. And yeah, I'm cool, let's smoke weed together. I fear that does something. That can do something to maybe a lesser psyche like I had. So I've found throughout my life, like a lot of my people I look up to, it's been very male-centric. It doesn't also help that a lot of fields have been dominated by men deliberately on purpose for years. So I can't take I can't take the blame for any of this. This pick-meism has been societal conditioning. So when it came to like celebrities, again, very male-centric and male-orientated. And Russell Brand was one of those big, like, he was a hyperfixation, which I didn't have the words for back then, but I can recognize now he was a hyperfixation conversation. So I used to look at some people and be like, oh, I like that element of their personality. I'm going to siphon it off and give it to me because I don't really know how to have a personality. And now I do know how to have a personality. So I reject it. But no, Russell Brand, I was mad about Russell Brand. I think he's arrogant enough to search himself up. And if so, hi, you remember me. You know me. You recognize me. This face, you recognize me. I met him so many times. There was this one gig. This was several years ago. And it's interesting to know because anyway, the whole thing about like tomboys and pick-meism and stuff, like I think ironically, it was around about the age of 25 when I started to decenter men and I started to grow up and realize that a lot of the men I'd liked in my life were dogs, or most, that's mean to dogs. They were just horrible, actually. The veneer fell off in a big way. If I was being dramatic, I would say it's like leaving a cult, but still. And that pick-meism behavior got me in a lot of trouble in my early 20s, let me tell you. Hang around with horrible, horrible men. One day I'll write an autobiography and people will be quaking. Yeah, I remember this one gig I went to with my mum. She'd taken like some workmates or whatever. And at his intermissions, and I got the ick at this, and this was the first time, and I'd already met him like loads of times before, but at like this intermission, he would let people queue up to meet him and sign autographs and take pictures and that sort of type of thing. I think it was the first time like I proper got the ick. And I look back and I'm like, you were growing up then, you saw it for what it was. My mum's mates went up. My mum turned around to me and she was like, why don't you go say hi to Russell? And we weren't that far away from front, and I was just like, I'm gonna go say hi to him. He can come say hi to me. And he was like doing something and he looked up after a few minutes and he saw me. He was like, how are you? You all right, mate? What have you been up to? And I was like, Russell, can you give me a lift home later? And people kind of looking at me like, who is she to be demanding these things from Russell Brand? And I was like, I don't care. And it's funny because this little story is doing a few things at once. Now, what gave me the ick was the lining up, the people queuing up to meet him. He would do this at every show, but here's the thing about Russell Brand. Russell Brand likes being Russell Brand. He doesn't like being just Russell, you know? So when people meet him, they do feel the urge to tell him all their problems because he has held himself up as this guru, this recovery guru, this smarter than you messiah type guru. So people feel compelled to tell him their problems, and he's encouraged and enabled this behavior as if he's not going to personally help anyone with their problems, but he enables the behavior because it makes him feel important and special because he's an incredibly egoic, narcissistic man. And I recognized it when I was watching people like go up and just, basically trauma dump on him. But again, he loves it. He encourages it. And it made me feel a little bit like you're getting a minute with him. He's hardly going to solve your issues, is he? It's misplaced. I understand it. It's not, I think from other people's side, it's not exactly a bad thing because I find that people can't help it. People just want to tell you about their problems. I've even had it to some extent. I'm just a bit like, because when I talk about addiction and stuff, I get it. So I used to get messages on Instagram sometimes. It's like, I'm literally just a bum. I'm an idiot. Don't come to me with your problems. I was lying in bed crying real tears over the fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire soundtrack, just because I thought it was funny. That's not the actions of someone that's quite mentally well. Take your problems to a doctor, please. But I understand why people want to do it. I get it. But it was the first time that kind of knowing he kind of in a way gets off. He's like Dennis from It's Always Sunny. Do you want to get off with me?
Don't you guys want to get off with me? I don't know.
What?
And also, the bit about me just being he can come talk to me, it's Russell Brand, blah, 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 whatever. Not impressed. Obviously, the first few times I met him, I was pretty starstruck because this was someone that I really liked from the age of 14 or something, 14, 13. And he used to do these private gigs in Shoreditch, really small gigs. So I used to go, I met the Veronicas there once. I think I was drunk. And they were there, and I was just me and my friend, we watched loads of MDMA and we were in my room, we were just singing Untouched, and they loved it. They were like, oh, that's a lovely story. And I was like, is it? So yeah, the fact of I can't help but wonder, because once that sort of false idol worship wears off, I would just sort of be like, yeah, all right, mate, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Have you, oh God, I just had a flashback then. I don't know if I should say this on camera. It's my fault. It's all my fault. It would have happened inevitably. It would have happened many, many moons ago at one of his gigs. We were chatting, and this is before he was known as crazy. I might have said to Russell Brand, have you heard of Jordan Peterson? He's got some really interesting videos on the Bible and psychology. And he was like, no, never heard of him. Oh, I'll look him up. There was a video. I know Jordan Peterson's in hospital right now. And there was a video like quite a while ago when Russell was turning to his Christian grift. I could just do a video talking about this stuff without even like reacting to the Piers Morgan thing. There was that bloody video that came out like a few years ago of Russell with his Christian grift and Jordan Peterson on stage praying together. And I saw it, and then I had the memory unlocked of, oh my God, I'm the one who told Russell Brand about Jordan Peterson. I've had my fingers in many pockets, to be honest. You wouldn't even believe how many things I've influenced over the years. It'll all come out in autobiography one day. He would have found out about him eventually. Imagine there's a timeline where he doesn't. He doesn't turn to the grift. Anyway, I never get any credit for nothing. I totally forgot where I was. Shall I just get on with this now and react to the, God, I kind of don't want to. He does my head in now. It's mad. If I'd have known 10 years ago, I would have felt this way about Russell Brand. I'd have been like, I don't believe you. It's crazy. The drop off for me and him as my hyperfixation has been crazy. As far as I'm concerned, there are two men in my life who I still do look up to in a sense, and that's that. And that's Keanu Reeves, and my friends have worked for him, and my other friends have met him, and I'm going to meet him, so I have to not think about that. And he is as nice and as just wholesome as good as people say. And Slavoj Žižek, I've also met a few times. Actually, it'll be easier to reel off a list of people I haven't met. Shall we just get on with this? That long intro was me trying to succinctly say that I feel like my opinion on Russell Brand has more weight because I know what I'm talking about. Let's just get into this fucking shit show. Right, so the video is called Massive Grifter, Piers Morgan Grills Russell Brand on Allegations, Prison, Truth and Religion. It's had 1.5 million views in the past 2 weeks. I remember this. Some of the comments are really funny. Judge, can you state your name for the court? Russell. The question of the name. That tidy little linguistic box into which we try to cram an infinite shimmering cascade of awareness. You want to capture me, unfold me, pin me down like a butterfly? Who are you? As though the essence of my being could ever be contained in mere syllables. That is so dead on, and that was a good impression. Silence never felt like such a luxury. A masterclass in narcissism and deflection. Has anyone made a Russell Brand turns Bible pages for 10 hours video yet? Piers looking at the camera like Jim in The Office. Okay, right.
Save your best lines.
Look, I know we're both English, but do you mind if I pray?
Sure.
Before?
Sure.
Oh, God, help us, Heaven.
I don't know where the truth...
I'm just going to skip ahead because I refuse to watch Coming Ups.
Russell Brand means many things to many people. He's the boisterous comic with a silver tongue and a savage wit. He's the eccentric British movie star with big words and even bigger hair.
Big words and bigger hair. I want to be the eccentric British movie star with big words and bigger hair. I can barely speak. Little words, little hair. I want to be eccentric. Am I eccentric? Comment down below. Am I eccentric? Or am I too open? Or am I mysterious still? How can one talk so much and yet say so little?
He's a fearless truth seeker to others an oddball conspiracist. And in recent years, his mutual embrace of MAGA is a very public conversion to Christianity, which forms the subject of his new book. And
what a grift. A new book. Should I review it? Should I review my bookie book as well? I do. I just had a thought then. So I'm just going to share it. That's the point of YouTube. I do find the cognitive dissonance, like this disconnect in these people's head. Like, do they know that they are grifting shamelessly to stay relevant and for money? Or does part of them believe it? Like, I want to know because I don't understand. I wouldn't be able to like parrot a cause that I don't believe in. No, I wouldn't be able to do it for money. Like, did you have to go to bed at night knowing that you're lying or misleading people deliberately? I don't get it because just from a purely effort standpoint, yeah, it's sure there's money in it, but is it not just annoying? Because then if you don't believe what these people are believing, like, wouldn't they annoy you when they're messaging you all the time? You're like, oh my God, Russell, you're so right. We should all be Christians and sex is between a man and a wife. As if Russell Brand is the one to talk about that. Should I say it now? I reckon he's cheating on her. Anyway, it's not based apropos of nothing. But yeah, I don't understand the disconnect in Russell's head because Russell is someone on his Rumble where he's talking about the establishment, the powers that be and blah, blah, blah. And yet he's supporting Donald Trump. And it's like, Donald Trump is the fucking establishment. How did Donald Trump, the billionaire Donald Trump, manage to hoodwink idiots into thinking he's anti-establishment when he is the establishment? He is in the Epstein files. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's clown world.
surrounding it all, of course, are the very grave allegations that he's now fighting. Joins me now, Russell. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
It's sort of weird to see you in this context because I first...
Look at his little performative massive cross on his neck. His little Christian performative cross. Do you think when Jesus comes back, he's going to want to see a cross? Be like JFK coming back and everyone wearing... you know, it's a Bill Hicks joke, it's not my joke. It's so performative. So he's already annoyed me. This was the 3-hour video I lost, by the way, and I didn't even get halfway through this interview. How bad is that? He's already annoyed me. Brush your hair.
20 years ago, we sat and did an uproarious interview for GQ. I'll come to that in a moment. We did another big one for ITV, for my life story show about your whole extraordinary life. So I feel like I've been around your world, your orbit, but I don't really know you. I don't know where the truth lies about these allegations. We can't talk about what's coming in October, the case, for legal reasons.
He has the absolute eyes of a shark. He just sees through. Is that Bonnie Blue seeing through? The narc stare of seeing through people and only seeing what you can get from someone rather than he's eyes of a shark.
It wouldn't feel right to me anyway to talk about it because you've got to go through the due process. But as we sit here, you're innocent till proven guilty. I believe fundamentally in that principle. You're entitled to due process.
I don't. Put them all in jail and let them fight their way out. Joking. See? Reformed pick me.
And to those who will criticise, as I'm sure some will, the mere fact I'm giving you a platform and interviewing you, I say that this matters.
It does matter because Piers has done us a solid and given us a whole bunch of memes from platforming Russell Brand. So like, I'm personally fine with it. The comment section, everyone thinks this guy's a buffoon. It's great. Like, just do the Louis Theroux thing of just letting them impale themselves on their own swords, their own little Russells.
The presumption of innocence until proven guilty matters. And so in the context of that, I'm very happy to talk to you. But given I've known you so long, my first question is just, how are you feeling about the fact that in a few months' time, in a southeast London courtroom with 12 jurors sitting there, you're going to basically, over a period of about 2 months...
They should ask me to go do the jury service. Do you imagine? Hi, Russell. No, too biased.
Which could end up with you going to prison for a long period of time.
Oh, please. Even if he got convicted, he'll be out in a few years on good behaviour. This is England, after all.
It's hard to imagine a more tumultuous thing to happen to you, not even given what you've been through in your life.
You know, it's worse to imagine on a human level. The people that he's hurt. I just don't have that much sympathy for him. Oh, no. Poor Russell. Here might be the consequences of some of your actions. What about the people that he's... And you should all know where I stand on this. I believe it to be the case. Even before the Dispatches documentary came out, I'd heard a few things from some stand-up comedians I know, some podcasters I know, just people in the industry. I heard some things and none of them were very flattering. I remember years ago, like hanging out with some people from Channel 4. I was talking about Russell and they were like, oh no, they said it as a verb. They were like, oh, he's going to get Me Too'd one day. And I was like, what? And they were like, no, he's awful. I mean, this is all hearsay. I can't get sued for it, can I? I don't give a shit. He's got bigger problems he's got bigger fish to fry. And even then, I'm just relaying what was said to me. I'm not the one saying or claiming it. They were being like, there was these women, they were being like, no, he's a dirty old man. Ugh, he was around here. He was around at the studios recently and he had his car and he was like trying to beckon women into the car and he was just being creepy and gross and like there are things about him and XYZ. And I was like, what? But he's married. And they were like, naive, bless me. What? No, he's married, he wouldn't do that. Grow up. This don't mean nothing to certain people, do you know what I mean? Or even that, I went Russell then, don't mean nothing. Ugh. And also, last year I did a book review about a book one of Russell Brand's ex-girlfriends wrote. And it was quite strange reading the book because for fans of some of his stand-up, in the book, it talks about him during his Forgetting Sarah Marshall era because the girlfriend went with him to the set of Forgetting Sarah Marshall. And it's funny because a lot of the stuff that she was saying in the book, it's like, he said this in the stand-up set, never said that he had a girlfriend during it because it would look bad to admit he'd brought a girlfriend along with him to film in Hawaii for like months on end whilst he was trying to hit on Mila Kunis and trying to like hit on the extras and all this kind of stuff. Wouldn't look so good in a stand-up set, would it? And anyway, in this book, she's detailing her relationship with him and he's incredibly emotionally manipulative and abusive, like verbally abusive, mentally abusive. And there is a moment where he does indeed sexually assault her. And see, because a lot of people think, no, he's just annoys again, he's gone against the establishment too much. So, but that's funny because he's eaten steak at Donald Trump's gaffe, technical term, but he's wound up the establishment and yet he's eating steak with the establishment. It's almost like it doesn't make any fucking sense to you people. And relax. It's almost like it's a contradiction, logically incoherent. Use your brain. That real one really annoys me. This is why the video was so long for. The thing about how he's upset some people. That's why they've set the sexual assault allegations against him. A book written by his ex-girlfriend in the mid-2010s. Do you think that like she was an establishment plant that happened to write it 10 years before anything publicly on a mainstream level came out about him? She was part of the Illuminati writing this book that not a lot of people heard of. It wasn't mainstream, wasn't sold on Waterstones. It's just on Kindle, just on Amazon. But no, clearly she's part of the Illuminati trying to take down Russell Brand. Never mind the fact that if there is an Illuminati, which if there is, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein are in it, but if there is an Illuminati, Russell Brand would want to join the Illuminati, so why would they take him down? Russell Brand has said at many of his private gigs that he's well up for being in the Illuminati, well up for being a reptilian or whatever. No, I find it insidious and stupid, and I love a conspiracy theory, right? But oh my god, I hate conspiracy theories. I hate the dumb ones. At the time of the sexual assault allegations and the Dispatches documentary coming out about Russell Brand, on his Rumble, he was getting like, on average, like 40k views per video. Oh yeah, the establishment really want to take Russell Brand down. He's so relevant with his little 40k views coming from like America or what. These people don't and also, if you want to talk about people who are very anti-establishment or have maybe been in the past, maybe not so much more now, if you want to talk about conspiracy theorists that have been a lot more, for better and for worse, impactful than Russell Brand, let's take Alex Jones, for example. You can't deny the man hasn't been impactful, for better or for worse, you decide. Yikes. As far as I know, no one's come out of a documentary about him being a predator. As far as I know. And look at David Icke. David Icke, who came up with the reptilian theory. Oh, my favourite David Icke. I love David Icke. He just reminds me of my dad. In fact, I found out about David Icke from Russell Brand's radio show that I used to listen to when I was 14 and walking to my little guitar lessons. I remember very clearly he had David Icke on talking about God knows what. And me being like, this is really interesting. And then looking up David Icke for having my life ruined. But that was via Russell Brand's podcast, you know. So funny because he's all like people saying, oh no, he's upset too many people because he talked about the COVID vaccine or whatever the fuck excuse it was. And it's like he's been talking and he hung out with Alex Jones when I was in my teenage years, I think. So he's erred on that side for a long time anyway. But what, only now the Illuminati want to get rid of him when he's not in his prime Hollywood Katy Perry like doing films era. He's just doing stuff on YouTube. So now the Illuminati want to take him down when they could have took him down years ago when he was actually way more relevant. Regardless, what I was saying about David Icke, as far as I'm aware, David Icke's never been hit with a Dispatches documentary about him being a predator too. And these people in the conspiracy sphere have been very impactful. There are plenty of people who are more upsetting to the quote-unquote establishment than Russell Brand who don't get hit with accusations of sexual assault. Funny that, isn't it? Weird. No, do you know what? Sorry, the truth is I'm in the Illuminati and I'm doing this video to debunk Russell Brand now as part of like a, paid opposition or whatever you want to call it.
Tumultuous is a perfect word because it is like a storm. And sometimes I feel like I'm comfortable in the eye of the storm where there can be calm and at least the capacity to observe. And at other times, it feels all-consuming and frightening.
He's really laying on thick. You have to remember, this is someone who did study at Italia Conti for X amount of terms. I think he got kicked out or expelled or something. And this is someone who has acted in Hollywood films. So, as we all know, actors are just professional liars. So you can't really take him to be sincere. I mean, this is very put on. This isn't sincere at all. He's doing the mystical, looking like far away and just, I'm observing the storm, and yet I am a storm, and yet there is a storm brewing inside me. Inside me, there are two storms, and both of them are predators. Allegedly, hearsay. Oh, I don't give a shit. What's he gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Russell Brand? I can't say. Some of the thoughts in my head I can't say out loud. 1v1 me right now. Like, what are you gonna do? I've beefed with everyone at this point, so I just don't care. Anyway, don't know actors be whinging in my comment section. Like, how can you call actors like professional liars? I'm a writer. Yeah. Telling one of my friends about this, my magnum opus, when I finally get my real story. Not Ground and Pound. Ground and Pound is coming along though nicely in all senses. Doing quite well. I love Ground and Pound. I fear I might be, if you don't know what Ground and Pound is, I can't bother to explain it because it's too convoluted. But I fear I might be being a little bit sincere, which is strange for glorified Squid Game fan fiction. I fear that I might be writing a semi-competent book instead of a complete shitpost. But I have this ridiculous, convoluted ode, homage, whatever, to the 19th century Russian novel that just never stops and just doesn't shut up. I have this modern retelling of The Idiot that I want to work on. I might just call it Idiot. idiots. And then I have a AU version of that, a fan fiction of my own work that I'm going to concoct. It's even longer and even more ridiculous. And when I next do a book review, tell me off if I complain about... Actually, no, it's fine. I was going to say tell me off if I complain about like the books being too long, but it's if they're long and boring. If it's 300 pages of waffle, then whatever. Because my book, my magnum opus, so not the first one, not Idiots, the one that's the AU fan fiction of Idiots. This is my true magnum opus, and it's going to be minimum 1,000 pages long because it has to be. It's going to be the most self-indulgent piece of nonsense anyone's ever read. It's going to be beautiful. And the thing about, I was telling my friend about like for me to explain the entire story of it takes at least an hour, which is ridiculous. And I was telling my friend about it, talking to him about it, and I was just like, it's mad that I've just made that all up. None of that's real. None of that's true. I've just made up. We are liars. Writing, we're just lying for a living. Anyway, sorry, I just got bored. I got bored of him already.
Pressurizing like a storm also would be.
Oh, good metaphor, mate.
I was just thinking as you did that introduction, I reckon you write your stuff yourself. Do you write the introduction?
I have a writer.
Oh, well, when you sort of the sort of variation that was introduced, like he's revered or reviled, and sometimes I feel like I'm all those things, like a truth teller or silver tongue comet. And wow, I think it's a really good place to begin. One, how are you feeling, and also the principle of the presumption of
Oh my God, answer the question. It's a really good question. Here I am not answering it for 10 more minutes. I can't talk. This video has been going on for 50 minutes already. I told you to strap in. I told you it's going to be a long one. This video is going to be like 5 hours long. That still won't be as long as it takes for me to explain the plot of my magnum opus.
I think we are living in a hazy, fluxy time where people are very uncertain about truth. People are very uncertain about information in a way that feels like we're all navigating.
Oh, but it's all right when you tell the truth because you're a truth teller. You have no vested interest. You would never lie or manipulate anyone. The thing about Russell Brand is like he's a liar and a manipulator in his relationships established with the book that his ex-girlfriend wrote. And even if I was to be generous and be like, well, she's an ex-girlfriend, and if it was a bit toxic, maybe she's interpreting things in bad faith. Even if I was to be a generous pick-me about it, it's not got the best track record with women regardless. Innit? When there's some celebrity, I can't remember who, some celebrity came out and was like, oh yeah, I had a fling with Russell Brand once, but it was really nice to me. It's like, yeah, he probably was. Like, because people don't, even like predators or naughty people, bad people, whatever, don't walk around being evil or bad or naughty 100% of the time, because no one would want to hang. If someone who has negative intentions was negative all of the time, well, they wouldn't be able to get anywhere because no one would want to hang out with them. And of course, he's maybe not going to do something assault adjacent to another celebrity. That would be ridiculous. No, people like this pick people that they can sense are vulnerable, and that's who they take out their darkness on.
And what I'm most interested in and what feels resonant to me, and I enjoy and appreciate at least your declaration of a lack of intimacy. And the reason for the lack of intimacy is I feel that in a way, Piers, because we're both English, we're around the same age, and we've both been in and around media, I sort of see in you this kind of, and don't take it because I'm going to play exactly the same thing to myself, this kind of cockroach power of like moving through these dreadful, dreadful worlds. And somehow here you still are online with your own show, riding the wave of how media is operating now. People don't get to do that if they don't have, I would say, certainly tenacity and strength.
What has this got to do with asking how you are? And also, surely the implication there is if you're moving around awful people all the time and you still survive, maybe you're a bit awful too. Surely. Or no? Is it everyone else is bad? Is it Russell? Everyone else but you? And Piers Morgan in this, though, for the sake of this video, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So me and Piers were all right. I might do a sequel to Piers Morgan's Vegan Lover at some point this year. We'll see. For the sake of this video, we're all right.
When I was a kid, I used to watch that show like most people did, a lot of people at least, The Word. And I remember...
Well, apparently when he was a kid, he used to, and I don't remember this in Bookybook, I just saw someone talking about it on Reddit, so hence why I want to do a relook at Bookybook, because I've not read it in years and years and years, because I'm not, 13 anymore. Apparently, when he was a child, he used to kick the family dog so hard that it left bruises. But no, someone like that couldn't grow up to then hurt other people. What am I, crazy?
I remember my mate at the time, we were like potheads and that. He was saying, when we're famous, because we weren't, and he still isn't, God love him though, but why not?
What are you talking about? And also, I highly doubt that he still has like normal mates. Russell Brand, the ego. Russell Brand being seen as someone else as just Russell, not Russell Brand. Yeah, right.
About when you move through many worlds, you see who are the people that make it? Who are the ones that get churned up? Who are the ones that get elevated? Who are the ones that get destroyed? Who are the ones that get investigated? Who are the ones that don't?
Shut up. Who are the ones that shut up? Not you.
Who are are the ones where the presumption of innocence is retained? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is stripped away?
Because you act like a twit. It's not hard when you have stand-up sets talking about like deep throating someone so hard that mascara's running down their cheek. Oh, I like that sound. I like that sound. That's the stand-up set I watched when I was like 14 and I was just like, tee. When on your radio show you had your secret girlfriend and you and your co-host would refer to her as the child. Yeah, sometimes people are like, you know what, we're allowed, like, it's not illegal for me to be presumptuous or something. It's not illegal for me to look at a pattern of behaviour and be like, I think you're a creep and maybe plausible deniability. Nonce means many things in England. It's not illegal for people to have opinions about you based on your behaviour. Oh, the presumption of innocence. Oh, I'm not allowed the presumption of innocence. Yeah, because you've not like fucking yoked yourself, have you? Even if it turns out, which I don't think so. I mean, the thing is it's incredibly hard to, I don't need to explain it. You know why it's hard to convict people of sexual assault and other things. So even if he was, I don't know, totally innocent, people are allowed to still think that he's creepy. Like, grow up.
Oh, mate, he went, I like that, Piers Morgan. And I liked you too. There's a person on the TV on the Word, sat behind a panel, probably judging some audacious and absurd thing, because the Word was all about people exposing their genitals and sort of the late night vulgarity. It was also sort of a kind of TV masterpiece, wasn't it, really?
What has this got to do with anything? Also, I remember one time at one of his little intimate gigs, he put up a picture of Piers Morgan and he was like, who knows who this is? And someone, me, might have said, see you next Tuesday, and it might have made everyone laugh. And Russell might have agreed. So, I like Piers Morgan too. You little, not grass. What's the word? Kiss ass. You little kiss ass. Snivelling, grovelling little grass.
I would read The Sun every day. Read your Showbiz columns.
I bet it was reading the comics and page 3.
I kind of really like that. And then when I sort of saw how you had manoeuvred through these worlds, becoming mirror editor as a very young man when you're in your 30s, and I know that Rupert Murdoch, that Mephistophelian figure,
What has this got to do with how are you? The Mephistophelian. Ugh, so annoying. The Emperor's Clothes truly fell off for me. I find it embarrassing. I find it so embarrassing. But he was just a hyperfixation. Because people thought it was weird how much I liked him. But again, he was just Of course he was a hyperfixation. He's loud. It's like jingling keys in front of a cat. Of course he was my hyperfixation. It makes total sense why. But it's so embarrassing for me. This is embarrassing.
Timeless man.
That is embarrassing, actually.
About whom someone once told me, because I go, tell me something unique about Murdoch. Why is he the person he is? And this person goes, he lives like he's never going to die. And if some decision don't go his way, he's patient and he's cool. Oh, the merger's not worked out. It will work out. That's the power that a man can have to, in the case of Rupert Murdoch, one would say, influence significantly the trajectory of a nation, even in matters such as elections or wars.
Russell, he asked, how are you? Do I waffle this much? Do I go on this many tangents? I'm not this bad, surely. Tell me in the comment section below.
So, in a sense, Piers, of course, as like Russell Brand from Grey's Essex, some bloke who was a crackhead and a heroin addict who married Katy Perry, who's now really just a married dad of 3, but also fascinated with truth. And I believe such a thing is possible. I don't believe in the post-structuralism. I don't believe that, everyone's got their own subjective truth, because I believe in God. So, with something like this impending trial, which you've sort of, when we were chatting before, described as the elephant in the room.
Stop touching Piers. You see that? It's like Piers having because it's not a nice thing, it's a control thing.
So it's sort of awesome.
Because Russell does know a thing or two about body language. I remember there's a clip of him making some fun of some American presenters who are they're looking at him as though he's an exotic bird. And one of them is stroking a bottle like this, and he's just like, oh, you're turned on, look at that, very phallic. He understands body language, so he knows what he's doing when he's Am I reading too much into it?
Literally, it induces a terrifying, glorious awe. Because, like you, I look at the news the whole time, right? And I'll look at a story like what many people would refer to, and you would refer to as a genocide in Gaza.
What does that have to do with you being a knobhead? How has he brought God, Gaza, Rupert Murdoch into how are you, Russell? This man, the ego on him.
Think, wow, we consume so much information now now, I find it hard even to connect with the human beings. Like, I can't take it when I see, and this individual father has lost this individual child. When it gets that close, I can't really even take it. And say a story like this one, because I have a strong instinct, and I'd love to have the conversation I could have with you about how media operates, how media selects, how media deselects, how media targets. But media is not neutral, particularly traditional, conventional media. We're doing this interview and
Yeah, we know that, but you're literally not relevant enough for it to be this targeted case of, like, more people have come out. So all of those people are lying, are they? Because this is the result of the media and I guess the Illuminati or whatever.
Associated Press studio. The Associated Press is a sort of a bastion of neutrality with how it's regarded. But if you investigate the inception and funding of the Associated Press, you will discover that it's like all media, it has a telos, an intention.
How media selects, how media deselects. What it is, Russell, is people just don't want to bat your corner anymore because you're fucking insufferable and you're difficult to be around and work with. He was huge in the UK for a while, and then the Andrew Sachs thing, and I'm not going to get into like details about each that, you just have to look them up. The Andrew Sachs thing happened, and then he gets in trouble with the BBC, and he just becomes too much of a liability. Then he's in America, and he's married to Katy Perry. Then he's being awful to Katy Perry. It was in some, people have their opinions on her, but he was objectively awful to her. Then again, there are some things about her, we're not talking about her, who's objectively horrible to Katy Perry, and you can see that in like some clips from a documentary or something. And he's too much of a pest in Hollywood, and then he comes back, and then he's doing stuff in England with like Jemima Khan, because he has to have a woman for like a different era in his life. Katy Perry, Jemima Khan, his current wife, for the guru hippie stuff. And then he's trying to get involved in politics and trying to support Ed Miliband and Labour. Good for him, whatever. Love Ed Miliband. And then that goes tits up. He's the one burning bridges and causing issues with people. It's not that people are out to get him. It's just, I suppose when he was younger and maybe more profitable as a big name, people are more willing to look the other way. But when your influence starts to die down, people are less willing to put up with your shit. Like, he's banned from Edinburgh Fringe Festival and has been for years, pre the documentary coming out, pre even a lot of this stuff, for his behaviour in Edinburgh Fringe Festival. And that's like a open secret that every like one in the comedy world knows about. I heard it from several different comedians, and you can look it up. There's some things online about it. I think, this is my headcanon, maybe his lawyers were very litigious, but maybe can't afford them so much anymore, or they can't be as litigious. I don't think it's the media deliberately deselecting him. If not, why wouldn't they just, like, if the media can deselect, why wouldn't they just let him fade completely into obscurity, not even reporting any of this stuff? I personally think career-wise he's just burnt way too many bridges, and people just like see no point in supporting his corner, if you know what I mean. Even he had this assistant, or was she an assistant? I'm not sure. He had this someone who apparently used to run like one of his online fan clubs. So of course, like, he gave her a job because, you know, what an ego boost. Someone who runs a fan club. And I think even she doesn't work for him anymore and hasn't for a few years, and she's off doing other stuff. Like, bro, there's a common denominator here in all the people that are burning bridges with you. Like, you're the denominator. It's not the media. You're just a bit of a twit. Not what I wanted to say.
And you and me, we've lived in that world. We know things a lot of people don't know.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, who cares? You're not special. Oh, I know something you don't know. Well, I know that you're a... Stop. Don't get this video demonetized.
But if they were printed, would blow some of the world's biggest stars out of the water forever. We know that. We live in that world.
Oh, they're all just a bunch of gossips. That's what he's doing right now. He's just gossiping. So many of these people are literally just drama channels. I was talking about this with someone because we were talking about like some of like the right-wing political YouTubers, yeah, and like the little videos that they put up talking about like culture war stuff, and it's like you know, and they're blokes, right? They're blokes. They're talking about culture war stuff, and they're like see themselves as like these Greek god statue type people. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, look at the stuff you're talking about, yeah? Usually it's just about hating women. You're basically just political drama channels. You're fucking slop channels, but you want to think that you're more than you're not. Like Russell Brand, you're a performing monkey and you have been for years. Like, truth seeker indeed. Was it truth seeking when you were doing that stand-up bit talking about deep throating, or doing the radio show talking about having the child for a girlfriend? Or was that truth seeking, was it? It's just, I'm tired. It's tired. It's not even, what's time? It's 20 to 1 and I'm feeling tired. I've been don't tell my boyfriend. I've been staying up till like 7 a.m. How bad is that? And I don't sleep properly because I don't sleep from 7 and then get like an 8-hour sleep. I go to sleep from 7 and wake up at 12. So I'm just miserable at the moment. This is tight. You're exhausting me, and unfortunately we're only 11 minutes into this interview. I'm telling you, this is going to be a 5-hour long interview, and I'm interviewing myself. This is going to be a 5-hour long video, and I'm not apologising for it.
And beyond celebrity gossip, even though, gosh, to this day, people are fascinated and allured by it, the important stuff about corruption and the world's most powerful people, we know it, and it's hard to communicate it.
It's hard. I know this stuff, and it's hard to communicate. Julian Assange, he was communicating stuff about the world's like biggest people. So literally, what's your excuse? Oh, I know so many things that'll blow your socks off. Julian Assange was doing it, and he had to stay in that room for like 1 billion years. What's your excuse, Russell Brand? Literally, what's your excuse? He has no excuse. I was at a talk once with Slavoj Žižek, and Julian Assange was there via live stream, and they were like, at some point he started alluding to and talking about how the world's, and this was like 10 or so, yeah, it's about 10 years ago. He was talking about how the world's richest people were currently trying to create a virtual matrix to upload their consciousnesses in to live in forever and live in like just hedonism forever, whilst the world, teeters closer to irreversible climate change, that type of thing. Julian Assange was saying that shit via live stream. He was like, they're working on it. Google. He mentioned, get told off. This is on Google. He mentioned Google. He was like, there are people in Google and they're working on this. What's your excuse, Russell Brand? Like, you're a poser. Like, again, love them or hate them. David Icke has always just maintained, say it with your chest. I don't think he said it in like that type of colloquialism, but he's always maintained, if you say, oh, I got a secret and I know these things about the world's biggest people, they can off you. If you just come out and say it, well, they can't off you now because they will look bad. They'll look like they've done it on purpose. And he's also said, they've never taken me to court. They, the Illuminati, the reptilians. Like, to Russell Brand, some of the biggest people. Meanwhile, you're sucking off Trump. I don't know if he is sucking off Elon Musk, but the way his trajectory is now, I can only assume he's there, just gargling away. Sorry, I'm tired. He's annoying me. I want to smoke. Like, these are some of the biggest people in the world, but Russell Brand wouldn't speak out against that. It's just, it's so annoying. It's so transparent. You should be a window. It's so irritating. But I guess we know from the Epstein emails, if there is a real Illuminati, they absolutely wouldn't let Elon Musk join, would they? How bad is that? That like Epstein and his predator cronies thought Elon Musk was too cringe to come to the island. Like, how embarrassing. It's many things, but how embarrassing Elon Musk. Anyway.
You've got to survive in this world. You have survived in this world.
Pussy old bruv. David Icke would say it with his chest and then some. You're just a silly Billy.
No, I feel like I've been on trial my whole life anyway. The whole thing's been a trial. I'm just some kid from Grays. I've been a heroin addict.
Oh, whatever. You can't just be like, I'm just some kid from Grays. You're literally 50. Oh my God, no, I hate him. I despise him, actually. He's literally 50 years old. Being like, I'm just some kid from Grays. Yeah, literally 50 years ago, bruv. Grow up. Can you imagine? And you might think I'm being a bit OTT, but I'm just hit with this thought of like, imagine a 50-year-old woman being like, I've been on trial my whole life. I'm just some kid from Grays. I'm just a little girl. Like, imagine how much piss taking people would like give to a woman saying something like that. I'm so triggered. Just a kid from Grays. I've been on trial my whole life. Whose fault is that? Oh, I've been on trial my whole life. I'll keep getting into trouble. Literally, whose fault is that? Self-inflicted. You're the one that got yourself arrested for several different counts of vandalism, or like, I think there was some like public disruption, like he was naked on top of a police van for some sort of earlier like Russell Brand type stuff. You're the one like shagged thousands of women and then would have stand-up shows complaining about the women, and you're the one who literally gloated about being in a relationship with someone called the child. Been on trial my whole life because you're the one being a dick. I'm sorry, I can't put it in plainer English.
I'm the only child of a single mother.
What's that got to do with the price of milk? I don't know what the price of milk is. What's that got to do with anything? The only child of a single mother. Okay. Well, I fear if you had some sort of sibling, your attention-seeking ways couldn't have dealt with it. You kicked your family dog so hard it left bruises. You'd have probably eaten a sibling. Imagine Russell Brand being a twin. He'd have eaten the other twin in utero. Sorry, is that too far?
The whole thing's a trial. I go to jail. The thing is, I believe in God.
He keeps touching him.
I've always believed in God. It is different to believe in Jesus. It is different, and I'm really aware that some people just think.
But have you thought about the reality?
Piers is getting fed up of his waffling. Piers is made of sterner stuff than me, because I'd have never mind.
Of losing your liberty.
Yes.
Night one in a cell, and that's going to be your life for a few years. In other words, the worst case scenario, which everybody who faces a criminal trial has to contemplate,
And also, you're Russell Brand. We're inside a prison, he's still Russell Brand. Bit of a target in it, bit of a little target. Because it's, even if people think that he did do it or didn't do it, he's going to get attention for being a celebrity in a prison, so.
All the time.
Of course.
Every day.
But have you thought about that moment, if that clanking door shuts and you lose your liberty, how you would deal with that?
I will be with God wherever I am, and of course I would prefer to be with God.
Well, first of all, through God all things are possible, so jot that down.
See, this is what I have to do. I'm not saying that that's not a difficult image, and a difficult thing to contemplate. Of course it is. But in fact, actually what I was trying to get to, but I recognise, I pirouette some when I start talking, was the hardest thing is knowing that in spite of all the potential reasons that I'm in this situation, that there are people in this world that feel so aggrieved about their contact with me that they are willing to go through this process. That is a very difficult thing to countenance. It is comforting to think that there could be justice. We are going to find out the truth.
We're going to find out the truth, but wasn't he waxing lyrical about how if he believes in objective truth and he's a truth seeker? You were there, weren't you? Why? What do you mean you're going to find out the truth? Do you not know the truth? Do you not know what happened?
I am not afraid of the truth. And if the truth is I am going to prison, then my job will be, do not be afraid of that truth. That is what you are going to do.
He would cry like a little baby on the first night. His ego in a prison, uniform, looking like everyone else. Do they wear uniforms in English prisons? I don't know. Never been to one. He wouldn't be able to deal with that. He wouldn't be able to deal with not being the Russell Brand. He would still be Russell Brand, obviously. He'd still get some sort of he'd get attention, negative and positive, I reckon. He wouldn't be able to deal with Joe. Are you joking? He's thinks he's Barry Big Balls. Barry No Balls. I used to know someone back in the day who went to prison for a few years for something, and he told me that literally on the first night he was just crying. But everyone just cries on the first night, and Russell's acting like, I'm going to be with God, it's fine.
Well, when I interviewed you for GQ, I went and found it yesterday.
Oh yeah. Oh my
It was
word. Tell me, darling.
literally 20 years ago. It was March 2006. We met at a trendy bistro near Tottenham Court Road in London. That was the first time I'd ever interviewed you. You were 31 at the time.
Wow.
And I was quite gushing. I said, I assumed I'd find Brand irritating, pointless, and easy target. But I was wrong. He was charming, articulate, outrageous, and very, very funny. We roamed through 2 hours through his extraordinary life, a non-stop orgy of comedy, drugs, bulimia, hookers, four-in-a-bed romps, and celebrity bed notches. And then, for some reason, I asked you halfway through, are you a more successful sexual predator now that you don't drink? And you replied, yes, but I resent the word predator. I like to think of myself as a conduit of natural forces. After all, the most natural thing in the world for people to do is fuck, isn't it?
Oh, golly.
And people want to do it.
Oh golly, heavens to Betsy, this won't go over with my born-again Christian American audience, will it? This won't go over with those weird pearl-clutching prudes. Oh golly gosh, shut up, bruv. You're trying to act as though he doesn't talk in that way now, unless something's drastically changed in the past few years. Shut up, knob.
All you have to do is remove all the reasons why women don't actually go through with it, like pride and reputation. You just have to unpick the conditions stopping women going straight to bed with you.
Why are all adverts AI now? Get a life.
That sounds like charm, seduction, game. Do you remember in the era immediately prior to this one would have to accept that Me Too redressed in 2015 when that happened. A dreadful imbalance in male-female power dynamics. That there's an ongoing conversation and that some of the corruption and exploitation in that is being exposed and explored. And what that was there, a 31 man, that was, I forget, because being famous has been for me, it sounds like you enjoy it more than I do, but for me it's been like...
There's a double-edged sword for everyone.
I don't know, there's bits I've really liked, and what that I can hear in that is that I was into it, and I forget that now. But now, because I have a different view of the culture now, Piers, and I'm afraid I regard it as evil.
Well, that's a very recent development then, that Russell Brand's just decided that he doesn't like fame. That's an incredibly recent development. Within the last 5 years, in fact. He used to have a joke about how, I need to be famous because none of this works without fame. He's such a liar. He loves being famous. In fact, he has this record, it's not like that long ago, where he talked about how he was being chauffeured around and someone had broken down on the side of the road. So he gets out and he's helping the car, and other people stop their cars and they're helping. And at first, no one recognizes him, and he's like, "This is nice. I'm just one of the people. I'm just helping this person out." But there's more people joining to help. He realizes that none of them recognize him, and it starts to piss him off because he's like, "I'm Russell Brand. Why is no one recognizing me? I want someone to recognize me and maybe tell other people, oh yeah, Russell Russell Brand, he just mucked in and helped, blah, 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 blah. And in irony, there is truth. He was telling the truth just via a joke about it's like when I call myself a narcissist, like I am a little bit of a narcissist, I'm quite vain. Russell Brand's personality doesn't exist without fame. And now he's pretending it's evil just because it's bit him in the arse, because apparently some hens are coming home to roost, if that's the expression.
Fame can be one of the most insidious drugs of all.
Certainly it is. But what is it?
The craving that people have for it, and then actually the cold, hard reality of how it warps a lot of people's values, a lot of the way that they behave.
Yes.
Yeah, they talk this way, and it's like, but I don't understand how Russell Brand can sit there and act as though, oh yes, fame's evil, is a double-edged sword. Fame's evil and it warps morals and that type of thing, but no, not me. I could have never have done something. I mean, I've never had any regard really for the law. I've been fine with taking drugs. I've been fine with having orgies. I've been fine with doing a lot of things in my life, but no, I would never be swayed enough by fame to do something really bad. I don't understand how in his head he's almost this exception. But it's like, out of many famous people, if you had to guess which one was more likely to engage in bad behaviour, who would you pick? He used to literally just like shag women in the back of like toilets at his comedy shows. You know what I mean? Like, hardly talking about a pearl-clutching paragon of virtue in the first place.
It's like any drug. I think it's like any drug. It's like cocaine. It's like all these things. It is a drug that people crave it and they want more and more of it. And then there's usually at some stage,
Tell you what, that crack is really Moorish.
they're incredibly strong, mentally strong. There's normally a tipping point where the reality of big fame hits hard.
Grow up. I'd be able to deal with it. I'd be able to deal with it. I'd be able to deal with it. This doesn't work. End of sentence.
Maybe if we replace the word drug with stimulant, it becomes clearer to understand that you are stimulated by your own fame, by your own reputation. Now, even a person that's not famous, and obviously most people aren't, all of us have the idea that there's an object of ourselves that people are commenting on, a facade, a mask. Obviously, the word hypocrite comes from mask wearer. You have an identity in public, I have an identity in public, and what I can hear there, man, and it warms me, is I was being 100% honest. And I'm being 100% honest now. I'm not afraid of the truth. So if justice is real, if telling the truth is how a person's meant to operate, I was telling the truth then. I mean, 31,
Telling the truth in saying, basically, you have to coerce women into having sex with you. Make sure you get rid of their pride. Make sure you get rid of their excuses, and then they'll bang you. Lovely, Russell. Do you know, I can't believe that people think he's a predator, guys. Where would people get this? They're all barking up the wrong tree.
That sounds like a 19-year-old, really, but I was stunted in many ways, like a lot of crackheads.
Yeah, right, we get it. Sorry, I'm just like, whatever. Well, mate, I can say that stuff. I've been sober for 7 years, 7 long fucking years. But getting ID'd apparently, so I think something's working. We just give such leeway to men, and I think it's time, if that's not going to change, it probably ain't. I get to be stunted at 31, at that big age. Grow up. I think the opposite should be true, and women should be allowed to be emotionally stunted then. Like me, I'm so immature. I'm never going to mature. That should be allowed. If this bozo at 50 can be like, I'm just a kid from Essex, and I want to be bozo at 50, looking 20.
I remember the rush of first becoming famous, of the glory of it. Not only the superficial glory of going from being poor to not being poor, and going to, like, oh, it's embarrassing and difficult to chat up women, to, oh my God, look at this. But also the sense that a world that had been saying, no, you can't, suddenly was saying yes. Like, yes, you can have a TV show. Yes, you can be on the radio. Yes, you can have a book. Yes, you can. Yes. Like, it was sort of beautiful. There was something about it that was amazing. I mean, creatively, to have an interview with you and to opine and for someone to care when you've felt very small all your life. Like, I think a lot of people probably do, because I think this world makes you feel small. Indeed, makes you feel irrelevant. Just like if I'm not famous, if I'm not important, if I'm not sleeping around or driving this car, I'm
acting as though you don't still feel that way. He still feels that way. What's the point of all this self-reflection if you still feel that way? God, I remember once after one of his gigs whinging about how he's going to go from this being on stage just being a man in the back of a car, and that doesn't feel very nice. Grow up.
And Andrew Tate, these sort of new stars that are post the era that you and I are from. I really highly regard their boldness even in both of the instances just cited. They're bold men. I like that.
I mean, Andrew Tate is a bold man. I don't think it's the right idea to be glazing Andrew Tate, Russell. Of all people right now. Russell, you know what you're in court for, yeah? Well, I think when someone gets in heat, I think it shows who they are, who they run to first. If it's like if someone gets cancelled, so then they just defect really quickly to the right wing or even like the left wing or whatever. You know, it's opportunistic. Like, call me crazy, but if I was getting accused of all sorts of stuff, I don't think I would be running to Andrew Tate for help. I'm a woman, he wouldn't help me.
Still advocating for a set of values that clearly I advocated for in a somewhat more camp way, that if you aren't sleeping around with a bunch of women, you ain't worth much.
Yeah, Andrew Tate don't exactly advocate for values. He's been saying with his chest 2 ears for years. He has said, like in podcasts, the reason that he went to Romania is to escape certain charges and because it's easier for him to pay off the police. He's said who he is for a long time. So people don't actually get to have the excuse of, oh, well, I just didn't know any better, when he's literally been saying it in podcasts. Like, but we're not talking about Tate. Shut up, glazing Tate, you weirdo.
If I can get one thing across to you today, I want it to be that being in Christ, being in God, it gives me the strength to recognise, you might have to go to jail, but people go to jail. That's the thing that happens to people in the world. And people go to jail that shouldn't have gone to jail.
What I find most sort of interesting when I read that GQ thing, and it was like all the things I said, it was highly entertaining, made me laugh out loud. But obviously you read it with a slightly different context given what's happened to you. You're very honest, open, brazen, some might say, admitted you slept with thousands of women, sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time, and you were taking a lot of drugs through the late 90s, early 2000s. My question for you is that obviously you're facing these serious charges. Obviously you've been emphatic and consistently emphatic in your denials that you've done anything criminal.
He's hardly going to turn around and be like, yep, I did it.
My question, and the lifestyle that you've talked about very openly now, looking back on that and saying, look, I was out of control, taking all these drugs, sleeping with all these women, whatever, is how can you be sure that your own memory is reliable? Most people who slept with thousands of women and taken barrel loads of drugs and led this incredibly hedonistic lifestyle, I would think if I interviewed them and asked them to name even what year it was, would struggle to remember. Can you be certain, if you're honest? Do you remember half this stuff?
Well, yes, I can be honest.
It's a relevant question, isn't it?
Of course it is. I think what's an important distinction is that I was a drug addict prior to becoming famous. So that was a very different rhythm and time. And I think the question was, has it made you a more successful predator? And even then, I objected to the idea of predation as persecutory. But predation is simply an amplification of looking for something with intention. Well, the reason I wasn't famous when I was still using drugs, Piers, is because when I was a drug addict, I was an unviable economic proposition for potential media partners. The reason that I'm able to remember is something that I think is sort of quite essential, is that I'm telling the truth in that GQ article. Amidst the sort of flamboyance, evident hedonic, is a person that was looking for a lot of attention and approval and love.
Voice very level because it's not funny, but it's not funny. It's not funny. There was an incident, I believe, with the BBC several years ago where Sir Cliff Richards was accused of, I think, being a nonce, something like that. And they decided to fly a helicopter around outside of his house to just be like, here he is. It's like in The Simpsons, Homer Bad Man, where they've got the helicopter outside Homer's house and they're like, there's the family. Look at the thermal footage. There's the family. And there's Homer Simpson slowly rotating the rotisserie chicken in the oven. They kind of did that to Cliff Richards.
Now, this technology is new to me, but I'm pretty sure that's Homer Simpson in the oven, rotating slowly.
And we're accusing him of being a nonce or something like that. And he sued, I think it was the BBC, for this and won. So since then, they revamped the laws a little bit, to make sure that you can't just fly around harassing people. It's not funny. Kind of funny. You can't fly around in a helicopter harassing someone, accusing them of being a pedo. Otherwise, the Royal Air Force would be doing that to Prince Andrew, wouldn't they? Anyway, just Andrew. So when I watched the Dispatches documentary, I was a bit like, is that it, in the sense that I think people thought it was going to be more about other comics in the industry, because there's a lot of gossip about different comics in the industry, right? What did I say about Russell Brand not saying stuff with his chest? Oh, powerful people. There's loads of stuff about David Walliams. Just look it up. Loads of stuff about David Walliams. People thought that it was going to be more about male comics in the industry and not just about Russell Brand. And then some people who had looked into a lot of stuff about Russell Brand thought there would be more to it, like the documentary, than that. Because again, there's quite a lot of stuff out about Russell Brand. There's a whole book his ex wrote. But what they showed in the documentary is something that would have had to have been something that they could prove without doubt, so that Channel 4, I believe, wouldn't get sued by Russell Brand. And I think at the time, remember Russell Brand, he came and he was like panicking, and that worked on some people. It worked on some people that I knew, and I was like, oh, I don't really couldn't bother talking to you anymore. Him like panicking, being like, oh, these accusations are that worked on people. Oh, he's about to lose it all. Don't give a shit. And clearly ain't been the case. He's still doing Rumble and lying in his bed, arguing with people. I'm going to write a satirical novel about Russell Brand. Based on the Russian book Oblomov, the bloke who spends half the book in bed, but it's Russell Brand in bed talking about traditional family values and being a man whilst his wife does everything, but he just sits in bed arguing with people on Rumble. Anyway, I'm going to write that book. I'm going to do it. No, come on, oh, fuck it. I'll do it this month. Who cares? Anyway, I'm pretty sure when Russell called them Baroque allegations that he said that he was going to contact his lawyers to look into suing Channel 4 in what, 2, maybe 3 years since that came out? 2.5 years? 3 years? 3 years? Has he sued Channel 4 dispatches? Sounds like crickets, doesn't it? Wonder why. So, but very good for him to sprinkle that in, because for some conspiracy theorists, and there's a lot in his audience now, they think that everyone's in on it. So, I mean, I remember like on the David Icke forums, someone put up a picture of Keanu Reeves like doing a triangle with his hands, and they were like, he's in it too. He's in it. These people, man, it's embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But of course, he has to sprinkle that in for the conspiratorially minded that, oh, journalists are not held to the same integrity. They can't be trusted. No one can be trusted. None of these people can be trusted. And yet, Russell Brand can be trusted. We have to trust him. Known exaggerator for usually comedic effect, Russell Brand. We have to trust him.
If you're a journalist talking to someone, like even you now, you know how to navigate me into certain positions. If you were talking to someone or 100 someones or 500 people saying, look, you slept with Russell Brand, what happened? Or someone else has told me this. But it's quite easy in a non-legal and non-judicial setting to induce, encourage and direct people to look at things in a particular way. And I think once that artifact has been made, I'm certainly not making claims about the criminal judicial system, which I, like you, believe will provide a just outcome.
Well, so he thinks that these people at dispatches gaslit the victims into believing that they're victims. Why? To what end? Why would they do that, Russell? You're not that relevant. Why would they spend so long making a documentary, like what, a year or two in the making a documentary about you, but they've just like misled victims into thinking that why would they do that? Why would they bother? You're not that relevant, mate. I don't get. He's so overinflated sense of ego, because he thinks, spoiler alert, I watched some of this already, he thinks this to do with how he was talking about the COVID vaccines. Lots of people were talking about the COVID vaccines. Like, shut up.
You know, I think whatever outcome occurs, like as you say, I have to live with that. But how does one remember? Yes, it is a long time ago. But firstly, I was never drinking or taking drugs. I think people conflate because some of the films I played drug addicts. The reason I remember is because I was there, because I'm present, and because the whole thing was very live and alive. I have a good memory, and particularly, obviously, this is something I've had to reflect on. And
you were clean from 2002.
December the 13th, 2002 is the date I got clean.
Some of the allegations go back to 99, so there must have been some crossover.
Well, without wanting to get into the specificity of the criminal matter, that's not generally the complexion. And in the variation from that generality, there are other indicators that make it clear that my memory is reliable.
The interesting thing, I was listening to your Megyn Kelly interview yesterday, and it's blown up. We're both in New York, and you know it's blown up big in America today. A lot of people commenting about this. Let's play the clip.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old.
The leeway that men get, I was an immature 30-year-old, not good enough reason to sleep with a 16-year-old, is it? And yes, the age of consent in England is 16. Don't plough me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's so teenagers don't get criminalised for doing stuff with others. I don't believe that it's then suddenly like a free-for-all. And you know, when someone has to bring in, well, technically it's legal, they've probably already lost. Like, he is someone that understands that laws, legality are completely arbitrary. There are people, mostly from a certain socioeconomic background, let's be real, who would have gone to jail in America for possession of weed that they were going to smoke, and would have got locked up for years for just for possession of a bit of weed. And now in those same places, it's legal to buy at a dispensary. So laws are arbitrary and they change all the time. So like having to bring in, well, I hasten to stress it's legal. The issue isn't so much, I don't know, like I don't think the issue is so much about legality. It's more about ethics and morality, which do not equal legality, right? And he's not that smart, but he's smart enough to know the difference. So he knows what he's saying because he will get those people who are like, well, technically it's legal, and it's like, okay, creep, okay, weirdo, okay, ugly, don't talk to me. Put some SPF on, don't talk to me otherwise.
When there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation.
What's been interesting is the way that's played out, because you were right in what you said, it's perfectly legal.
Do you think Russell's doing that thing of let me admit something bad because maybe something worse is coming coming out, and somehow maybe like this will be more distracting if I admit this thing. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a pretty random thing for him to bring up himself, knowing that he's got an audience or a certain way, like, you know, knowing he's got like this American audience. And from what I've seen anyway, which is just online stuff, some Americans online can get very funny about age of consent, right? Like, imagine the age of consent somewhere is like 18, but an 18-year-old is dating a 17-year-old. There's not an issue there. It just means one can legally, you can't even buy alcohol in America, can you? What can you do at the age of 18? Join the army and like smoke a cigarette. One can legally buy a cigarette, the other just can't. But really, like, to my big age, there's no real difference between a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old. But I know that there are some Americans who will be like, well, it's illegal. And it's like, I don't know if that is the case. I'm making stuff up. I do think it's just very strange for him to bring that up, surely knowing the way that like certain Americans will react about things like that. I mean, because I do think people take it too far. I think people take it too far. Like, I think it was probably on Reddit. It was probably on that like absolute hellhole. Seeing people be like, oh, a 22-year-old with a 25-year-old, like, it's, or a 26-year-old, it's weird. And it's like, no, is it? Oh, the brain it doesn't. The brain never stops developing, actually. Fully develops at 25. Certain things might mature or kick in, but it doesn't fully develop, it doesn't finish. Neuroplasticity, something. I do think people take it a bit too far online now, and it's like, I think at a certain point you are just kind of splitting hairs. So all I'm saying is I find it strange that he has brought up this with his chest unwillingly. Does he know that something worse is coming out? He's trying to distract? Who knows?
To have sex with a 16-year-old girl in the UK. That's the law. In America, here in New York, for example, the age of consent is 17. So here it would have been a crime had you done that here. But I looked at every state in America because I thought it was I saw some people commenting on this. In about 30 states in America, the age of consent is 16, the same as the UK. I'm not even sure most Americans are aware of that. About another dozen states, it's 17, another dozen or so, it's 18. So there's no uniformity around America, but actually in the majority of states in America, it's the same as the United Kingdom, and therefore would not be a crime. Now again, people can take a moral view about it. I think you took a moral view about what you were doing then. Interestingly, the GQ interview happened when you were about that age. So it was going on then. And you used the word exploitative. Some people I've seen latch onto this and say, well, yeah, so he knows what he's doing is wrong. What is that line for you between exploiting as a 30-year-old man, a 16-year-old girl, to the point where it becomes criminal?
I think, this might be crazy to say, I think Russell Brand understands laws are arbitrary, as we've established, because they are. Russell Brand has often held himself in a higher regard than the law, thinks he's above it, does have like a conviction history of like vandalisms, even within the past like decade or so. So not even just when he was younger and actively using drugs, but like when he's dating Katy Perry or dating like other people, you know, smashing people's phones. Or I remember he had this bit about how like there was a journo, maybe it was after the Ed Miliband stuff, like waiting outside his house, like wanting to ask him questions, and he was really annoyed, and he had this soup that someone had made, so he just like chucked this soup over a journo, and the journo didn't do anything about it. He was like, what's that? Is that carrot and coriander or something like that? Like, that was the crux of the joke, and he said that he felt bad about it afterwards. But like, this is a man who doesn't really care much for like destruction of other people's property. Or I mean, he was abusing a dog when like, and it's illegal to abuse animals. He was like kicking the family dog so hard it left bruises in Bookie Work, and I will look at it at some point, have a relook at it. What I'm trying to get at is, why is it, and drug taking is illegal, not that I care either, but it is illegal in this country. Crack, heroin, I don't know if it's not decriminalised, is it? Because that's what the Greens and Reform are arguing about, I'm pretty sure. What I'm trying to subtly get out is, why is it in so many other avenues he cares not for the rules and the law, but when it comes to the age of consent, I'm expected, based on all of his behaviour, to believe that he wouldn't dip lower, he would respect, this is a wild thing to say, how am I supposed to believe that he would respect to wait until, it's a bit crazy, someone's 16, or only go after a 16-year-old, not go after a 15-year-old, not go after like someone younger because of the law, when in all other areas he doesn't care about the law? And if accounts from exes are anything to go for, I mean, even like he had an early comedy set about one of his like model ex-girlfriends going to the Sun to tell them about like how much of a horrible boyfriend he was. He was always moody and basically like emotionally manipulative and abusive, mentally abusive. And it's in the book that one of his exes wrote, and it's just, you know, and these aren't exactly the actions of like a nice caring man who wants to care about women, right? I don't understand how I'm expected to believe he would respect the age of consent in the UK just because because it's the law. Do you know what I mean? Like, what am I meant, genuinely, I'm not trying to be facetious, what am I meant to base that on? Because in many other areas, he's broken the law and has a disregard for the rules. And he has a disregard for, you can bring up ethics and morality. He has a disregard for ethics and morality. Like he, with Jonathan Ross, when they were at the BBC, rung Andrew Sachs, who used to be in Fawlty Towers, rung Andrew Sachs, and Russell left a voicemail on, they both left a voicemail on Andrew Sachs's phone, gloating and singing about how Russell Brand had been shagging Andrew Sachs's granddaughter. There's a granddad having to listen to that message about his granddaughter being, let's be real, defiled by Russell Brand. So there's no like taste or morals or ethics there. There's not many taste or ethics or morals in really anything he's done. And yet I'm just magically expected to believe he wouldn't perhaps dip lower than the age of consent. This might be a fucking crazy thing to put in a video. I don't know, but I feel like I'm going a bit crazy because it's like I don't understand why am I meant to believe anything? So I'm getting heated. I just got annoyed by myself talking. I'm just really annoyed. I'm tired. I think I need to go to bed.
What is that line for you?
I suppose it's consent is.
Right.
The age of consent means in varying ways, in different places, people have a understanding which probably isn't wholly accurate and reliable, that at a certain age, a person is able to make a consensual decision to smoke a cigarette or vote or have sex or gamble. And these things vary according to jurisdiction and type of law. And in the place where I was both emotionally and spiritually and geographically, that was a legal thing.
Lucky that geographically was there too. It'd be a shame if emotionally and spiritually you really wanted to bang a 16-year-old at the big age of 30, like we're meant to believe that, 30, 31, 32, who knows. But yeah, big shame if the geographic condition of this problem didn't hold up.
I've been struck by a lot of people on the conservative right in America are furious about what they perceive to be a revelation. Are you taken aback because you've moved here, you live in Florida, you've sort of embraced the MAGA movement to a degree, not completely, but to a degree. You've written a book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days, and you obviously are a different person now, there's no question of that. But are you taken aback by the reaction to what you said to Megyn Kelly, the fury from a lot of people on the conservative Christian right here?
I'm surprised all the time by stuff, but
I mean, oh, those sweet summer children, the American Christian right. If they knew most of your online right-wing political pundits are doing stuff like Russell Brand, so many of them, traditional family values, nuclear values, finding a good woman and then trapping her by making her pump out a bunch of kids barefoot in the kitchen, cooking pies for me. Meanwhile, on weekends, they're just doing gear and trying to shag e-girls. Like, you sweet, sweet, naive fools. Of course. He's not American right, he is like Canadian right. One of the only ones I don't think has those proclivities is Jordan Peterson. I can't really imagine Jordan Peterson, like, you know, railing a fat line and then like trying to bang a 20-year-old with like a bunch of eyeliner on. Do you know what I mean? I can't really imagine that. There are some where I'm like, nah, probably not the case. But there are lots where it's like, no, definitely the case, definitely the case, definitely the case. People talk, everyone talks. It's just silly and naive to think that people actually mean what they say when they're talking in videos. I know the irony in me saying that, but I don't really have anyone on my side and don't really have any sponsors or vested interest in me. I'm just a loudmouth from the UK, so maybe again my opinion holds a little bit more weight. But you know those, is it called CPAC, the like Conservative American Convention, where a bunch of like American online political influencers go to? Oh, apparently it's just a bit of a fuckfest. Apparently I've heard from reliable sources. Apparently it's just a bit of a very Christian family values there.
if people think it's wrong for, I mean, like, I'm a Christian and I'm serious about it. I think that the only safe place to have sex is within marriage. So.
Oh, shut up. I don't think you still even keep it within your marriage. I don't believe, sorry, soz Mrs. Brand. What am I meant to, like, how, not my relationship, not my marriage, not my problem. But again, I'm just not sure someone like Russell Brand, who's very slippery, he's a slippery fella, can change. Sleeping with thousands of people, seeing them as, I guess, interchangeable vaginas. Very dehumanizing, yes, but I'm not the one that did it, so don't come for me. History of cheating in previous relationships, but no, that would all change for the sanctity of marriage, I'm sure. And also, I don't want to hear from someone who has slept with like 5,000 women that you believe a relationship should only be, sex should only be within a marriage between, did he say a man and wife, or just in a marriage?
I think that the only safe place to have sex is within marriage, so I agree with them.
Okay, So I was about to say, if he was going to say man and wife, ooh, homophobic. I don't believe that someone who has slept with 5,000 women, do you know what? The Christians have to forgive him. I don't have to forgive him. I don't accept it, actually. I don't think you get to play that card. I don't think you get to sleep with thousands of women and have orgies and do all of this stuff and then enter a marriage and be like, all of that stuff I did before was wrong, so no one else should do it. That sounds like he's had his quote unquote fun, though I know it was a sex addiction as well, and after a while it just became like very like numbing. But he's got to have a range of people, and yet he, wants to be in this position where he can kind of like tell other people to not. Do you know, it's just hypocritical.
It's very difficult to ask at the beginning of our conversation, what are the challenges? Well, the challenges are a criminal judicial proceeding that's about law and consent, a PR situation that's about people's feelings and sentiments that often cross over. There's a lot of different things happening, but I think this is sort of probably the simplest thing for me to focus on is, should I have been doing that? And the answer is, in retrospect, no. And what's a bit difficult is how we all feel like, well, whatever we did in the past, it's made us the person that we are today. And it's difficult to make that claim when you have to acknowledge that your actions have caused distress.
I'm bored of him now. I'm starving. I'm going to go eat some jigai. Finish this video tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm not paying attention really because he's doing my fucking head in. My makeup feels and looks so much better today, and don't say it looks exactly the same because I haven't powdered it at all. I use a cushion foundation and I don't bother powdering, and I feel like it just looks healthier, younger as well. That's the secret. Just don't use dry products, I think, because it just exacerbates fine lines. Not that I have any fine lines, of course. This face doesn't move. Anyway, shall we get on with this? I don't want to. I'm only half an hour into it and it's like 12 o'clock on a Saturday. How sad am I having to watch Russell Brand? Oh, God, I think I'd rather watch Gabby Hanna than Russell Brand at the moment. Oh, this is like a torture. Shall we get on with it? Do we have to? Or wait, so at least I can, relax a little bit as I watch this.
The girl concerned in that story, we can discuss that because it was from the documentary and it's not part of your legal case.
What?
Very important to listen first, talk second. That's counterintuitive for most people.
Who are you?
Case, but she dated you for 3 months when she was 16. She described you referring to her as the child, sending cars to collect her.
Told ya, in his little podcast, radio show.
Coaching her on what to tell her parents. Made allegations about the sexual...
Coaching her, what's her best? That's it. I was thinking about this the other night. Again, I had to go to bed and thinking of bloody Russell Brand. So, him revealing on this American radio show that he dated a 16-year-old consensually because the age of consent is 16 when he was 30. I think it's that technique. I don't know what it's called. When you sort of drip, you're trying to, I guess, control the narrative, right? So I feel like he's revealed this because there's something worse coming, because the case isn't about the fact that he dated a 16-year-old when he's 30, because I don't think you can get done for that in the UK. I don't know. The case isn't about that. It's about her alleging that he, I'm pretty sure this is in the documentary, assaulted her during the relationship. So it's not about that. But I feel like maybe once that gets it looks a lot worse if it comes out of nowhere to his American audience that, oh yeah, Russell Brand allegedly assaulted a 16-year-old when he was 30. So he's jumped ahead to control the narrative to be like, I did sleep with a 16-year-old. It was all consensual though. So then it turns into a bit of a he said, she said when that side of it hits his American audience eventually. Do you know what I mean?
Interactions you had, suggesting that you forced yourself in certain ways and so on. But she's not part of the legal case, and let's be clear about that.
She's not part of the legal case. What's he doing then? What's he doing then? There must be something that's got him worried, because else why would he admit to something like that? Maybe I'm still right. I think I'm still right.
So there's no suggestion of criminality that's been levelled at you legally. But when you hear that account, what do you feel about the fact you were nearly twice her age, she was only 16, and you're picking her up from school, all that kind of thing? What do you feel about it?
Well, I think some of those details are pretty important and relevant, and how I feel about it is, as I've said, it's not nice to know that my actions have contributed to a person suffering, and there should be there must be justice for that. The context in which...
It's not nice to know that my actions have contributed to a person's suffering. He's been a shit his entire career, though. Do you not think he wakes up every day being like, oh God, my actions have contributed to a lot of people suffering just through normal shittiness rather than,
Peers, on a personal level, yes, of course, that's wrong. It's morally and spiritually wrong. It's legal. It's not a legal issue. But I don't want to try to minimize my actions anyway. I'm fully culpable and absolutely happy, not happy, but willing, of course, to deal with the consequences of my actions. Not so willing to deal with consequences of actions that were not undertaken. I think that's a really important distinction to remind you and your audience of. And also, I suppose, it seems like a deliberate removal of context not to continually cement that famous men that are single have always and typically behaved in this manner. One prays consensually, but one also suspects that there's a responsibility incumbent on people that have that power, whether that power is magnetism or whether that power is fame or whether that power is money or whatever that power is.
Don't worry, guys, it's fine. He was famous. It's all right. The whataboutism. It's not just me. Lots of people have been doing it. You ever read Slash's autobiography from Guns N' Roses? Axl Rose was sleeping with like 14-year-olds allegedly or something like that. And regardless, is this the defence? It was legal, and other people have done worse. Okay.
It's not very easy to live a moral life in a culture that really openly rewarded. Were you still at the Sun when I was being Shagger of the Year? This one I was literally being given awards for it.
No, I mean,
so of course it's really terrible.
I'd actually left the Sun, but the Sun had an award called Shagger of the Year, and you won it a couple of times. I think.
2026 Shagger of the Year, Alizee Yeezy.
Times.
And it was,
some of the glories faded.
For the Americans, that it was a real award that the Sun newspaper gave out. They used to also have a page 3, which was just 18-year-olds with their boobs out. So
right, but it was
amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable.
He's gotten in trouble for saying that, but that also is like a little bit of classic Russell Brand humour. So
right, but
some of the shines come off.
Well, the point I would make is at the time everyone embraced it as good fun. Nobody at the time was coming forward to say this was rape, sexual assault, or anything else.
Well, like, let's not confuse shagging or even like awkward or bad sex with sexual assault and rape. Like, let's not confuse them. Like, always gets into murky territory because I grew up in the era of like lads, way, like treating women like shit. It being normal. Made in Chelsea. Alex Mitten cheating on Binky by having an orgy with Spencer Matthews. Yeah, I grew up in this like kind of culture, and there were people even back then being like, no, this isn't okay. Like, I think I've said on even not in this video, but maybe it was in the recording that I did and like threw away. Noel Fielding allegedly, apparently he dated, I want to say Pixie Geldof when he was like 30 something, like 32, and she was 16. Like, she was still doing her GCSEs, and the press were having a bit of a field day with it, and it was just seen as like, it wasn't seen as like that much of a big deal. And I remember, because I was a teenager, being like, wow, Noel Fielding, there's a chance. Ew. So not my type now. God, I didn't... Do you know what it was? I say too much. There's a microphone on me and I just say too much. What it was back then when I was growing up, there was just sort of like, you had access to... It wasn't like now with the global media and the global stuff we have. You know, it was very much just like going to watch The Simpsons after school and then watch Hollyoaks, and then here's some English celebrities and here's British celebrities, and they're all a bit, the men anyway, they're all just a bit weird looking, but this is the best out of a bad bunch, I suppose. So this is my crush. My crush is going to be Noel Fielding. It's like so weird, like no taste. Now my taste is so refined, it's much better. Thank you, globalization. Yeah, so I remember going, and anyway, so this thing about Noel Fielding, and one of my mum's workmates, she was in her like 20s, like early to mid 20s, and she was like, no, it's not okay that he's dating someone who's doing their GCSEs. He's in his like 30s. It wasn't like 30, it was like 32, 34, something like that. It was ridiculous. And I was like, I didn't see the big deal at the time because, surprise, surprise, I was a teenager. I weren't 16 yet, but like I was a teenager, so I didn't see the big deal about it. But yeah, I remember like one of my mum's like younger workmates being like, no, this isn't okay. It's really gross. Like, he looks so creepy and old next to her. So even back then, there were still people, less so, but there still were people calling out, being like, this ain't right, this isn't on. But they probably would have just been called like moaning cows or something like sexist back then, you know, because it was just so normal to be sexist to women all the time. There was this attitude of like, you just kind of had to put up with it. So like these two blokes, remember, for the sake of this video, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But for these two blokes to be like, oh, it was just all good fun, bit of a laugh. How many of the women felt that they had to go along with it? I don't mean like I just mean like the nature of like the lads, the banter. You just kind of had, otherwise you were seen as like a bit of a killjoy to not, or seen as like some sort of shrill feminist. And now I can't say shrill, my deep voice. Now I'm just an Aggie feminist, but it was even though it was a different culture, there were still plenty of people who didn't like it and did speak out about it not being right. They just weren't listened to by these types of blokes. So,
and that was the context of that time.
Yes.
Now there's a very different thing about it.
Well, I'll ask you something as a journalist. Also, during Me Too, no one came forward. In fact, people came forward subsequent to a very deliberate documentary. And I feel that, therefore, it's difficult to remove the documentary from the chronology because it's sort of an important artifact in there. And I'll just point that out and how difficult that makes it, even our conversation, the idea of a fair trial.
if he's talking about himself, no one coming out in Me Too, there has been rumours and allegations about him for years. It just didn't go somewhere. That doesn't mean anything, Russell Brand. Like, there were rumours about, not to put him on the same, because he's not. Well, no, he's not. Not to put him on the same level, but there was chat about Jimmy Savile whilst he was alive, but nothing happened with it because he was protected. Again, there was my earlier point of like, Russell Brand, I think, was protected to a degree because he's just a narcissist and he's difficult to like get on with and be around long term. The amount of people willing to bat for him just decreased over the years. You know what I mean? There's been stuff like milling about him. He's pretending that no one came out during Me Too as if like that means anything, which it doesn't. But regardless, it's just factually wrong anyway, because there's been stuff about him for ages. Like I say, like there were these Channel 4 people telling me like stuff like years before the documentary, and that's when I started to first be like, a bit strange. And then like hearing similar things and hearing someone from a comedian that I know who had worked with like some sort of like tour manager who was like, you know, like open secret with so many comedians. And also the fact that like he's been banned from Edinburgh Fringe for like almost the majority of his career. Doesn't come out of nowhere, does it? Getting banned from an entire Fringe festival because of like your behaviour or the things that like you allowed to go on, whatever. So I mean nothing, Russell. Like what kind of why didn't they come out earlier? Is that the defence he's trying to go for? They didn't come out earlier, therefore it didn't happen.
An ongoing conversation, because I would say literally precisely the same behaviour that was lauded, consensual, excessive sex, was reframed when it became convenient, appropriate and useful as non-consensual, and now we have a method and means.
Alright, he's chatting shit to defend himself, but growing up in that time period, there was also, I can only speak for myself, there were things that weren't okay, but we didn't know. I don't know what it's like in schools now. Why would I? I don't go to school. But growing up in school, our sex education, I don't even think we saw the whole condom on the cucumber skit. I don't think we saw that at all. And as for chat about consent, we didn't have, I can't remember any chats about consent and about what things mean. That it's different now, but there were things that people could do, I'm going to tread lightly here, or that maybe men would do at parties. I didn't know that knew certain acts weren't very nice, but we didn't know that some things, like we didn't have chats about coercion. We didn't have chats about the fact that if someone like gropes you and touches you without your consent, that's a form of assault. We didn't know these things. So growing up, me and plenty of other girls I know have grown up, we put up with a lot of behaviours. And yes, it recontextualizes it to know it's not okay, but it wasn't okay then to be touched like without your consent. We didn't know because we didn't, like, no one spoke about this stuff. So he's acting as though, well, we know what he's acting like. But I can say anecdotally, there's definitely some behaviour I look back on and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that wasn't okay. That was something. But what can you do? Me and one of my friends, we often regale each other with stories about the time that we worked at these shops that were next to each other and the stuff from the older male members of staff that went on. But it wasn't like, because I think there's this outdated idea that rape is something that happens like down an alleyway by a stranger, like a scary person that you've never seen before, and it's like brutal and violent. And that can happen, but you're much more likely to be assaulted or attacked by someone you know. And we know that now, right? We know that coercion and sexual assault looks different from like the scary, almost like movie type, like horror movie type imagining of it. And Russell would know that. So whatever. Well, I don't want. It's bumming me out now. Anyway, no, like me and my friend, we worked at the shop, and I can't even get into it. I can't even get. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, hang on. A lot of that stuff wasn't okay. Just because it wasn't just like a like, you know, these violent horror movie type acts doesn't mean it's okay, and doesn't mean that like you're making something up either. Like whatever, Russell.
Media has changed from centralised media with a degree of centralised control with rare anomalies, but let's take the COVID example. as primary.
You know where he's going with this, yeah? Yes. They've made false allegations against Russell Brand because he talked a little bit about COVID conspiracies. I mean, they banned David Icke from YouTube for talking about COVID conspiracies. He's actually back now, which is okay. But as far as I know, there's no allegations against David Icke. I mean, Alex Jones has gone to court and is in like what? Something crazy, like $1 billion worth of debt. And yet I don't think, let's check, but I don't think they've come out with sexual assault allegations against Alex Jones. But Russell Brand, this bloke who talks a bit funny, yeah, let's falsify a bunch of women's testimonies against Russell Brand because he spoke a bit too much about COVID. Do you know who else was talking about COVID? Like Joe Rogan. I know he mentions Joe Rogan in a minute. But again, I mean, the press just basically called Joe Rogan a meathead, which is what he is. He is like a human meatball. I say that with love. Not whatever. And yet again, I don't think I've ever heard about Joe Rogan assaulting people. So it's funny, isn't it? Oh, it's very funny who like they deliberately pick and choose. Oh, but what if they're picking Russell because it's like more believable? I mean, if it's more believable because it's about Russell Brand, is that not an issue in the first place? Is there not something a bit there then? Do you know what I mean? Like, why are we doing this song and dance? It's ridiculous.
Subsequent to COVID and amidst the pandemic period, inquiries and questions were made in real time. In fact, I participated significantly in that. And it's a matter of public record. The Logically AI, who worked for Moderna, Pfizer and the British government, dealt with my content, de-amplifying, commenting on, and indeed the 77th Brigade, a PSYOPs organisation that primarily works in foreign territories with the British military, during the COVID period, worked in the UK to, and this is a direct quote from I think the Times.
My lack of views in the past year, I'm just blaming on the government PSYOP. It's just the government, it's a government PSYOP. It's a conspiracy against me. They're trying to shut me up. Thank God someone ought to try and shut me up. Bro, you're just not like that relevant. It's like when people, I'm sure, I mean, we know that content does get de-amplified, but it's more, I think it's a bit more if like fact checking isn't happening. No, I don't know. I do know on the like YouTube drama side of things, there were conversations apparently at YouTube when like Leafy is Here was big and Anision was big because it was making the platform look bad, and thus like, the questions of like money and advertisement like come into it. Because at the end of the day, like Google, YouTube, they don't have morals. Not real. It's not a real thing. Just a bit of code on a screen. Like, they care about money. Russell Brand acting as though he was being de-amplified. Why didn't they go after any of the other bozos then? Brett Cooper became massive over COVID and lockdowns, didn't she? I don't know how much she talks about. Like, Blair White still does all right. I don't know about the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and that lot, but I'm pretty sure like a lot of them still do all right. So much for that. But I was saying, it's like a lot of people when they talk about, I'm sure shadow banning does exist because I'm pretty sure it did like happen to Elysion because it looks bad. But, and at the end of the day, that's what YouTube care about, looking back. Like, they don't, like there probably is like some jobs worth at YouTube being like, oh, I'm fed up with these conspiracy theories on YouTube. But I bet like the top brass, why am I talking like this? I'm from Peaky Blinders. I'm pretty sure the top brass like just don't give a fuck. I'm pretty sure they just want to make money and go like on vacation. I don't think they care that much. I think when a lot of people talk about being shadow banned, it's just more that for whatever reason that piece of content didn't resonate with the audience, and so it's not been amplified for the algorithm. The algorithm doesn't have thoughts or feelings. It's just code. Hold on. I want to prove my own points. Okay, Candace Owens hasn't really uploaded like that much, but she's still pulling in millions of views. And I mean, she's proper gone off the like you don't talk about conspiracy theories. A lot of like the online right have gone off on the American right have gone off on the absolute deep end and think that anything they don't like is demons and people making sacrifices to Moloch or back or like one of what like Baphomet, I don't know, like some of the like proper, I mean, it's worse. I think online discourse is worse right now than it was like during COVID. I think people have gone mental. I like the obvious racism, people aren't even bothering to hide it. It's crazy. I saw this picture on Instagram and it was just like a meme about like smoking and European breakfast and stuff, and like there was this comment by this guy and it was just out and out completely racist. This American guy, just like right there in the open, he felt no shame. at all. And he was like defending himself on Instagram. I feel like it's worse. I feel like it's like at a real low point at the moment. It just anything you open, people are just being insane. But of course, they're only going to go after Russell Brand and de-amplify him. That's what I was going to say about like the American online right, like going like mental. Like Candace Owens at the moment, she thinks that what does she think? She thinks she's being visited on the astral plane by Charlie Kirk, and that he told her that he was a time traveler and stuff. She's been like saying all this mad stuff. She's been like proper off the deep end stuff, like proper stuff that the platforms should, you know, because like there comes a point where it's like some of this I feel is just a little bit of a religious psychosis or whatever going on, and the platforms probably should look at it and be like, are these people okay? But they're not being like de-amplified. But Russell Brand, because he spoke about COVID vaccines for a bit, he didn't get his channel taken away, I'm pretty sure. Oh, his views are kind of big of me to say, but he does have 6.7 million followers and I don't. His views are kind of tanks, like 40,000 views, 40,000 views, 20,000 views, 20,000 views, 30,000 views. They're all over the place. Sunday service, finding peace in the noise. Shut up. Oh, you're so irritating. Oh, my videos, I was being de-amplified. He literally has a video and it says this motherfucker, but the fucker part has an asterisk in. Even if you censor swear words, you still get demonetized. If you get demonetized, your videos get like seen less, Russell. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they went after Russell Brand. They didn't really go after anyone else. And if they did, they weren't. This is the thing about the Illuminati, yeah? Either they are going after people, right? Either they exist and they don't. What am I trying to say? If the Illuminati exist and they're trying to go after people, right? They're not doing a very good job of it, are they? Because all of these people who talk about this kind of stuff are just still out and about, like posting videos, whatever. They're not doing a very good job. You'd think the Illuminati would be able to just like unplug the internet and shut them up, but they don't. So, I mean, I do believe that the Illuminati is basically just the Bilderberg group, and I do believe that the Bilderberg group, I think there's like, 100 members, like 100, 150 of the most powerful people in the world, very super secret club, and I think they have better things to do than talk about Russell Brand. I just don't think you're that relevant. Anyway, I've been talking way too much, sorry. Because I know what he's about to say and it's just going to wind me up.
Take down social media influencers. There's obviously a distinction.
Which again, they've not done a very good job then, have they? David Icke was off for like a year or two and now he's back on YouTube posting like as normal. And even when he was off YouTube, because he got kicked off for probably saying a bunch of stuff I don't know. Look, don't think badly of me. I do love him a bit because he just reminds me of my dad. I can't help it. I have a soft spot for him, all right? As far as I know, he's never done anything like awful towards women. So he just talks about like, I don't know, Prince Philip being an alien and I mean, you saw Prince Philip in that like car picture of him, yeah? Like, what do you want? Smooth skin? Even when David Icke was off of YouTube, there was some sort of like, on Amazon, you could watch him talk on something called Gaia, which is one of those like really spiritual, like woo-woo kind of channels. Like, but you could watch him on Amazon Prime. So again, the Illuminati just aren't really doing a good job of keeping these people quelled, are they?
Between my reckless, lascivious conduct, about which I was open and honest, indeed your own words demonstrate that, and the obvious retrospective damage that's now done. It's difficult not to imagine that a documentary made in the midst of my own conflict, ongoing conflict with mainstream media, which to be plain and frank, I regard as akin to evil. What I mean by that is I think it primarily exists not to give people true information, but to maximize people's vulnerability and the ability of powerful interests to exploit and control people.
Can I just on that point?
Yes, but be careful because of the legal situation.
No,
I just want to land fully that when a country and a country's media treat its own population as a kind of invaded and occupied territory, we should pay attention to that. That there was a military operation took place in this country of the United States and in our beloved country of the United Kingdom. And there's a reason now, Piers, that people from farmers to the white working class, to almost every aspect of British public life is alive and febrile with hostility, anger and confusion. The systems are breaking down.
Class is the biggest divider and has always been the biggest divider, and I can't be bothered to get into it because this isn't the video, and you know what, I'm not the person, read it up yourself. Class is the biggest divider of people. But guess what? Unfortunately, Russell Brand, you are part of the 1%. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear a multi-millionaire talk about like, oh, the systems are breaking down and, you know, the working class and power to the people. You don't get to LARP anymore. You could LARP like 10 years ago and like pretend to be a revolutionary, but you can't now. You can't. You're a multi-millionaire. You had like this mansion in Henley or wherever it was where you like built a big old fence, like a massive fence around your property because you can't bear to let the paupers like look in. Like, doesn't work. Shut up. Really like antsed about that today. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it, mate. Like, your problems are not the same as our problem. Well, my problems are not the same as yours problems because I'm not going to court for my behaviour, for starters. How much is a pint of milk, Russell Brand?
The systems are breaking down because of the technology. When Breitbart said brilliantly that politics is downstream of culture, perhaps we could have included that technology is very near the top of that stream, not the absolute source. But technology is changing everything.
No, I agree with that. But let me ask you, why would the state, the establishment, why would they come after you particularly? I mean,
For the purpose of this video, the enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. And it's funny hearing that from Piers Morgan, because Piers Morgan literally, why did he walk off Good Morning Britain? I can't remember. Was it about like Harry and Meghan or something like that? He left a mainstream media TV show to then have Piers Morgan uncensored, you know, and again, the idea of like, people been like, I just like him, he tells it how it is. And it's like, what, like a 5-year-old? Like a 5-year-old with no emotional regulation? Not the point. In this video, we're mates Piers, all right? Piers Morgan, Vegan Lover 2, coming out this year to a cinema near you. But Piers Morgan left Good Morning Britain, has Piers Morgan uncensored, platforms like hideous people, quite frankly, in all ways of the word, gets a variety of people on, like, is just this sort of huge loudmouth and always goes around upsetting people. And he likes to be contrarian as well. Okay, because let's think about this, and I might be pulling too much into one sentence, so forgive me, because my brain does do that. But I'm just thinking, right, because like Russell Brand aligns himself with like the online right wing. The online right wing think that liberals are like sacrificing like their children's gender to Baphomet or whatever. I've literally heard, who was it? Was one of the Conservatives say something like that to Clavicula, the Lux Maxer, and Clavicula said, why do you care? You're just giving yourself a cortisol spike. Which, fair. Like, he literally said to him, I don't know why you're worrying about this, like it gives you wrinkles. And Lux Maxer turned around and said, why are you caring so much about the transgender thing? I don't care about if there's transgender people or not. It's just more people for me to frame mog or whatever. I can respect that like equal opportunity mogging attitude. Do you know what I mean? I can kind of respect that. Because it sounds so silly, and yet it sounds more reasonable than someone giving themselves a cortisol spike, pretending that liberals in America are like sacrificing their children to Baphomet. Like, they literally said this. I'm not even exaggerating. This is what half of them believe now, and it's just like, okay. But these people think that wokeness in the mainstream is driving children to question their gender, is driving a liberal agenda, is driving this type of thing, right? Piers Morgan speaks out about that kind of thing. He works in media at the end of the day, so like you do have to largely be all right with like a variety of people if you've worked in mainstream media for so long, because there's like such a variety of people involved. I think you do largely need to be okay with them. But Piers Morgan has also like argued, oh well, I'm just going to like identify as a penguin and this type of thing. What I'm trying to say is like the online like Christian right, a lot of them think that like there's this Illuminati-esque scheme to like get your kids to do XYZ, and there's this liberal agenda and there's all this kind of thing. But Piers Morgan left mainstream media to like do alternative media, and he's like he's doing really well, and he's spoken out about these things that group of people think is the Illuminati. So it's like, why haven't they gone after Piers Morgan? Like, out of the two people sitting here right now, Piers Morgan is far more culturally relevant than Russell Brand. I mean, you saw Russell Brand's like views. Well, we just went through them, and on his Rumble, it's not much better than that either. Piers Morgan's more culturally relevant, so why is the Illuminati not targeting him? And I know that Russell's going to bring it just back to like the COVID thing, because Piers was like, get your COVID vaccine, but now he's changed his mind somewhat. He said that like we should question, etc., etc. I ain't giving my opinions either way in any of this because it's a total shit show. I'm not stupid, unlike these fucking men, these emotional men. They're so emotional, and they're just gossiping at the end of the day. Like, Russell Brand, you are just basically a gossip YouTuber. Piers Morgan, you're we're friends right now, but you are just a drama channel as well. And I need to stop doing this because that's the influencer like annoying thing. But what I'm trying to say is, you know what I'm trying to say, you know what I'm getting at. So the Illuminati are fine with Piers Morgan talking shit about their plot to get, that's it. Sorry, there's so much crazy in the world that it's like hard to keep up sometimes. As in, there's so much craziness that like people claim is going on, and imagine all the conspiracy theories are true. I mean, who knows? It's called like the transhumanist agenda, I'm pretty sure. Like, the right think that the Illuminati want people to do something to further the transhuman agenda to turn into robots, question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Like, I don't see an issue with going part android. Have you played Cyberpunk 77? I love Cyberpunk 77. I love Takemura so much. Like, why can I not romance him? I don't want to romance that river bloke. And if you play it as a female character, the only other person to romance is Judy. Like, what, the one who's always, like, who's just crying over, like, the other woman? Like, no. I mean, that... I'm straight, but then like I hear the things I say. The woman who, what's her name? The one who like is kind of a nomad. She's fit. She's fit. I think I tried to romance her a few times. She kept rejecting me because I wasn't a buff dude in the game. But you should really be able to romance Takemura. He's so hot. And like my friend loves playing Cyberpunk 77 and he's just kind of like, it's like, no, like he's so hot, guys. Like that is my type to a T. Like old, it kind of looks like does he have tattoos? He looks like he's got tattoos. Just sexy and gruff and like he slaps like your character a little bit. Anyway, sorry, what? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the transhuman agenda. When we can join with machines and become part android, I'm the first in line for that. I'm gonna get rich just so I can do that. Cause like screw this fleshy body. Not interested. I want to be sleek, skinny, metal. Metal and silicon and have this face still but be like totally looks max and just I'm gonna be so beautiful. I'm gonna be like hacking people and it's gonna be so fun. Like these guys they're so fucking lame. They're so lame. What do you mean you don't want to? It's not like joining with AI which is just an LLM, so that is lame. Like what do you mean that you don't want to become like part android? Do you know how cool? Do you know how much further you'd be able to like jump or run if you had android legs like fully? What are we talking about? Russell Brand, shut up. Shut up, you nonce. That's what we're talking about. Sorry.
You were doing a YouTube channel, you were doing your thing, you were having opinions, but a gazillion people were doing that. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand, was saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever. A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not that.
I love that Piers Morgan literally just said to his face, you're just not that relevant, babe. Think much of yourself. Imagine thinking so highly of yourself that you think the Illuminati want to take you down. Russell Brand wanted, like, again, within irony, there is truth. Russell has little private shows. He had a few like skits, not skits, like jokes, I suppose, about how he would go on these like conspiracy forums and he would see people talking about the Illuminati and people would say that they think he's in the Illuminati and he'd be like, I want to join the Illuminati, but they've never like, you know, I was at this dinner once with like Katy Perry and Tom Cruise and I was trying to drop subtle hints to him about, you know, feeling directionless and not knowing what I wanted from life because I wanted him to ask me to join Scientology and he just ate his spaghetti and meatballs and just ignored me. Like he was basically like, if there's no Illuminati, I would join them. And he would, of course he would. Of course he would join the Illuminati. Of course, if he'd been invited to a certain place, he probably, you know, a certain island, he probably would have gone. At least like, you know, to make stand-up content about it afterwards. Like I don't understand where he gets off acting as though essentially this shadowy organization, the Illuminati, for lack of a better word, is after Russell Brand specifically. But like you've aligned with the established, like Donald Trump he's a billionaire. He's a billionaire. He's been the president twice. He is the establishment. You're not. Oh, I'm so irritated. So irritated.
I wouldn't say you're dismissing it, but when
No.
you say but when you say
Absolutely, no,
but
it's
when,
really
but when
important.
people say also
I also think that's quite reductive.
Shut up. Like I'd say this. Let Piers Morgan finish his fucking like sentence. Shut up. Like he's so controlling. He's so controlling. He can't let Piers like just speak for more than 3 sentences. And people wonder if he's got like some sort of issue. You know what I mean?
If I may say, the way that you've sort of framed it, because it is not just me. The idea that there is not a set of powers that manipulate the public conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, the annihilation or near annihilation, which he obviously survived, of Joe Rogan, the vilification of admittedly controversial figures like Tommy Robinson or Andrew Tate, and I'm not trying to set myself up in a rogues gallery here.
Is this the company that you want to keep? Really, Russell Brand? You want to bring them in to defend you against sexual assault allegations? Like, are you dumb? Yes, you are. Firstly, all of those people are, for better or worse, a lot more relevant than you, a lot more popular than you, especially Tate. Secondly, I don't understand what the assassination of Charlie Kirk has to do with you going to court for sexual assault allegations. Kind of poor taste, isn't it? Really? Like, this is your side, mate. Kind of poor taste to bring that. I don't understand. In fact, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist, who likes his COVID vaccine conspiracy theories, have you not heard the conspiracy theories around that? I'm sure you have. Around, who was really behind the assassination of... But he'll ignore that. I'm sure. Probably wants to bang the person in question. I won't get into it. Look it up yourself. And again, they tried to take Joe Rogan down. Joe Rogan, he's a stoner pothead who was saying things about how, I don't know, you should take horse ketamine or human growth hormone to combat, it was like ivermectin or something like that, to combat COVID. I don't understand his point, actually. Because, of course, the person who has the biggest podcast in the world, if he says something a bit silly whilst, stoned, newspaper's going to pick up on it and people are going to kick off, and then people aren't going to care in a few days' time when there's a new thing to kick off. So I don't understand Russell Brand's point that, oh yeah, they're trying to take people down. No, like people are just, people are just normal, isn't it? At this point, it's just normal. Like, say something silly, people kick off, and then they forget about it a week later. There doesn't need to be an Illuminati for that to be the case. Do you know what I mean? Am I going crazy? I don't know. I literally don't know if I'm going crazy or if I'm making no sense. He's annoying me.
Piers, you've operated in media for long enough and with enough depth and understanding to recognise that there are flavours and ways of handling obstreperous public figures. And I don't think of myself as particularly important. I know that my importance.
That's really my point. My point is, I just don't think that you were I don't mean this to be remotely derogatory.
No, but I'm not actually...
Because you had a very popular channel and lots of people were watching it. It's not that. It's just, I don't think that your influence in any of those debates would have warranted the establishment going, right, we've got to silence Russell Brand.
Yes. I think you're right. And I think it's that kind of reductivism that stops people having a clear view of how these systems work. And sometimes it's good to take recourse to some of the great American comedians. As Carlin says...
Shut up, Russell Brand. You don't get a say, as Carlin says, because Carlin also said, great big club and you're not in it, and it's the same club they used to hit you over the head. And guess what? George Carlin would have said that Trump is part of the club because the Trumps, the Clintons, the Bushes, all of these people are rich and are part of the big elite club. The same club that you are cozying up to, because you're cozying up to Donald Trump and eating steak at Mar-a-Lago or whatever it's called, Mar-a-Lago, whatever. You don't get to quote Carlin. Carlin wouldn't have eaten steak at Mar-a-Lago. You don't get to quote him. You don't know what... shut up. Such a knob.
Where interests converge, no conspiracy is necessary. You know that deep state organisations are nebulous as well as nefarious, that they operate in ways that are difficult to understand, that there is a kind of overall intention. You know that there was a point where mainstream media recognised we're going to have to pivot radically. We're not selling newspapers anymore. People are getting their news from different sources. People are having different conversations. People are starting to not trust en masse. Think about this as a good metric, if you'll indulge me. Say if 20, 30 years ago when people would talk about someone like Alex Jones, and let's not talk about me, let's just go with, that I've got a criminal trial and quite right, and by God's grace, the right outcome will prevail, and whatever that is, then that's God's will. But on the matter of, is there such a thing as controlling the media, and is there collateral damage in when you're controlling a narrative? Did people want a particular style of reporting and particular information to be prevalent during the pandemic period? Yes. Were voices shut down? Was information controlled? Yes. Do people get de-amplified? Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
But I would argue
imagine 30 years ago.
But I would argue a public health crisis of that magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the reasons that you remain contentious is because you advocated, you shamed people into getting vaccines, and we now know those vaccines have killed more people than they say. I'm not hectoring.
I don't know if the vaccines have killed more people than they've saved. Quite a claim, quite an audacious claim, Russell Brand.
Because, I'll tell you why. Because unlike most people...
You've repeatedly apologised.
Yes, and I've said, you know what, I believed... Now, hang on, you've raised it, so let me address it, because I've heard what you said about this, and I don't blame you. I mistakenly, with hindsight, accepted the real-time scientific advice, which often changed. And in particular, when they said, if you have the vaccine against COVID, you cannot transmit the virus.
Was a lie.
I thought that was an...
Shut up, let him speak. Oh, he's so controlling. Having to get his little Oh, I just want to nuff him. Can't say it on YouTube.
Incredibly powerful thing.
And an untrue thing.
Which meant that, some old person walking around might be infected by some reckless young guy who doesn't want to have the simple jab, and he may kill that person. It turned out that was not true.
So what are you...
wait, let me finish. I became incredibly censorious of people who wouldn't have the jab for a period of a few months.
He's such a This video is not getting monetized. It has to say monetized. I don't know, beep me when I say that. Like, he's so annoying. Shut up.
When they changed the advice, I felt I had actually, in the initial moment, abrogated my journalistic duty.
Yes.
What I should have done was be more sceptical.
Yes.
And
Yes.
certainly be less censorious and judgmental.
Good.
Accepting that in a fast-moving health emergency, the advice is likely to change.
Of course.
So I accept all that.
No, you don't actually, because-
But where we're different is this. I still believe that the vaccine saved millions of lives.
Yes.
You
A lot of people don't. No, I don't.
You don't. I know, but I do.
Okay, that's good. That will be something you'll potentially be adjusting in the future, Piers. And when you
I
do,
don't think so.
you may have another mea culpa to offer to your audience
Maybe.
because it seems significant.
Oh, shut up. You have a mea culpa to offer to your audience, namely me. You are so irritating. You are just an irritating, small, tiny little man. You were never good enough for me to look up to you. He's so condescending and patronising, and you're not in a position to be condescending, Russell Brand. I'm getting angry. I'm literally having to like play little games on my phone to like ignore this person.
To me, that crisis benefited some very powerful interests, granted further governmental powers, instantiated the ability to govern at a global level, revealed just how willing people would be to take a medicine, a concoction, let's call it, it seems like it might be extremely deleterious, causing infertility, miscarriage, myocarditis, and that was something that was undertaken with a degree of complicity at least.
Do you believe in vaccines generally?
I have the kind of questions that anyone that's paying
I
attention
mean, there was a
to
measles
media...
a little outbreak of...
So if they can do all of this, I'm not wading into the COVID vaccine debate because like it's literally 2026. It's literally 2026. Why are you talking about this? It's 2026. Can't afford groceries, mate. With the Illuminati, the powers that be can do all of this stuff, and then it's like the witches, like Salem trial. Like if you drown, you weren't a witch, but if you don't drown, you are, and then we'll have to. So if Russell goes to court. And the Illuminati are this powerful, and comes out scot-free. How can the Illuminati do all of this stuff that he's claiming, but not send down some English comedian to jail if he does come out with a not guilty verdict?
Even RFK was giving evidence yesterday and said he absolutely believes in the measles vaccine. In fact, he said, I'm not anti-vax at all. In fact, he said, I support most vaccine. He had legitimate questions about the COVID vaccine because of the speed at which that was designed.
Yes.
In your case, are you anti-all vaccine?
No, I don't...
Or which vaccines do you accept are good?
Calm down and slow
Well, no,
down.
it's a serious...
He is calm. He's totally calm. Do you talk to women that way, Russell? Do you talk to your wife that way? Calm down. He's totally calm. I'm not calm. He's totally... Oh, you're so annoying.
question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down.
Piers is fine. You are so controlling. Can you people not, like, you can see what I'm seeing, right? You can see what he's doing. If we can all see what he's doing, how fucking stupid does he think people are? Well, he must think his own audience is stupid to a degree to swallow whatever bullshit he's coming out with, right? He knows what he's doing, trying to frame it as though Piers is being... Piers just asked a nice normal question. Are you anti-vax, like, totally? Or is it just the COVID one? It's a nice normal question that Russell Brand's not going to answer.
Well, then, in which case, unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself.
Answer the question. Try not to swear.
See when Chomsky, and there's a guy who's
Shut up. Stop quoting people who are smarter than you, for God's sake. It doesn't make you smart.
said to Andrew Marr in response to Andrew Marr's, well, I've not been conditioned by the BBC. They've not told me what questions I can ask and what my perspective should be. And Chomsky said to Andrew Marr, no, what I'm telling you is that if you didn't have the right opinions and the right perspectives, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Now, you and I have moved between many chairs. We've seen what goes on at the Daily Mirror. We know.
Answer the question. Just answer the question.
What happens. We know how people get information. And I know your position on the most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this world.
On vaccines.
No, look, the vaccines, I'm not an expert on vaccines. I don't know anything about vaccines.
If you're not an expert on vaccines, you don't know anything about vaccines, then why have you talked so much about vaccines? So much so that apparently you contributed significantly to this chat, your own words. You think that you think you know so much that the Illuminati are coming after you via a bunch of women giving testimonies about your behaviour. So what is it? Like, if you didn't think you knew a lot about vaccines, why would they bother with you? Do you know what I mean? It's like that thing of, do you know what it's like? It's like, I remember getting stoned once. I was probably on the David Icke forums. I was probably like 16 or something. And I'm just reading about the Illuminati and I'm reading all this stuff. And then it's like a bit of a meme. I was just like, oh my God, I know too much because I looked up stuff about the Illuminati just on a website, not the dark web. You didn't have to like access certain routers to get there. It was literally just a website you could click on. I know too much, they're after me. That's what you sound like, you fool.
So are there any vaccines that you that you think are good?
It's not something I'm interested in. I don't.
But you're very interested in it. You talked about it a lot.
No, I'm interested in truth.
So funny that like he was trying to be like, Piers, calm down, because like Piers has him. He is very good at showing people up for the hypocrites they are. I will say that.
And where truth and vaccines intersect, I'm interested in that. Piers.
So let me.
What, like, hold on. With all of this going on, with all of the upcoming trial, with the complexity of contemporary media, with a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war.
Oh, shut up. He always does this. Just says a bunch of words trying to sound impressive. Oh, I won't be able to sit opposite this man. I won't be able to. I had self-censor so bad.
You care what the guy from Sarah Marshall and GQ think.
Now he's trying to minimise Piers Morgan's interest in it. All Piers Morgan asked, I want you to remember, is it just the COVID vaccine or is it all vaccines? That's all he wanted to ask. He's at liberty to ask that. And Russell Brand has turned it into, Russell Brand has gone from, no, I'm that important that the Illuminati wants to take me down, to, I'm just a lad from Essex. I was just in forgetting Sarah Marshall. did he say boy? Hold on. Because if so, major fucking ick if a grown adult calls himself a boy. Hold on.
The complexity of contemporary media, with a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war, you care what the guy from Sarah Marshall.
He said guy, not boy. But still, you've not positioned yourself as the guy from Sarah Marshall for 20 years now, Russell, so you don't get to play that defence, darling.
And GQ thinks about vaccines. Well, maybe then my opinion is worth paying attention to.
Well, that's my point.
It was just a question. You narcissistic little gremlin creature. This video's fucked. I have memberships on this channel if anyone wants to sign up. Sometimes I shitpost on there, sometimes I don't. I also have a PayPal. I'm seeing like the loss in my head of I have an editor to pay, and I don't think this video is going to get. I have merchandise, ayclothing.tmail.com. I have the book Piers Morgan's Vegan Lover. I have the book The Prime Minister's Porky Mistress. I have 2 books coming out, Ronnie Red and The Quest for 1,000 Women, and Ground and Pound. What else do I have? I have a Ko-fi account as well, because I can just literally see like a graph in my head of like profits. You ever see the beginning of like the intro MV of Abe's Odyssey, where it's like the Gluckens being like, oh, profits are going down, and he's like, what are you doing? And he has a plan to make them into Madocan Pops. Could do that on my channel somehow. This video is not staying monetized. Oh well, I'm interested in the truth. I don't care about this, the Illuminati. Joe, Illuminati, can you like send some money to my PayPal or Ko-fi? I kind of need it.
Particularly if you have
That's my point. Either you think it is important or you don't.
What I think is important is being able to tell the truth and being able to control information. That, yeah. What my prayer is for you, Piers, is that you recognise, and I don't mean this in an insincere way.
He means it in an insincere way.
I think that
like it's been very heavy-handed, hasn't it? Oh, with the help from God, the praise from God, like very heavy-handed, Russell. I mean, you might want to dial it back by at least 50%, because otherwise people might not believe that your born-again Christian grift is anything other than a grift. Just a bit of friendly advice.
Actually, we have an opportunity to participate in something a little grander than standing on the sidelines with our faces in the trough of media money, participating in the exacerbating ignorance of people in the UK and the United States of America. The reason I think...
Again, all he asked was, so are you pro or against vaccines, Russell? It's not... And like with his audience, I don't see why he can't just come out and say, no, I'm not for vaccines, like at all. Like he has that audience. They're not going to care.
You've had all these controversies. It's because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation. You're willing to have a go. And that's a real great ability.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
Yeah, Russell doesn't have the capability of admitting when he's wrong.
It's good because, yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess our opinion. Indeed, I didn't used to be a Christian. I'm a Christian now. And sometimes I was astonished that other people aren't Christian. And then I remember, oh, you didn't used to be Christian. You didn't know that God is real. You didn't know that it says in the Bible.
How do you know that now, Russell?
Be careful. The institutions of power have been captured by dark forces. And what I'd like to say is, say 30 years ago, Alex Jones, David Icke looked at crackpots and wackos, and in many corners of our culture, they're still regarded with that level of derision. And they're on the spectrum, and let's say they're the extreme end of that spectrum, and at the other end, BBC, New York Times. 20 years, 30 years down the line, where do you think the needle is moving? Indeed, where are you moving? You've moved from
I'm not moving to where David Icke and Alex Jones.
You were like, well, did you report on a recent story that suggests that there might be global paedophile rings? Have you heard the rumours that many people believe that pandemic had cooperation and planning and even intersects with Bill Gates and Epstein and those rumours? Now, conspiracy theories are by their nature difficult to corroborate because of the ability ability of real power to mask itself, the necessity of real power to mask itself. And while we sort of sit around in a Punch and Judy show of advocating for Trump or condemning Trump or laughing at Keir Starmer's voice or his former actions when he was at the CPS and what he didn't do about Julian Assange and what he didn't do about other famous and awful cases in our country and how he sped up the courts during those riots, while that's all taking place, we've not got our eye on what's truly happening. That power is migrating across our entire culture. People are caught up in many needless conflicts. Indeed, your show does a brilliant job of hosting conflicting views, where it's really great orators like Dave Smith and the great stories.
I think it's really important to bring people together.
It's nice, mate, but it's a little bit of a circus, and we've got to find some conciliation, because I believe this. I believe that we are, and it's hard for me to talk about this because, I've got enough on my plate, man. I've got enough on my plate with my own personal life, like most people do, do in their own way. But I sense we are at a time of real crisis in the UK. I sense that crisis is not going to be resolved by any reshuffling of the existing participants in our parliamentary dance, and a lot of people feel that way, and that's why there's despondency and despair. And
what's any of this got to do with his court case and whether or not he believes in vaccines?
Pandemic what was important about the pandemic, I believe, Piers, was not the how well you can undergird the science behind the vaccines, and obviously that don't look good at all in hindsight, but the way that the media complied and supported that messaging. Of course, with it's a medical crisis and we have to protect people. Disagree. But this is my point. It's like in a medical crisis. No, 1 second.
Yeah, no, 1 second. You've been talking non-stop for like 10 minutes straight. Shut up. Just answer the question. Like.
Have to ask
1 second. In a minute, of course.
Look at him putting his hand on him. He's putting on his hand on him to control the conversation. Meanwhile, like, the conversation is meant to be about his upcoming court case for how he may or may not treated women non-consensually. And in this conversation, to exert control, he accused Piers Morgan of like needing to calm down, like the implication being that Piers was like being emotional and acting out of sorts, when we saw with our own eyes and our own ears that he wasn't, putting his hands all over him, not letting Piers get like sentences out. And you wonder why. Of course you can have all of those sort of, you can be that way inclined and not hurt women, sure, but it's just funny, isn't it? It's just a funny thing to notice. He's so stupid. No one understands optics, I swear.
Like, we're all looking forward to it enormously. We should all have a little go.
Why would you do this? Why would you go on the show and, show yourself up to be an absolute buffoon?
Let it run along. How much of a medical crisis was it indeed? And what was the role in media? If we step back for a moment and watch what happened during that period.
Millions of people died.
Who was vilified? Who was condemned? What are the excess deaths now? Who's controlling these statistics? That everywhere you look, Piers, there's such astonishing anomalies.
But you accept many millions of people died from COVID, do you?
I'm so uncertain about what happened at that time that I believe that I use it mostly now as a kind of lens to look at how disgusting our culture has become, how appalling, how condemnatory.
But why are you avoiding my question?
Because I have a better one. What's the better one?
Oh, brother!
You're so annoying. I'm avoiding your question because I have a better one. How can I make this about COVID and not about my court case for what I might not have done to some women?
Who believes, even for an instant, that the function of government and media is to protect us and take care of us anymore? Who believes that they would put you in your homes and make you take a medication to preserve human life? I'm not talking about the wonderful staff at NHS hospitals or brilliant doctors or even magnificent scientists. I'm talking about this set of interconnected interests that are sometimes difficult to describe, visible in silhouette, evident in the Epstein files, obvious when wars happen that you don't anticipate happening but somehow seemed inevitable, and clear.
What would you?
This is a few times he's brought up the Epstein files, and I mean the Epstein files are mad, right? But who was friends with Epstein and who might have been redacted from the Epstein files? Russell Brand. Who might have been redacted from them? And where did you go and eat steak at? Oh no, but I'm sure when the people that you're trying to cozy up to visited the island, it was nothing untoward. They were just going there for a bit of sunbathing, innit? He's so... I literally can't be asked with him. I literally can't be asked. This is so difficult for me.
During the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister...
I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister when the COVID pandemic broke out, what would you have done?
All right, this is what I would do, is I would immediately...
Just to put it in context, you're seeing in Italy, in Lombardy, They're saying thousands of people a day
I know.
dying.
We remember
Dying
that.
because they lived in big family groups in houses.
Yes.
And it was ripping through them, as it did through our care homes, for example.
I'd pay attention to them hazmat suits in China that suddenly disappeared, and those stories of people dying in the street
Well,
that sort of
the
disappeared.
origin of it is one issue, but once it's broken out and it's clearly killing a lot of people very quickly, and it's clearly going to come to our doorstep.
I have
as
an
the-
answer.
You as the Prime Minister, what would you do?
Firstly, this.
You have to not say this kind of thing to Russell Brand because he genuinely thinks so high of himself that he thinks he'd be able to like put up with the Prime Minister job. Like, you have to be kind of a bit mental to want to be a Prime Minister or a President. It's a high stress job. It ages and makes people like sick looking. You have to be like a certain type of psycho to be able to go for a position. So don't ask Russell Brand these questions. Don't give him ideas. I mean, the way Britain's headed, anyone could, Russell Brand could probably go to prison for 5 years, come out and become Prime Minister. Do you know what I mean? Like, following America's footsteps.
The very office of Prime Minister and executive power to that degree is absurd and corruptible, and it's one of the primary problems that must be addressed. Forms of technocracy, that means government by some experts, that's what that means, could be really, really helpful in a true democracy. What I believe should have happened, or could have happened, because that's really what you're asking me about the pandemic period, is that we should have remained open to a variety of views, including the views that were deliberately shut down and censored from the get-go from prominent...
All right, so you're the Prime Minister, there's a pandemic knocking about, like, people are getting sick, the economy's fucked. You're going to stand there in front of 10 Downing Street on the little podium, the 10 Downing Street cat's next to you, and you're going to go, what we need in this time isn't to work on a cure or a jab, isn't to... I'm pretty sure in England, like, they didn't shut down the airports until like a year and a half or a year or so into it. And it's like, what do you mean? What, people have just been flying around this whole time? Isn't to, you know, we're an island. Lock things off for 3 weeks, and then, you know, maybe we could have avoided it. Isn't to do all these things. It's the important thing that we need to do is make sure a variety of voices are just heard. And let's just sit at home and listen to Russell Brand on Rumble. Like, this is the issue of like the job of Prime Minister. Like, that's not an actionable thing what he's saying. Like, no, we should listen to people, but when people are like getting sick in that moment, I'm not saying don't listen to people, don't you dare twist my words, but I'm just like, that's his master plan, is it? Let's just sit around and listen to my Rumble live streams. Oh God.
Experts out of institutions of great
So what would you
respect
have
and
done
worth. Listen to what they were suggesting, like in the, what was it called? The Barraclough Agreement, the Barraclough Declaration, right at the beginning.
How
those
would you have
guys had-
known which ones to believe?
Well, the fact is that I wouldn't place so much certainty in my own perspective and opinion because firstly, I believe in God. And so I truly do believe.
If Russell Brand had been Prime Minister during COVID, he would have turned around and been like, thoughts and prayers, guys. Thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Wow. He's going to be Prime Minister in 10 years after Farage has got it.
in the values of protecting as many people as possible. I do believe in
How would
public
you have done
good.
it?
I would have listened to the valid experts. I would have investigated.
But there were
what-
many valid experts, as you know,
Well-
saying different things.
Who's getting paid by whom? Who's worked for Moderna? Who's worked for Pfizer? Who's worked for Logically AI? Who's got these kind of, who has connections to certain financial
Would
institutions?
you have tried to make a vaccine?
I don't know, mate, because we're venturing right into sort of territory that
I don't know, mate, but like you said that you thought about it. So your grand plan is just, I just listen to the people that I want to listen to. The hypothetical is if you were the Prime Minister, so it's no good to just sit and listen. You have to like do something about it so people don't die. I'd have sat and listened. I'd have gone on YouTube, yeah. Let's see what David Icke was doing. No tea, no shade, love David Icke. And that's not, do you know, I give up. Do you know, I fucking give up. I give up with having to be a little bit, like having to give disclaimers for like making clear jokes. I give up with it. When you have like kick streamers literally smashing their own faces in with hammers, or you have Russell Brand like off with his noncery, or you have Candace Owens talking about like someone visiting her on the astral plane who is also a time traveler. When you have like all this madness on YouTube, and I have to like sometimes give disclaimers just in case like someone takes it like a little bit too, like I give up. I'm done with it. Anyway, I've forgotten what I was gonna say because I just no one's here. I literally just triggered myself. He's winding me up. That's the problem. Yeah, what was it? I'm Russell Brand. I'm gonna sit on YouTube and I'm gonna look up some like alternative remedies to help with COVID. Have you tried chewing on some ginger? Have you tried drinking a cup of green tea? Like,
You have a killer virus that's coming. It's killing, obviously, a lot of people very quickly. You have an ability through your own scientists
give you a better answer.
To create something that may be an antidote to it.
It
might not be perfect, and there might be a lot of side effects, as there have been with every vaccine in history. Would you, as the leader of the country, have done anything to protect the people from the virus, or would you have just let it do its thing?
In a sense, I have to reject this hypothesis and this condition because it brings to the forefront so many things I disagree with. But by answering the question in the way that I want to, I think, tell you a lot. I'm not saying educate you. I'd never be so bold.
Very happy to be educated.
But that's not like my intention, and that's not what I believe's happening.
I would like you to educate me.
This is what I think. I believe in maximum personal sovereignty and freedom. I believe that if you empower individuals and individual communities to the maximum, that you will get, if not better results, at least fair and
won't save them
judicious
from a killer
results.
virus.
As it turns out, there wasn't one.
Well, of course there was.
Okay, I would say.
Yeah, no one died from COVID. No one died from COVID itself. It wasn't a killer virus. No one died from COVID itself. Even though I know people whose family members who had pre-existing conditions died not because they had a vaccine, because the vaccine came out later, but they died because of COVID. I know like a family of people who almost died and were all in hospital because of COVID. But Russell Brand, because he doesn't, I don't know, leave his sad little rumble house. Doesn't go out and speak to real people, I suppose. Whoa.
This is what I would do. Our best evidence suggests currently that this virus is pretty significant. And some people
I know
believe...
5 people personally who died from it.
Yeah, well, check out the statistics around people dying from vaccines, Piers, because that's much, much, much more important and significant, not least because the people that died from the vaccines were doing what the government told them to do.
Can you think of any vaccine in history where...
The thing is, because I'm a conspiracy too. I've been around in this for a long time. There was lots of talk when it was first happening, when COVID was first happening and the lockdowns. I remember some of the Facebook posts, man. Yeah, people go crazy. I remember the Facebook posts of some conspiracy theorists that I know, IRL, being a bit like, they're going to get the army in, the English government's going to bring the army in to, do the lockdowns. And did that happen in England? Did it fuck? I'm only talking for England. Don't come at me with your whataboutism about, I'm only talking about England, about where I live. There'll be army on the streets. There wasn't. And people took it upon themselves to be lining up in little neat orderly queues. That was our mass response to it. Queuing and the government weren't the ones telling us to go mental over toilet paper over an unsubstantiated rumour that originally came from Australia in the first, didn't need the Illuminati to get people shit up over that. So when all this was going on, there was lots of chatter about how this is finally going to implement the New World Order. It's finally going to implement cashless societies and credit scores and all this type of thing. And I'm not saying that obviously people are moving more towards a cashless society just because it's a bit of laziness really, because it's more convenient, right? But then these things often are dressed up as more convenient. And the government did put through a few crazy legislations, made it hard for people to protest properly. But this idea that they were trying to bring in a new world order, if that was the intention of the Illuminati, they've not done a good job, because I don't know about you guys where you live, but the only thing that's really lasted from COVID is I think I wash my hands 10 times a day now. That's the only thing that really changed in my day-to-day life, since, because I had COVID a few times. I never had long COVID or anything like that. So I've not had, again, I'm doing the disclaimer thing because I can just anticipate someone's going to be like, well, actually it changed my life. And I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking specifically about this idea that the Illuminati wanted to implement it to cull people, which again, lots of people died, but the numbers that because I do remember, so this is so annoying to talk about this stuff. This is the thing, I do remember when it was first being reported on, they had so-called experts on TV being the streets are going to be littered with bodies. They were scaring people. That's the thing, a bunch of stuff can be true simultaneously. They were scaring people. They were saying in England, in English newspapers, there will be bodies littering the streets, millions of people in the UK are going to die. That still has nothing to do with Russell Brand going to court. Still has nothing to do with, people thought that either this is the way of getting the New World Order through, or it's a way of culling the population. And on those two conditions, COVID didn't do it. So I don't think this was the Illuminati's plan after all, because I feel if you have this all-powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-seeing eye organization, when they my theory on this is when they really want to do a New World Order, we're not going to have people discussing about the fact whether it's a New World Order or not. It's just going to be when they want to implement it, and I don't think they do. I think the elites are more concerned with just living forever in a little AI matrix fuckfest zone. I think think they're more concerned with that. It's like, we have that metaphorical clock in the news sometimes of like, we're 1 minute to midnight in terms of it being too far with climate change and too far with a lot of things. We're past the point. They just say that so people don't get depressed, but we're past the point, and the Illuminati know that, I think.
Later.
Should we just get on with it? Should we just get on with it? Shall we just finally finish this darn video? Oh my God, we've got an hour of this still. How? Show my red eyeliner. Can you see it? You like it?
People haven't died from side effects. Do you know any?
I'm curious.
I'm
now.
not saying there weren't legitimate questions.
I'm curious
about people having
Yes.
side effects, but I'm also aware that in every vaccine in history, you have had side effects that have killed people. For some reason, the COVID vaccine has inspired this incredible anti-vaxxer movement, and that's why I ask you the question: do you believe in the efficacy of any vaccines? Because RFK, who I really like and I've interviewed him many times, who has a reputation as an anti-vaxxer, made it crystal clear in his testimony this week that actually he's not anti-vaccine, that he's been driving the measles vaccine here, he thinks very successfully. And so my question for you is there any vaccine that you think is a good thing?
I'm a little frustrated.
Or are you anti-vax?
I'm a little frustrated because what I sense is that I don't think you do it on purpose, but I think there are moments where you're doing your job where you get kind of caught up in the way that the material will be received. And in a way, that's responsible journalism because you have to be effective and you have to be successful. But my position is obviously people should go to their own nominated authorities when it comes to dealing with medical matters or legal matters or any matters where expertise is available. But I think, Piers, if we get mired in a conversation about my personal understanding of vaccines, we'll miss the opportunity to sketch out together the problem. The problem is new technology means a true potential for decentralized power. Information has been decentralized. It will lead to more and more freedom unless it's radically overhauled by authoritarianism. We're in the process of seeing that happening. They can't just, and by they I mean empire interests. Most people know what people mean by they these days.
Dog whistling, are we, Russell Brand?
Of course, there's the possibility of just yielding to the ongoing centralisation of authority, of just accepting what
Why do I have a headache immediately? I don't think that's a coincidence.
seems to be coming down the pipe, a dreadful AI future, low horizons for everyone. But there is also the possibility that people could have a version of democracy now, where the way
I wouldn't mind if AI took your job, Russell Brand. I said it, I stand by it. What is his job? Eat hot chip and lie.
currency has changed because of decentralisation and blockchain, the way that information has changed because of independent media.
Currency change, blockchain. Is he on about Bitcoin and digital currencies? It's not changed that much actually. And do you know who's now again, this comes conspiracy theory territory. I'm tired, man. What the fuck? Do you know who was behind trying to push digital currencies? So I agree with decentralization, I guess the merit of it, but the execution of it, the reality of it, I think one of the big people behind pushing digital currencies that don't really leave an easy paper trail, Epstein and his lot. So Russell Brand, why are you always eating hot chip and lie?
So for me, when you ask me a question, what would you do if you're Prime Minister or what vaccines? Like, in a way, who knows, who cares? What I believe in is that the system...
That was very me then. Anyway, who knows, who cares? Was that me or was that him? Or was that the me that I am taking some personality from him all those years? Who knows? Who knows, who cares?
systems themselves, if not radically reevaluated, urgently, immediately, to be in alignment with some true values, and I mean the values of God, however you understand God, and you know how I do. If that doesn't take place pretty soon, we're going to be living in hell or something akin to it, and many people already are. The creeping shores of hell are all around us everywhere. And so why would you...
Oh, it doesn't half turn people a bit mad, does it? I don't know if he's pretending. I do think he is religious. I do think he's grifting, and the two things can be true. He's always been interested in spirituality and stuff, and Russell Brand, former fan, would know that. But, God, it doesn't half make people bloody dramatic, does it? Oh, the shores of hell are always creeping in. Like, shut up. Shut up. You're rich. I don't want to hear it from you. Go away. Get off my screen. Where... Some SPF as well. What's going on? Where's some SPF? You're big enough to know better.
pressing me on how much I know about vaccines or this vaccine or that.
Because you're the one who fucking brings it up. You're the one who made a bunch of money on Rumble and YouTube and whatever talking about this kind of stuff, Rusty Rockets. So, this is a good place to put it actually. I'm writing a book, The Trial of Russell Brand, like the trial by Franz Kafka. but imagine the trial by Franz Kafka, but with Russell Brand, and we all know he's not actually innocent. He keeps word salad vomiting that he is. I'm doing that right now. So there.
So it's a simple question. You're either someone who believes in vaccines as a concept, or you don't. It's not a difficult question. You've just chosen to take 20 minutes to avoid answering it.
Oh, he's being so bitchy. I kind of love him. Russell could even just be like, oh yeah, generally I do agree with like some vaccines and blah, 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 blah. Not that his audience would like to hear that. But, you know, I had my fears and suspicions about the COVID vaccine because it went through too quickly and blah, blah, blah. And like, some people take issue with that. Some people wouldn't take issue with that. Whatever, at the end of the day. Like, he's just a wriggly little man. You can't pin him down for a proper answer ever because he has nothing. If he had something genuinely of value to say, he wouldn't wrap it up in so many meaningless words.
I've not chosen to. I've like pointed out that by sort of focusing on it,
just answer the question, dip.
It reveals a sort of modality.
I don't like when he does that. It reveals a sort of modality.
Not trying to detect what someone's actually attempting to say. And, you know, and with a vaccine or an illness, the simple answer is I would look at the risks versus...
Guys, this is hard for me to sit through. Usually I'd have this on like 1.5. Usually I wouldn't be watching this at all, actually, but I have to watch this in like normal, slow time. There's so much other things I could be doing better with my time right now. I don't even have my phone to like play alien games on. It's like, oh...
his benefits and get the best advice I could and make a decision based on that, and would suggest everyone does that. And I don't think medical matters should be an enforced global legal issue unless, and when one is.
Out of interest, you don't have to answer this question if you think it's too personal.
I know that no one has to answer any questions.
I know. So,
he's so irritating. Like, Piers was just giving a disclaimer, you don't have to answer this. I know that no one has to answer any questions, really. And what's even in a question? What are words? Where did we come from? Shut up, you're so annoying.
You've got 3 young children. Are they being vaccinated at all?
I feel like you're just sort of sniffing around.
Oh, do you know what? They probably are. It's always the case with these people. It's always wrong. One rule for thee, another for me. He probably has had them vaccinated against like the measles or whatever they're going on. Probably has. I think one of the annoying things about people who talk about politics online is that for the most part, if you know one person's view on one thing, you can probably guess their views on everything else because it's all a giant echo chamber, all of them, even though like maybe one of them might have like a little, and this is both sides, one of them might have a different opinion on like one thing, but generally speaking, everyone's the fucking same and it's boring. I don't know where that rant came from and I don't know what it was in relation to. Give me a second, I need to go back through my thoughts. And it's like both sides don't really want deviations on subjects, they want uniformity. It goes for the left wing as well, so I've seen many such cases. Gonna offend people now. I don't care, literally, this is what I'm talking about, I don't care. I think online the left are kind of worse for it, for like picking each other apart, not because the right will put on a united front publicly anyway, maybe have their disagreements behind the scenes or whatever. Whereas the left are a little bit more, far left I should say, a little bit more willing to throw like left-wing pundits under the bus. It's like, no, kind of need to group together because it's hard right now. The right-wing willies like pretend to get on better, I think. So fake. So I'm just thinking of that there's like a carousel of just like nightmare blood rotation awfulness going behind my eyes right now of all like these fake fucking people on like the right-wing political, like YouTube political side or whatever. So when I say now Russell has, I was going to say defecated to the right. Do you know what? That'll do. Now he's defecated to the right. If you know his like, and it's like this particular brand of right-wing Christian grifting, like extremism in a way. If you know his opinion on one thing, you can probably guess his opinion on everything else right now. And there have been just many such cases of these people being like, oh no, like publicly saying one thing and then privately doing something different. I've said so many times, the amount of like right-wing political pundits and online people there are, family values, women should do this, women should do that, cheating on their significant others, banging 20-year-olds, doing cocaine, doing all of this stuff, living like degenerates, living like the left-wing degenerates they claim to so hate. So this was a very long roundabout way of saying he's probably just a massive fucking hypocrite and his kids are probably all vaccinated. His kids have probably had like 10 vaccines.
But you've got 3 young children. Are they being vaccinated? It was wrong about a key part of the vaccine program.
But what's interesting?
But I'm only asking you simple questions like, have you vaccinated your own kids?
Do you think that in the situation I'm in, with my wife and my family, that I want to generate any more unnecessary contention when I could be here with you? A man who in some way must be brilliant, and you are.
Why is he well, we know why he's a silly question. Why is he sucking off Piers Morgan so much? Wonder why he's sucking off Piers Morgan so much. But is it not so transparent? He's like, Piers, why would I answer a simple yes or no question about whether my kids are vaccinated or not? Because I have a vested interest in being anti-vax, because like I, pander to that particular audience. Why would I answer a simple yes or no question when I could just be sitting with you and you are brilliant and you're very sexy too?
You're very funny, Lance. You're a very handsome, funny man.
Do you know, it's so fucking transparent. Does he not hear the words coming out of his mouth? Like, I actually thought like an hour into this, I won't have that much to say. Russell breathes and I'm like, you're wrong and you're, never mind. I can't say it. I'm going to be like, you're wrong and you're a whore. Don't know why.
It's not interesting, I think, to get mired in something where my contributions are not of sufficient value to warrant this attention, when I believe when it comes to the matter of the ideological crisis...
Can I put a spanner in the works with your argument?
No, I'm not interested. An ideological...
You have to let me.
No, Piers, we're in a serious ideological crisis.
But let me just put one pushback on what you just said,
on,
which is you are a very eloquent individual.
Yes.
Right? You told me many years ago that you...
Oh, whatever. He's just using big words he barely understands. I was going to call him Tana Mojo, but that's really unfair to Tana Mojo, but
To study dictionaries to learn long words.
Oh, yes, I did do that.
Okay, so you're very eloquent and you have a lot of good linguistic skills and you're a very good debater and a very good arguer. But some viewers might watch this, fans of yours won't. They'll think, go get him, Russell. But some people will be watching this and going, you're very, very, very good at avoiding us answering questions that you've in your head thought he just wants that for clickbait, and I don't want that for clickbait. I am actually just asking you questions I wanted to ask you.
I'd love to talk to those hypothetical but very real audience member right now.
You're just slippery. You don't have anything genuine to actually say. Otherwise, you'd be comfortable being like yes or no. Like,
we're on Piers Morgan's show, right? Piers is a really talented man in lots of ways. He's been inside the system. This is a person that knows Rupert Murdoch, that's been in rooms with some of the most powerful people in the world, including Donald Trump.
Oh, whatever, as if that's impressive. Is anyone else just like not impressed by anyone anymore? The rooms with the most powerful people in the world. Oof. It's not impressive. One day when I do an autobiography, I'm really going to spill all the people that I've had interactions with, especially during my coke years, and it all sounds impressive, and then you meet people and realise that everyone's just like different flavours of fucked up, and God, half these people are just actually really boring. It's not impressive at all. Who would I be impressed to meet? Not that arse, like with this little like hero worship, celebrity worship thing going on.
The Celebrity Apprentice. He's seen things, he knows things that are powerful and profound and probably dark and probably heavy to carry in some ways. He's been in a system that many of us think is on the precipice of implosion or terrifying and mad expansion. It seems to be doing that primarily by increasing cultural fear, increasing division and dread, and then providing us with solutions, but always at a cost. You will yield a little bit more of your personal power.
Oh, whatever. You're entirely derivative. David Icke has been saying this for what, 40 years? Problem, reaction, solution. And you know what? David Icke said it succinctly in 3 words. Problem, reaction, solution. Like, shut up. So annoying. You are not original in any capacity. You're not interesting enough to be original. Go away. Go back to whatever little hole you came out of. I had some water. He's just, why is he on a soapbox in the middle of Piers Morgan's show? God forbid I feel bad for Piers Morgan. Also, I'm doing another book about Russell Brand. It's a modern retelling of Oblomov, but of Russell Brand, where he doesn't leave his bed because he's too busy fighting with people on Rumble whilst his wife does all of the work.
Find yourself hating people you've done.
Don't worry, Russell, I will send you a copy of both. I'm nice like that. Maybe it'll be something to read if you do end up in jail. I don't care. And there might be like some of his little fan boys or girls here too, and it's like, babe, I was literally, well, I can't say quite ride or die because clearly I died instead of rode, right? But I was such a you guys don't even know the extent of the fan I was of Russell Brand. And then I grew up, and you can too. I'm against going hard for people that you don't really know, even though I met Russell Brand like a billion times, so there's a bit more to it than like someone I've never met. But I don't feel that one should. My mind went completely blank. I got a headache, that's why. St. Trinians, Russell Brand's on the screen. Huh. Oh my God. What was I saying? Don't ride or die for people that just wouldn't do the same for you, wouldn't spit on you if you were on fire.
Don't know. Caring about some abstract, faraway issue. And look at your own life, your London, your town, your world, your city, your family, your dog. Isn't it all deteriorating just a little bit?
Is he saying all of this just to distract us from the fact that he's going to court? Okay?
The media, the independent media, are we participating in serious conversations that are going to empower you to live your life.
I'm not. Why should I empower anyone? Not my responsibility. Like, he's such such inflated sense of self-worth, innit? I'll be participating in things that are going to empower you and blah, 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 blah. You're just a bloke with too much hair, wearing a performative little cross on your neck. Go away.
To focus and to sort of manage the complexity of a migration crisis, but knowing that migrations by definition don't have any power. Where is the real power? Who is controlling this? These are complex, nebulous matters. And I believe that with you, Piers Morgan, I could have a conversation that spans tabloid journalism into centrally owned media. Your kind of refugee escape out of it and into, that Talk TV thing's not working, I'm going to run this thing myself. The programmatic ads earn you how much? I'd have this much independence. I could be hosting these debates, having people entering their spleens on these tragic genocides and awful situations. And me, I'm just another fellow occupant of this mad, giddy, sometimes disgusting culture that's right now in a kind of comparable position to you. But I believe with one important, I don't know if there's an important difference. What I want from you and what I expect from you and what I'd like to demand from you is that, and from all of us actually, is that when we're in this position, when we have these platforms, that we don't take out.
It really says a load of nothing. I'm very upset for my brain cells that have probably withered away over the years, listening hours on end, hundreds of hours, thousands maybe, to this man waffle on about fuck all.
Our hearts and our minds away from the people that could be positively impacted. And I don't think that, Russell Brand vaccinates or doesn't vaccinate is not a value.
You know why I'm asking? The only reason I asked was there's been a rising anti-vax sentiment, particularly in America.
It's cynicism.
Compare how each of them are speaking. Russell vomiting his word salads up, and then Piers just being like, yeah, but one sentence, cutting straight to the point.
Oh, hang on.
Skepticism. It's not anti-vax. It's we don't trust anyone. The reason I don't trust anyone is because no one's telling them the truth anymore.
Let me finish my point. So that to the extent that even MMR, which is one that is recommended by almost every legitimate scientist in the world, a lot of people are beginning to resist giving that to their children because they bought into the notion that all vaccines are dangerous.
Yeah.
I think that's an incredibly...
I'm Russell Brand. I spoke loads about vaccines over COVID and blah, blah, blah. But why do you want my opinion on vaccines? It's not like my opinion matters. On one hand, I'm trying to empower people. On the other hand, I'm just a lad from Essex Greys. Which is it? I know people contain multitudes, but you do not. Which is it?
dangerous development
Yes.
out of the COVID pandemic. If we cease to believe in vaccines which have been for many decades established as stopping measles epidemics and mumps and so on.
I get it.
Then,
I hear
then
it. I know
that's,
all this bit.
Yeah, but that's a legitimate concern, isn't it?
When you lie, I'm not talking about you personally, but when you, as a representative and conduit of truth, i.e. media, the interstitial material between the people that have power or information and the people that receive it, when those people lie, people stop trusting them. And then you have to yourself kind of madly aggregate, would I be better off to take a position where if I'm told something by the media, I just flat out don't believe it because it's probably a lie. I've seen it so many times. Take this thing, take that thing, eat this food, drive this car. And so many times it's turned out to be a lie. And also, even more important than that, if such a thing were possible, people in power being honest to the people they govern, is the technology now exists for it to become irrelevant. That there's no need for constant conflict.
Okay, look, here's my problem with it.
Give me an actual...
You cited two people where you think the pendulum is swinging the right way, Alex Jones and David Icke. Alex Jones had a $1 billion...
One second.
Hang on.
No, because
Alex
you're
Jones...
already misrepresenting
I'm
my
just telling you
view.
what I think about
Once again, you're doing it live. What I'm saying is, Alex Jones, I'm using them deliberately to demonstrate the idea of an extreme, and over time, the tendency of more people having access to information is we're moving closer to that. I'm not saying, even though, dear old David Icke would back this up to his death, that the Queen's actually a lizard or whatever, but he was sure right.
Yeah, probably. Why not? I just find it funny that Russell Brand has made plenty of allusions to Piers about how they've both been through this amorphous thing that is the mainstream media, and they'd be like, he's been in rooms with powerful people, like Russell Brand's like done stuff as well, and blah blah blah. They've heard things, they know things that would like shock the average person, and yada 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 yada, right? And he says this to to kind of like be a little bit special. But I don't deny that he probably does know a lot of shit about a lot of people, because I know a lot of shit about a lot of people too. But I find it funny. Do you remember like the Drain the Swamp people, where they were so convinced, the MAGA people that were so convinced that Trump, oh, he's an elite, but he's not one of them, and he might have been friends with Epstein, but it was to drain the swamp, but he wasn't actually friends with Epstein, and blah, 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 blah. And the mental gymnastics they were going through when Occam's razor, like the simplest is true, he's an elite, he's one of them, yada, yada, right? It's just funny because when Russell, you know, mentions mainstream media and the lies and this and that and this and that, he's sympathetic towards Trump and supports him, right? So it's just funny how like he doesn't include Trump in that, and there are certain people that maybe he's alluding to or he's mentioning or whatever, like he's alluding to certain people. And if I, at my lowly level, the things I've seen, experienced, the people I've met, if I know a lot of shit about some of the people that he alludes to, I'm not going to mention because I'm going to get sued. He must know more. I'm just saying. He holds certain people in better light, and it's like, but I've heard things, and other people I know have heard things, and other people I know have experienced things. So it's like, oh, everyone else is corrupt, and everyone else is a liar, and everyone else in the mainstream media is this, that, but not these people that Russell has chosen to like. That's what I'm trying to get at without being sued. And one day I will write an autobiography. Maybe I will just wait until like some people, you know, naturally pop off, and I'll write my autobiography. I'll be 90 and still looking 25. I'll be part Chrome, like in Cyberpunk 77. What are we talking about?
About them paedophiles. Of course it's wrong that Alex Jones said that thing about Sandy Hook. That's terrible, and those parents must have grieved all the harder for that, the terrible insensitivity. But let's not forget that he somehow knew that them Twin Towers were going down. Let's pay attention to where he's correct. And in fact, why don't we do
He
it?
knew the Twin Towers were going.
He's not clairvoyant, Russell. He's not Nostradamus. I'm pretty sure he didn't know that the Twin Towers were about to... Huh? Ike was saying stuff about Savile decades before he popped off. He also said that Savile had an interesting relationship with his mother, and when Savile's mother popped off, he kept the body for a few days. So I'm not getting more into that. I need to drink water. Still maiden.
Oh my God, there's video footage of him in 1997. So, look, there's a guy, he's going to blow up the Twin Towers. Everyone's seen it. The relevant audience know. Now, where you...
That's so dismissing. I used to be in the trenches of conspiracy theories. That's the first I've heard of Alex Jones having clairvoyant powers and knowing that just some guy. What a rogue example you could have given. You know, I've not read it because I have other things to do. You know, like a few, I don't remember when it was, because David Icke went on True Geordie. I don't care much for him either. I don't care much for anyone. David Icke wrote like a 1,000-page book on 9/11. Of all the things you could have quoted then, you're like making out that Alex Jones is Nostradamus, but like it's right there. It's almost as if it's lip service. Whatever.
You are, and we're
This
losing
is
through...
complete nonsense.
No,
What
it's not. There's
Osama bin Laden tried to blow up the World Trade Center. Whatever he said, he had no intimate knowledge of any Al-Qaeda plot to take down the Twin Towers.
How have we gotten from his trial to this? It is a masterclass in deflection.
You
Attacked
are right
the World Trade
now,
Center.
right in this moment, advocating for the worst impulses in humanity.
No, you are.
No.
You're trying to make me think that Alex Jones knew the 9/11.
I changed my mind. This is great. This is entertaining. Where's my popcorn?
was going to happen. He knew it as a fact. He had been given information that meant
There was some sort of false flag that I believe happened to the World Trade Center in the 90s. There was also, was it Operation Northwood or Operation Paperclip, I think, was when they took in the former Nazi scientists and just added them to NASA. The Yanks always like, oh, we got to the moon first. Nope, German engineering did. That bloke, the Nazi scientist guy, he got them on the moon. Do you know how he knew the tech for the Wunderwaffe and all that stuff? Aliens told him. I can't take this seriously. It was Operation Northwoods, that was it. I think the CIA, I don't know if it was to JFK, the CIA put forward to one of the presidents, we should false flag bomb some of our own citizens and some monuments and blame it on, I want to say, the Cubans, because it was around about the time of the Cuban Missile. I might be making that up completely, so you will just have to look it up yourself. Is Russell just conflating all these things and making things up like I do? No, Alex Jones is psychic, fighting my worst impulses now. So much I could say, and I'm not going to. He's psychic. It's not that he likes a bit of that too much. Likes to pop a few. Likes to, you know. Am I going to get sued? Look, he just likes to go on mad benders. I don't care. No, he's psychic. That's what it is.
Al-Qaeda were going to take it down. Bullshit.
Are you not aware of...
If he did know, why didn't he go and tell the president?
I don't like how much Russell was touching him, and it happens so much over the course of this. Not to be petty. Why is bottom teeth are a completely different shade to his top teeth? It's just right there in my face. I can't not. He keeps touching him, and it's like it's a slight dominance thing, controlling thing, like trying to, I don't like it. I'm sure Piers isn't keen on it either. Piers doesn't come across to me as like the most cuddliest of fellas. So I'm not sure.
Why weren't you? What do you not recall the president's gratitude?
Citing Alex Jones having prior knowledge of the Twin Towers attack. Come on, Russ. Sounds ridiculous.
What I'm saying to you is that many, many times, people that were marginalised and condemned and criticised and called wackos and crack jobs, as we get more and more access to information that is not filtered, even though I recognise we get a lot of untrue and unhelpful information, I'm really trying my best not to contribute to that. The needle of public opinion, and I think in this instance correctly, is becoming deeply sceptical and cynical about what we're told by the BBC, what we're told by the New York Times, what we're being told even by prominent influencers like you, and in some cases,
which is driven a lot by social media.
Indeed, of course it is, and the very interests that are able to control mainstream media then migrate to social media and attempt to control.
A few moments later.
I'm going to get through this tonight. If it's the last thing, it might be the last thing I do. What a crying shame that would be. Last thing I see before I slip this mortal coil. Russell Brand. He would love that too. He'd get off on that, I think. Narcissist.
And what I am proposing is, instead of using this time and these resources to create endless conflict, whether that's between me and you or everyone in our beloved country. I know that, yeah. So do I. I'm just playing along. It's a conversation.
I'm just playing along. See how quickly he backtracks a little bit. I'm just playing along. You're just chatting shit, mate.
I like debate.
So do I.
Even with people, if you say things I don't agree with, fine.
All right. Well, then, if it's a
we
debate,
live in a democracy.
All right, let's have a debate. But if we are going to have a debate, can we do something where I would really benefit from your skill set? Let's do that. But let me just finish this point. The technology exists now for this constant babble of conflict to be resolved because people could have more control over their own communities just with the following of a few basic principles: that food should be grown as locally as possible to where it will be consumed. People in a community should have the maximum control possible over decisions that affect them, whether that's migration or whether or not there's a hostel in Epping. And when it comes to the major decisions, there are referenda continually too. The technology exists. The reason we're not having this discussion, the reason dear old Piers is shuffling his papers, is because politics should be boring. It should just be about the management of resources. It shouldn't be about mad ideologues misusing us and controlling us for their own curious ends. Now, where I would benefit from your tenacity and ability to push back is in the event...
I think Piers is bored of him.
Trying to find a specific thing while I'm talking to you, but go on.
Well, how can you possibly pay attention while ruffling through your eyelids?
I can hear...
He's an egomaniac. He can't deal with... Can you not see it play out on the screen right there? Piers is just looking for his notes. He's probably bored of Russell. I would be too. Russell can't, he hates not being the centre of attention. That has not changed he's 50 now. It's not changed in 25 years. That's how long he's been famous.
You can hear everything.
Look at that, you're possessive about that.
That's my
Truth, uncensored, nothing to be scared of.
No, these are my interview notes.
Have the book, promote the book. And if you're not going to promote that one, promote this one in the holy name.
I'm going to talk about your book.
There's hope for all of us.
What is the, here we are. So this is...
No, yes.
No,
yes. Tried my best.
Do you accept you've been a bit of a chameleon when it comes to your position?
He's such a twit. The way that he was looking around for a reaction. Probably a bunch of simps in the studio that were smiling at him. I'd have been stone-faced not getting a reaction out of me, Rusty Rockets.
From Piers Morgan?
Yeah.
From Israel Palestine Piers Morgan? From COVID Piers Morgan? No, I've been trying to like you actually, because I want to love you, and actually I don't
have to love me.
I don't even find that difficult, because I tell you something that's sincere. When I look in your eyes and you tell me about that hip and the tibia, I feel sadness in you. I know you're brash and I know you're strong.
I'm not sad about it. I'm bored.
What is going on? He's so weird, and not in a cute way.
Bored with hobbling.
What do you think bored means, really?
Let me ask you, when people say, all right.
I'm guessing Piers has a bad hip. Piers, I know what will cheer you up. Piers Morgan Vegan Lover 2 is going to come out this year. I'll send you a copy. That'll cheer you up.
Right. See, my theory about you is you have an addictive personality.
There's no doubt. But hold on. I'm going to stop you even there.
Oh, my gosh. I wish I was in that room, man. I wish I was in that room. Shut up, please. I'm in tears. You've got an addictive personality. Yes. Anyway, let me keep talking.
Because oh yeah, Bear Grylls told me to be slow and calm.
Right, so
Bear Grylls said it. Bear Grylls is a twit as well, scaring people just so he can sell his little filter water tap thing for how much? How much is it? Like 50 quid? I don't know, probably more than that. How much is a pint of milk? Per.
But addictive doesn't.
let me ask you then. So
Like Russell and Bear Grylls were in, I think they're in the Thames of all places, baptising people. Who do they think they are? Baptising. If there is a God, I don't think it would be the one that... Is this too loud? No. I don't think it would be the one that Russell's always bothering. If there is a God, I'd get annoyed. I'd be like, what is the performative nonsense? They were like near naked, or they were in like boxers or pants or something, baptising random people. I'd be pissed if I was God, man.
So take vegetarianism, right? You became a vegetarian at age 14 after you were influenced by the Smiths' album Meat is Murder.
Man, this is government water. Can I have some non-government water, please, out of a bottle? Because, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, not on Piers Morgan, where everything's underlined with absolute truth. The efficacy of those vaccines. Could I get bottled water that's not directly from not to be difficult, someone, okay.
I don't need to explain how he's such a shit, do I?
Thank you.
Right?
Russell, come to my house. I will drink all the Brita water in front of you and give you nothing but tap. Not even good kitchen tap water. I'll be giving you bathroom sink tap water. That's all you'd get in my house. Right, let's see what rubbish he's going to say about vegetarianism now. That hasn't already been debunked by better vegans and vegetarians than me.
Yeah.
By better, I don't mean like ethically or morally better. I just mean more knowledgeable. Because I just do it because I like animals. It's really that simple. Excruciatingly simple for me, but I also don't believe in moderation, so I'm quite black and white in my thinking most of the time. Don't believe in moderation? What nonsense is this? Hold on. I think there is an idea of doing everything in moderation, but so many people don't know what moderation is meant to look like. I live in England. A lot of people have issues with alcohol here, and we are told you can have like X amount of units per week, or for blokes, I think it's like 1 or 2 units a day or something like that. You can have X amount, and that's moderation. And I don't know anyone who actually does drink like that, or if they drink once in a while, they tend to like go more all out. The fact of the matter is, alcohol is a neurotoxin. Any amount is bad for you. Unfortunately, that's just a fact. It's something like 2 drinks a week starts to, I don't know if it affects your DNA, but like it affects your grey matter in your brain. And when they talk about like, oh, you should eat meat in moderation. If you're going to eat meat, you should eat meat in moderation. They actually mean it's something like a playing cards, like a playing cards amount of meat per week. And like cheese is meant to be something like a matchbox size or something like this. I don't think people know what real moderation is, and it just sounds nice to be like, oh, everything in moderation. But I don't want to get preachy, and I don't want to get off the point, because I believe this firmly of alcohol, and you have to remember and understand, like, the country that I live in and the way people drink around me. Like, I have, because I tell people that I don't drink and haven't for like 8 years or whatever. Can't. And I don't want to. Again, because drunk people are so annoying. They repeat themselves. They slur. Not as in like being offensive, just as in like not talking properly. They're irritating. It smells. Never noticed that when I used to drink, but when you don't, like, you really notice it. And I have people unbidden just be like, oh, I barely drink. And I'm like, okay, didn't ask. Cool, good for you. Good for you. Oh, I barely drink. Yeah, like I don't do it. And then I hang out with said people, and then they're always drinking wine. Maybe it's because they're around me, I don't know. Or they're always drinking something, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm just having like 2 glasses. It's like, yeah, 2 glasses a day, 2 glasses every few days isn't moderation when it comes to toxins. It's mad, because it's like, you wouldn't, if someone was having a line of cocaine every day, technically that is moderation. It'd be very difficult to just stop at 1 line, I think, though. But we wouldn't be like, oh, that's moderation, so it's fine. But when it comes to alcohol, I'm not going to preach. It just annoys me. Anyway.
So what happened there?
What happened there?
Is I needed to start grifting to a certain audience that goes on about like eating meat and being a man. Being a man whilst I sit on Rumble and talk into a microphone and argue and basically talk about my feelings rather than facts. Is that what happened, Russell? When you join the right-wing grift, yeah, as a bloke as well, it's especially probably more leeway towards women on this, because empathy for living beings, it must be like a womanly thing. If you join the right-wing grift as a bloke, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on you shutting up and eating meat. Because again, that thing that I was saying about how if you know one person's opinion on that side, you probably know all of them, and they have to conform, whether it's right or left. But I do believe the right unify better than the left. oh man, even in this country, there was all this talk of like, because reform were like splintering off, and now there's like, even because reform isn't extreme enough for some people, so it's split off, and people have been like, yeah, like the right is splitting, and then we've had recent local elections, so they've hoovered up the seats. This is all besides the point. I know of someone, vaguely, that was more normal. By normal, I mean like me. Just a person talking, being like, oh, I think this about this, I think that about that. Probably more like a left-leaning centrist or whatever. But when they started to do more of a right-wing grift, but didn't eat meat, people were like pushing them to eat meat and looking down on them, making them feel a certain way for eating meat. And it's like, how fucking insecure are you men? Oh no, I just got it. Wait, I just got it. Sorry. You're a man and you have to see another man eating meat, huh? Have to see another man chowing down on some sausage. I get it. Ignore me.
Was like, my veganism was really motivated by not wanting to see animals. I really don't like the idea of animals suffering. And I think when everything changed in my life with my boy and the allegations of rape and stuff, yeah, gives a bottle with you, mate. I think, someone getting one, love it. Thank you.
There's something weird I've noticed about Russell over the years. He has this kind of like far away look in his eyes when he's not being sincere. He was doing it all then, just like he's not really paying attention to Piers Morgan. He's just chatting shit. He's been like, yeah, mate, where's my bottle? And like the eyes, they're kind of like unfocused and not really. And I feel like it's when he's not being sincere or when he's like shutting something off, almost as like this narc stare, but kind of defense mechanism as well. So I've seen it when too many people like try and talk to him, it sort of shuts off and shuts down, because I suppose you would have to if too many people try and talk to you. Just something I should write your biography. Russell, I'll come visit you in jail and we'll iron out the details of your biography. Let me satirize you. Oh wait, already am.
When my boy was ill and the allegations happened, like everything sort of changed very, very quickly. And I was confronted with something like, because it was in the news. So it was very sort of confrontational. And the significant thing is that I was brought to Christ in an involuntary instant. Coming to Christ was not a process of inner philosophical debate. It was like being sort of smashed. My wife's always eaten meat.
So it's taken allegations of very serious nature, bring you to Christ. Why would Christ bother? That sounds very loving to me. How weird. Involuntary brought to Christ as well.
My wife, she's an unbelievable, stable, beautiful, incredible person. She was going to come. She wanted to say hello to you. I wish she had in a way, because it would have anchored us. And instead we was filming, and you got HS ticky-tocky trauma out of it, didn't you? But we're not like filming. I'm not trying to gotcha no one. I don't need anything. I've got everything I need. Anyway, I come to the Lord, like the Lord came to me, a recognition and
said, Russell, eat meat. I, the Lord, a man, because to these men, I always am a man. I really need to see you eat some meat, Russell. I get it now, which is, oh man, it's taken me a while to get there, huh? Which is so funny, because they think that men who don't eat meat are like, they think that men who don't eat meat are like feminine. And then when men think other men are feminine, usually they use like homophobic insults and stuff, right? And yet there is a latent homoeroticism. Sorry, I sounded like Russell then. In a man, sucking on a hot dog. Oh, I get it. Wait, I ship it. I take it all back. I ship it.
But instead of all these sort of diffuse...
Wait, ship what? God? Fear we're blaspheming. Touch word, soz.
And sometimes contradictory and difficult to hold ideas, some of which I still, as you can tell, deal with and deal in. The Christian story, that God came to earth in human form, that died somehow taking our sin upon himself and was resurrected, was true. And I felt it not rationally or logically, I felt it in my belly. And then from that minute I was reading about it. Now, I suppose what happened after that is I didn't feel the need to have a self-selected arbitrary system of righteousness or morality like wokeism or veganism, which has a good intention, as does wokeness, I think. Compassion, kindness, these are really lovely, lovely ideas. But it just didn't anymore. My wife was eating a lamb chop.
Do you know what? I'll give it to him. If it takes divine intervention for him to allow himself to eat meat again after going through some serious allegations, then who am I to judge? What are we, 4 hours into a video where I'm judging him heavily? I'm joking. That's a ridiculous thing to say. I came to the Lord. I didn't need arbitrary moral systems, as if the Bible isn't one giant arbitrary moral system, as if all organized religions aren't arbitrary moral systems. The Bible says stuff about not mixing fabrics and not eating shellfish and not doing this and not doing that. And there's a bit in the Bible where Jesus sees a fig tree that isn't bearing any fruit, so he curses it forever. Don't know what that's about. But Russell Brand can't have his own moral code. So after being vegetarian and vegan for almost all of his life, could you not have come up with a better story actually? Like, you clearly just did it to appease that side of your audience, mate. And probably to get those, what is it? There's that, a lot of the right-wing YouTubers, they get that meat sponsorship sponsorship of like this farm thing, like, oh, fresh jerky or whatever it is. Like, you know, the Yanks get that. Like, Russell was probably just gunning for one of those sponsorships. He probably thought, oh no, I'm going to lose my sponsorships now because I've got some allegations against me. That's how he used to talk. My bookie work. Allegations against me. Better stuff my face full of steak. I'm so manly eating my sausages.
And I remember the smell of lamb in my nan's in Dagenham, and I ate it, and I felt like, one of my friends who's always been a meat eater said, it's them or you, Russell. It's them or you. You've got to start eating meat to survive out there.
Okay.
Who's always eating meat? It's them or you. Who's them? And who? What do you mean? Them what? It's the animals or you? Because that's, my brain is exploding because that's distinctly untrue. There are choices throughout human history. There have been people who have not eaten meat. I'm sure you can go without. Just tell the truth. You had to grift to a certain demographic. Not this fairy tale story where God commanded you to eat his meat.
So then this brings me to your political evolution. In 2014, you said Fox News was a fanatical terrorist propagandist organisation. By 2023, you're popping up on Fox News quite happily. What happened there?
Aren't Fox News mainstream media, Russell? I thought all mainstream media was bad and corrupt, but it's okay when you do it, I suppose.
Certainly, I wouldn't...
Did God come down and tell you had to go on Fox News too? Russell, it's you or them. Who's them? Who knows? Who cares?
I wouldn't describe it as anything other than, what do I think about Fox News? What do I think about Fox News when I went on there with Tucker or Hannity? The point I said, say when I was on Bill Maher that time, and they were like, oh, MSNBC, like Fox is evil, but MSNBC is great. This is what it was. But get ready to listen.
He's stolen. He doesn't know what he's about to say. This is what it was, right? This is what it was. Better get to the point. You gotta listen. It reminds me of... basically just my niece at this point. Not my blood, but just my niece. My niece, right? It's in a school report, yeah. She was in trouble, so she had to do a school report. I decided to look, she's like, young. Single digits, double digits? Young. Junior school, right? I decided to read through this report that, you know, she's taken like an hour, maybe 2 hours to do. I can't remember. Let's just say it was about Azerbaijan, because I think it was about Azerbaijan. The report, the opening paragraph went like this. Would you like to know about Azerbaijan? Do you really want to know? Well, get ready, because I know a lot of facts about Azerbaijan, and if you read this report, I will teach you all of these fun things and facts that I know about Azerbaijan. So you better get ready to sit down and learn by reading this report. It was incredible. It was incredible waffling from a child to meet a word count. It went on for like several paragraphs like that, and that was all she wrote. I was like, that's incredible. My niece, better than Russell Brand at buying time and making stuff up.
Like, if you come from a normal working class background and you sort of encounter the normal kind of tropes, then you get involved in the entertainment industry, there's a sort of eliding into champagne socialism, like that somehow your views of equality and fairness can fit in the opulence of Hollywood. Everyone does it. They're all doing it every day. That's the norm, isn't it? And as I sort of started to experience the difference between not being poor and not being poor, I started to have a slightly different perspective. And as I looked at an institution...
Is anyone else bored of when... Sorry, I'm going to have a distinct lack of empathy here, but here we go. This is where we're at this point in the video. Is anyone else bored of when celebrities do this? I don't need to hear your pity party, because you got famous at a very young age and you spent more of your life richer than any of us are going to be, unless my books do well. So I don't want to hear it. I'm not really interested. Is that distinctly unempathetic? Maybe. Do you think I should extend empathy for Russell Brand? You're on the wrong channel if that's what you think I'm doing.
Like Fox, it was easy to vilify and make content out of, because you had Bill O'Reilly, you had obviously sort of deliberate...
Well, apparently back then you also had like some sort of arbitrary moral code, and I guess you don't anymore. So it's really a free-for-all of who will have you, isn't it, Russell?
And misleading reporting, so it was very easy to make jokes about it. But as the world got more complex, as the left sort of went a bit...
What do you mean the world's always been complex? Open a fucking history book. Maybe if you went back to university and tried to finish your degree that you couldn't finish, even though God knows how, you have the time, you have the money. Open a history book, Russell. The world's always been complicated. Even back 500 years ago, people were complaining about shit. It's just worse. It's just on a more globalized level now. So we know too much of each other's business, I suppose. But like, the world's always been complicated.
Crazy. I think, Piers, because I was online and reading this stuff, I understood there was a different way of operating in those worlds. I still recognise who owns Fox and what Fox...
So you're a hypocrite. You're complaining about Rupert Murdoch or whatever you were saying earlier, and you're just being a hypocrite. I like how he was like, oh, the left were going crazy. And the left did go crazy and are a little bit crazy. You think the right are normal? Oh, so much I could say, but I'm not going to, because I don't need people having a go at me. But you think the right are normal? Here's the safer stuff that I will say. The right wing that currently genuinely in their heart of hearts believe that every liberal is actually a Baphomet worshipping Satanist. They believe literal demons are walking among us in blue hair and like liberal like piercings, all this kind of stuff. And they also believe, what's his face, the conservative one, Michael, that bloke, believes that liberals are sacrificing their children to Baphomet. They genuinely believe this. You want to talk about people being nuts? They genuinely, I'm sorry, we all woke up and now we're in like fairy tale land where there are demons among us or whatever. I give up. I'm thirsty. Let's move around. My legs are hurting. I only know about that Michael thing because clavicular, the looks maxer. It's like that joke about like, oh, this man goes to the doctor and he's depressed, and the doctor is like, oh, the greatest clown in the world is in our town tonight. Why don't you go see him? And he's like, but doctor, I am the greatest clown. Like someone made a meme of that at like clavicular. It's like, clavicular, the greatest looks maxing jester gooner is here. Why don't you go see him? But oh, I am clavicular. Clavicular turned around and was like, bro, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about like liberals like cutting up children or whatever? You've given yourself a cortisol spike, and you know cortisol spikes make you ugly. So who's stupid now?
Primary intentions are and where Fox's funding comes from. But I feel like most people that with that ultimate epitomising object of cultural controversy, Trump, it was kind of, oh wow, this guy is gonna somehow detonate. You were friends with him. You were a person that was affiliated with him. Yeah.
Mates with him. Guys, you know he's like in and redacted from the files, right?
When I had some spat with him years ago and he said some rude stuff about me, then I had the view that people from that cultural group had of Trump. Oh, I don't like this guy. Then I sort of saw his ability to kind of be searingly honest and funny and authentic. And now
he is funny. Authenticity don't mean shit though. Like if you're an idiot and you're an authentic idiot, why is that anything of note? Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, he's honest. So are children. It doesn't mean anything. I saw something recently, some sort of speech Trump was doing where he said that, ace these tests, I did these tests, they aced them, I'm so good at them. They asked me to like see what something was, and it was a dog, and I said it was a dog. And people in the comment section were being like, this is a test that they give to check for signs for like early onset dementia. And like, but he's so, you know, silly that he's repeating it in front of a crowd, not realizing what they are trying to test him for. And they've done it like 3 times this year or something like that. I get this, what I mean by like these people, you grift to a certain side and then you have to like buy into everything that side is saying. And it's like, but you're denying the reality of the situation in front of you. Like Trump don't look so good. He's ill. It's kind of obvious, isn't it? He's old. He's old as fuck. No offense. And he's ill. And they deny this reality because they have to like fit into a certain side. And you know, you guys claim to care so much about like elite pedo rings, and yet you're glazing someone who was close to and who's in the files. And there was like some Jane Doe court papers alleging things about him and Epstein doing stuff like from these people that like the cognitive dissonance.
What I think about him is he's a person that's incapable of masking himself.
How is that a good thing? He's incapable of masking himself. How is that a good thing? Like imagine I went to an office and I acted like this, and then I got surprised that I was fired because I couldn't like mask myself for like the correct situation.
Generally speaking, lost the comfort of categories of like left good, right bad, liberal good, libertarian bad.
Climate change?
Don't just shout. Is that what is this what we're reduced to? What's happened? Have you disengaged?
He's bored of him. That was quite funny. Climate change.
No.
3 minutes each.
No.
And
You're not
watch
even
what
real,
happens
bro.
in
Just in your book, 2014 book, Revolution, you call for a revolution in big corporations, existing political and economic systems. Collaborative with
Oh God, I'm going to go through all of his books. I'm going to have an absolute fucking field day.
Naomi Klein saying ditch capitalism and save the planet, or ditch the planet and save capitalism. You wanted people to take down massive corporations like Exxon to save the planet. But since 2023, you've shifted, it appears, to be more towards climate change being a lot of nonsense. What do you feel?
I no longer believe that the state in any form is capable of meaningfully and in good grace representing the will of the people. So any edict that comes out of there, be very sceptical and in fact always investigate what the conclusions they draw are. For example, climate change is the example you've selected. Just interrogate what their proposals are. Consider, do you think this is because of climate change or is it because they want to
believe climate
introduce
change is real?
these ideas? I actually, so similar to vaccines, I'm not trying to sit on the fence here, I would say, like, I don't know because I don't think it's possible to know. I've heard that that there are intergalactic influences on what's that brilliant man's name? Randall Carlson.
Randall Carlson. Is he the UFOologist?
In a way, what's important here is you can negate that.
The thing I don't get about like these climate change deniers and whatever, I do understand the merit of being very suspicious of governments that just want to make money. I get that. At the same time, though, why don't you think, on the off chance that the scientists are correct, and a lot of the scientists have come to the same conclusion about climate change, on the off chance that scientists who dedicated years of their life to investigating this kind of stuff and researching this kind of stuff, right? But you Googled something, so you know more than scientists. On the off chance that they are correct, that we are fucking up our planet, how about we just look after the planet? I genuinely don't understand it. It's like, why don't we just look after the planet regardless? Why do we even need like a pushed imperative of we need to look after the planet, otherwise we're going to destroy ourselves? Why can't we just, we were born here, we live here, this is our home, we share this place with so many other species. Why can't we just do a solid one and look after it and maybe try to minimize harm? I genuinely don't understand. To me, it's just selfish otherwise. Like, why don't we all just like try our best? And then some people try to say, oh, well, it doesn't matter because the big corporations are like dumping oil in the... And it's like, yeah, that's bad too. But don't let the acts of like these big corporations put you off from like a little bit of personal responsibility. I see some people do that. In an ideal world, big corporations wouldn't dump oil into the sea and wouldn't frack and wouldn't damage the environment. And also people would just like not litter and try and recycle when possible and try to live a bit sustainably. It wouldn't be perfect because nothing is. And I don't think perfection's realistic, but...
Entirely by saying we should love and revere the planet. It was Earth Day here in New York and I participated. They may have recognised me, but they certainly didn't recognise where I am now because they had me participate in this Earth Day stuff because I just happened to be walking through Times Square. And I got no problem saying we should revere and respect the Earth, and if the way that our ecological policies is determined is to maximise profit for powerful organisations, that's plainly wrong.
I think that's what I just said. Oh no. Broken clocks, it's fine.
Individual level should be doing everything we can to respect.
Oh no. Someone said, oh no.
And certainly at a global and corporate level. How are those solutions going to be brought about? By an alliance between the very interests that got us in this mess in the first place? I wouldn't have thought so.
I can find a lot you say about corporate power and political power and media power. I can find myself nodding along thinking, yeah, you're making good points. It's inarguable that there has been abuse and corruption and unfair influence and bias. But here's my problem, if I may put it to you. You talked about sitting on the fence. And it's a little bit, some would describe it as a grift. It's like, come on, Russ, you change your mind about stuff and a sixpence, right?
What they say about you, actually.
Well, sure, but
I'm sitting here right now and I say this about you, Russell Brand. Piers Morgan, I don't think he doesn't change his mind like that because I think he's a very stubborn boomer man. He's a stubborn boomer man. He's always been just like this kind of like grouchy, arsey, sorry, enemy of the enemy is my friend. But he's always been this sort of bit of an arsehole. No offense, Piers. I'm sure he'd admit he's a bit of an arsehole when he's a little bit contrarian, whatever, and he's very stubborn. But I don't think I've seen him like switch randomly just because of different interests. I don't know. But out of the two of them, Russell Brand's certainly the grifter. Like, pretending this story about like God telling him to eat meat or whatever. Like, you're just a liar.
Right? So my point is...
So you think that you can command
I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying, there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter, that you're very smart, you're very eloquent.
I don't think he's very smart. I think he's smart to a degree, but I think he's hoodwinked and gaslit people into thinking he's a lot smarter than he is by using a lot of big words all the time. I think he's slippery. I do think he thought ahead to some degree. Because as I say, he had David Icke on his podcast. I remember like him meeting Alex Jones and being on InfoWars actually years and years ago. I remember this kind of stuff when he dressed more like skinny jeans and kind of like this, but just younger. I remember that. I don't remember why I went, but he was definitely on InfoWars. I think legally, in my opinion, this is hearsay. This is headcanon. This is hearsay. This is just what I think, and I could be wrong. I think, based on things I've read, he may have been quite litigious, maybe, had lots of money to throw at lawyers to keep people silent for a long time, and maybe when that stopped working or he could tell the tide was turning, he decided to go fully into the conspiracy side of things, even though it was a side that he always nurtured. Even his revolutionary era, when he's got the true news, and he's got like this Trues shop in Shoreditch, and he's got Jemima Khan's big dog, and he's dating Jemima Khan, who actually happens to be the sister of Zach Goldsmith, this huge rich Tory. And he was talking about revolution and stuff then. Even then, he was still talking about the powers that be. And these things do exist, but I also do think he's nurtured a particular type of his audience that are going to be quicker to disavow or not believe things that they don't want to hear. The type of audience where you could turn around and be like, oh no, it's the Illuminati trying to get me, and they will believe you. And I think maybe he knew the tide was turning, and that's why he went full pelt into that. Again, it's just hearsay, it's just my opinion. I do think I'm right though.
Very persuasive with the power of your words, but that actually when it comes to any of these issues, you don't really have a personal principled view.
He's like I don't want to infantilise him because he's a 50-year-old fucking man. I think it's pathetic. But he acts like a little boy. He's just like a naughty school kid in class, like not listening, which I'm sure he'd love to hear that. Because again, it's infantilising, and men love to infantilise themselves so they don't have to take accountability for their own actions. But like, grow up. It's just like the whole time he's just been sitting around looking up, like trying to get reactions out of people, attention seeking in his own weird way. Oh, can I have some? This is government water. This is government water. Shut up and eat the fluoride, Russell. I'd get the fluoride toothpaste up. Am I going to get sued? I don't care.
Your view is that all people in power are terrible. But when I ask you,
which is funny because I remember being like 13 or 14 and walking to a guitar lesson and listening to on my little iPod, listening to Russell Brand's radio show that I had to like download from the internet or whatever. And I think he had David Icke on, and David Icke was being like, of course, when I talk about like, you know, the powers that be and the Illuminati and all these, probably don't say Illuminati, but you know, these people in power, it's not everyone, it's not every journalist. That would be ridiculous and ludicrous to think that every journalist is in on it. To think that every like person in position of power is in this nefarious group, but it's just like a spider web with certain points and stuff. What's my point? My point is Russell Brand's like more extreme than that, I suppose, because he gets to like spoon feed that to his dumb audience.
Challenged you to say, well, what would you actually do? You go on a 20-minute eloquent spiel which doesn't answer the question.
Oh my God, it actually does answer the question. Let me try.
Oh my God. Why do you sound like a teen? Oh my God, babe. Does answer the question. No, it doesn't. You didn't answer anything.
And do it again. Firstly, find faith and integrity in yourself. Do whatever you can. Pray. Find God. Secondly...
That's your answer, is it? Find God first. While all of this burns around. Find God first. Find this.
We cannot have systems that prioritise the centralisation of power, whether that's representative democracy or this global commercialism.
So what would you do?
Use the technology that we currently have. All right, how good, this is the bit I wanted to get to. Can I have a glass of water? I mean, it's Associated Press.
Well, they're not under any obligation to give us bottles of water.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, this guy, my mate Jake,
we are trying to find you some, but they're not our servants. So.
No, absolutely. Hold on a minute. I'm not declaring these people.
They don't all work for us. We're just hiring their studios. So.
No, I know that, and
This is so bitchy and catty. I love it. No, because Russell is a narcissist. He does expect. He is the type of person who, if he had a stage room like out back, he would demand snacks be a certain way. He is that type of person. He is the type of person where if he wanted a bowl of Skittles but with like the red ones removed, he would demand it and throw a tantrum were they not removed. He is demonstrably this type of person. Source, years of watching him and knowing this about him. Piers is like fed up. I kind of love this. It's so funny. This is literally like high school shit. It's just grown men gossiping and talking about their feelings. It really is. It's really not any deeper than that.
We should be cognizant they're not working for us.
With my mate Jake, though, who's over there, who actually is working for me.
Well, Jake can get you on.
Who I'm directing it to. And also there was one or two other people. So it's not, just to be clear, I'm not sort of like going, all right, get me some water, man.
You did direct to the AP that they should get you a nice bottle of water.
Well, I just thought that the facility itself might have amidst its many benefits, water. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Was the obligation crossing the floor?
He's just a fool. He doesn't, when he doesn't like when the conversation goes, he destabilizes it by putting on these displays of attention seeking. And it is, and again, source, I watched him for a long time. He knows deliberately what he's doing. He like admitted in so many, like, because there used to be like at the end of the show, sometimes he would show footage from when he was on TV, like again, owned by someone or whatever. And like there were quite a few examples of when, say he's on a talk show on like Jonathan Ross or whatever, and he knows that the camera's on the person next to him. Or was it even Matt? No, it was Matt Morgan that brought up, am I hallucinating? Am I ChatGPT? Am I hallucinating? His radio show, his podcast with Matt Morgan, they were talking about like one of his appearances on, it was Graham Norton, it was one of these like panel shows, yeah? And the camera was on someone else next to him, and Russell had been attention seeking a lot. And when the other people were talking, he would find ways to interrupt. And Matt Morgan said, yeah, and then the lady was talking, and then you could just see like your hand. So the camera's like here, and then you could just see his hand doing all like of this stuff, right? Like his hand trying to get more screen time because he's an attention seeker to like an insane degree. So when he like, this is an act. It's an act. This whole like, oh, I need some water because this is government water, and no, like I'm not treating them like that. Don't be silly. But he's my mate and he does work for me. And I was just anyway.
Well, see, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that glass of water.
No, you don't. He does. He's an entitled brat. You're such a. Oh my god, you're so annoying. I can't believe you're 50. I can't believe you are literally like so much older than me. You're literally like twice my. Yeah, you're literally like twice my age, and you look it, and I can't believe I wasted so many years liking this guy. God, Matt, I've spent on him over the years. That's probably how he afforded those lawyers in the first place. No, it's just embarrassing.
Would you like some? Don't be proud.
I'm good, man. I like the tap water.
You like the government water?
Love it, yeah, no problem. Even if it kills me.
I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers. I can't keep taking the government
Actually, the water is some...
You that weak, you can't just drink a bit of tap water. Not very manly, is it? Not be able to drink water, to need some special water, like to not upset your little insides. Oh, not very manly, is it? Me, I could drink from puddles. Me, I'm like a boomer. Back in the day, we used to drink from like the hose pipe, and they go, what is wrong with boomers? We used to drink from the hose pipe and we were fine. Really? Because you all sound like you've got too much lead in your head. I'm sorry. My dad is like one of those hose boomers, and it's like, you used to drink from the hose pipe, did you? I can fucking tell. Sorry, this is too much. Am I being too much? Am I taking it too far or not far enough?
Look, you're a very argumentative and obstreperous individual.
Not at all. I just like to
You've
challenge.
even argued with that.
I'm sorry. What's the time? It's like 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. I'm tired. I'm going to get this done. We've got 35 minutes left. I'm going to get this done. I need some filtered water in a minute too. That did me. That was, God, Russell, you're so annoying. Why do trash people have to be, why can't so many more good people be funny? They're not really, are they? They're a bit boring, speaking as like someone who's not a good person as well, but is endlessly, I entertain myself anyway. It's so annoying. Like some of the worst people that you can think of online are actually like kind of a little bit funny, it's annoying. No, I do think that like Piers hasn't been argumentative at all though. He's just been calling Russell out on his bullshit and Russell doesn't like it, but that was funny. You even argued with that. Prick.
We were talking about, this is what I wanted to say. You say that I'm a grifter, and actually, to tell you the truth...
say other people have said that it's all a grift. And they would actually include, and this is for you to, actually in the end, only you know, but you've got this new book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. People say, look, you only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public, and that this is part of your thing, that you've worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You're a born-again Christian, that this is, you've heard people say.
He's fiddling a lot with the water and stuff. Piers has clocked it too. Again, deflection, attention seeking, trying to maintain control of he's very aware of the stuff that he does. He's very aware of it. He doesn't do many things accidentally, I think. But I don't believe that he's this incredibly intelligent individual. But I'm biased and I literally don't believe that about anyone other than like 5 people. I think he's just entirely self-obsessed. So he spends a lot of time thinking about himself and how he can come across to people and how he can manipulate certain situations.
But what do you think?
A lot of other people take you very sincerely and believe absolutely in your commitment to this.
I know, I hear you, mate.
I was with a mutual friend of yours, Upton Bear Grylls, the other day. He was a great guy who was there at your baptism. We famously saw the video and so on. He absolutely believes that it's sincere. And I completely respect that. I don't know, right? In the same way that I don't know where the truth lies about the allegations you face.
Or COVID, or Israel, or Palestine.
No,
and this neutrality is terrifying
Sure,
for
but I can
people.
only proffer an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid.
The ego on this man to bring in Israel and Palestine in relation to his upcoming sex offender trial.
To change my opinion.
Good.
Right? My question for you is, do you have genuinely principled opinions, do you think?
Yeah, because I think if you don't have...
Yeah. No, you don't though. You flip-flopped on so many things.
Yeah, I do. But obviously I ask myself the same question. With everything I've learned, the idea of maybe selling some books is a professional obligation in some ways, but it sort of doesn't weigh that heavily on me in the scheme of things, just because everything else is so sort of varied, luminous, brilliant, beautiful, awful trial, magnificent trial, best of times, worst of times, revelation.
It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
Real truth. exposure to the fallibility and facetiousness of fame. Like, in a sense, Piers, like you, I don't have the kind of thick skin you have, because I sometimes think you genuinely don't care if people think you're a grifter. I don't think that. I think you are a creature of our time. In a way, I think that's what is always brought forth.
But I think in the end, only I know and only you know, right?
Maybe not even. Maybe not even, because why would you make yourself the highest authority? You can sort of understand your intentions, but there is a thing in psychology called the unconscious. There is a thing in Christianity called the spirit. And both of these things indicate that your personhood is not absolute authority. And in your sort of continued stance, which is somewhat legitimate as a journalist, of neutrality, what's kind of masked in that is that Christianity demands of you that you make a choice.
But I'm not neutral.
You kept saying, I've got, like, I'm proffering an opinion, but I don't care about COVID. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, I get people on from all sides to debate it. I personally have a lot of opinion, a lot of strong opinion. I'm not afraid to express them. If you ask me about, do I believe in vaccines? Absolutely is my answer.
Yeah.
Your answer was a long spiel of not answering.
It's like, I'd be really careful about it.
Tell me this, what kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination? I'm just asking you.
No, I'm very...
It's not an allegation. I'm just asking you.
I just treat everything as another allegation.
I know you do. If you don't mind me saying, you're...
Was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Yes, but it's, you are slightly hypersensitive to that kind of thing. I think because you don't really do many interviews, if I'm honest, you don't do... This is the first interview you've done with any Brit, for example, since the allegations. And I'm grateful to you for doing it. But you are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging, because most of the media you do...
He's always been like that, though. That's not because of the allegations. That's nothing new. He's an insecure little man. He's like 6 foot. He's like 6'2". But he's an insecure little man. That's why he gets sensitive about being challenged. He can't turn around and just be like, oh well, you have your opinion, I have yours. No, everything has to be like it must be exhausting being Russell Brand, because the stakes are so high all of the time. It's like the Illuminati in his eye, which doesn't include Donald Trump for some reason. The Illuminati is constantly out to get him on any decision he makes. Coke or Pepsi. Illuminati. Butter the toast. Marmite the toast. Illuminati. Spend time with my family. Go on Rumble. Oh God, it must be really exhausting to feel like the Illuminati are just constantly after any decision you make.
I don't mind being challenged, and I want to be challenged, actually, and I like being challenged. And like, I didn't go, what?
He doesn't like it.
Piers Morgan,
right?
This is what he's like.
Yeah,
he's gonna be stroking my thigh throughout the interview.
I think this is a good conversation we've had. People will watch it, they'll take your view, they'll agree with you or me about this, that, whatever.
I think what you're interpreting...
But this should be how conversations are had.
I don't think it is, actually, but like what you're interpreting as sensitivity, it might be sensitivity, it's a form of intelligence or a form of awareness, so maybe that's the right word, but it's also a kind of frustration. And the frustration is the sort of feeling that we're supposed to be saying something that could be valuable and we're not quite getting to it. And I think the reason we're not quite getting to it is because you're so sort of expertly schooled in a particular type of discovery. And I felt that when I made an incorrect assessment of Trump on the one time I met him in, like, I don't know, 2006 or something like that, of like, oh, he's a person that has a sort of a genius, but in a very narrow line. I said to myself, it's almost as if being good at the game Hungry Hippos is the most important thing in the world. And this person's a master of it, and he's become elevated with a very unique skill. The same could be said of LeBron or of Beckham or of anyone, like a skill that is prized in a particular culture at a particular time. Well, what I'm thinking with you is you're so good at sort of generating conflict, and I believe in new systems of leadership and new systems of government, and I believe in real change. In fact, even the very idea of government could become a position of service. But even in the fraughtness that one might get if you talk 1 minute to Tommy Robinson and the next minute to George Galloway, and you're aware of Jeremy Corbyn and you're aware of Yanis Varoufakis, you think, well, there actually are sort of great minds that could participate in a way of action.
Did he put Tommy One Punch Man Robinson in the same sentence as Yaris Varoufakis? I think that's how I pronounced it. Like when talking about great minds. Huh? Okay, not going to say much more because I don't want to be knocked out by One Punch Man, but...
Improving people's lives. And in Christ, there is the potential that you yourself can live with the odd paradox of your brokenness and the sort of failings of your life and the mistakes you've made and the errors, but also becoming whole in that. For there even to be justice or innocence, these concepts, there has to be a God, or you can't have those concepts.
You took probably this Bible, actually, but I think it was this one you took into court, wasn't it?
Sometimes I also think you're not listening.
You're not listening either, you little rat.
but what I mean by that is that this might sound a bit, I don't know, woo-woo or hippie, that the sort of the energy is a kind of like, talk this Bible into court, and I feel like I already know where that thread's going.
Where's it going?
It's going to go, what do you know, like holding in there? What did you think that was going to be achieved by that? And it's sort of like, I'll tell you what it is. It's cynicism. That's what it is. It's cynicism.
I think
you're cynical.
About what?
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical.
I think you're cynical, says the bloke who thinks everything is corporation bad. Not saying it's not, but it's a cynical view, which is fine. Alizee the cynic, Diogenes the cynic. It's absolutely fine. He's a hypocrite. Oh, I think you're cynical. I don't like that you're being cynical about me holding a Bible. What could I possibly get out of holding a Bible and taking a Bible to court? Oh.
About human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most positive people you'll ever meet.
I don't think that's true, mate. I don't quite think that's true, Piers Morgan. You don't have to lie. This is a safe space. But that cretin next to you most certainly ain't a nice, positive person. He's a bitchy bloke. He's bitchy.
You believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're...
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh, for fuck's sake. These men. Oh, to have the confidence of these average... Ugh.
I don't think you think you're capable of participating in meaningful change or even meaningful conversations. I think you think the best that Piers Morgan can do for himself is to host hideous spectacles of conflict about real serious, awful, dreadful stuff.
Why are you here then?
What the fuck? He is so prickly. He's literally just spinning out over nothing. Over nothing. Apropos of nothing, he's spinning out. You guys see that? Oh, horrible spectacles and horrible debates and stuff. I see the vision. Actually, God divinely gave me the vision, told me to eat some meat. And I see the vision that, like, Russell Brand, he should become one of those, like, evangelical, you know, those blokes that just go off and wax on about God for, like, an hour or two at the super churches. And sometimes they come in, like, almost on those, like, suspension wire type jigs. And they come in, there's, like, fireworks and pyrotechnics going off. Russell wants to be that. He wants to do that for... I get it.
Well, I'm here, actually, because I don't mind trying to learn a little bit from you.
You're prepared to come on something you categorise as a hideous spectacle.
No, I think it's a hideous spectacle. Say, for example, the stuff where there's multi-panels and people are like really screeching at each other, maybe about trans issues or whatever. And I don't know, maybe there's something cathartic in it. And also, I don't want to like lay all that on your shoulders. I'm just saying I don't think that's the right way for us to be stewarding the culture. And I think we could do better. And I suppose if to really go into it, what I think this is a person I could probably learn from, but there'd have to be trust. And it's hard to trust because I sometimes think you're too caught in the world that you used to be in. And
Can I go back to asking a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right, thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't know, did I?
A little bit.
Did it? Oh, Piers, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Why can't we just all get on? Like, imagine if we all just got on a little bit, yeah, and we could just have these laughs all the time, and it isn't so serious if we just all got on and had a laugh. Is that so bad?
It was this from Isaiah. You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty.
What I like about this is he has little sticky notes. I don't know why he's got sticky notes in his Bible. Maybe he's leaving annotations. This could be phrased better. Add a tit joke here. But he's got his little sticky notes and yet he can't find the passage. Funny that, isn't it?
It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah.
Oh, it's actually really painful, isn't it? They've deliberately turned up the volume on the rustling paper because you can hear, like, in the background, they've turned up the gain on that, maybe in post or whatever. Someone in the comment section was like, I think Russell thought that they were going to edit the segment, like cut it down because it's dead air. Oh, it's painful.
Excuse me. Man, I'm not going to mark it before. It says here.
Oh, I want to be a fly on the inside of Piers Morgan's skull right now. I want to know what he was thinking. I would just be thinking, twat. But I'm a crude individual.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day.
What's the point of all these little notes then, babe? What are you doing? Oh, it's just embarrassing.
This is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12. I will praise you, Lord. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away and you have comforted me. Surely God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. The Lord himself is my strength and my defense. There's a bit where he says, see, I'm doing a new thing, Isaiah says, like springs in the desert, like in the desert of your life, when your life becomes barren.
Yeah, well, Simulacra and Simulation said, welcome to the desert of the real. And that was also said in The Matrix. Have you read Simulacra and Simulation? Do you understand it, Russell Brand? I bet you don't. I haven't finished reading it either.
That a new resource with God will appear. And in a situation that obviously feels quite pressurized and condensed, and in all those preliminary appearings that I've attended, there's the presence of something very beautiful. Grace, it would be called.
All the hearings I've attended for my salacious behaviour, is that the word? Well, not salacious. Maybe. For my behaviour, there is something quite beautiful there. Grace. I'm sure the alleged victims feel that way, Russell.
In one of the moments, I think it was the first hearing, although I've had several, the people that patted me down for Securicor went, all right, Russell, geezer, just 50 years old, just some normal geezer, patted me down on that for weapons or...
Why is he talking like that, some geezer? Patting me down. Why is he trying to be sultry? Are you trying to seduce Piers Morgan? Because you're finding Piers Morgan a bit like hard to get. He's not falling down at your feet for your charms, so you're trying a bit harder with him. You share some meat with him, Russ. Sorry. I'm not sorry.
And I'm going to have to touch your hair now. You're not going to like this. He went, the whole country's behind you, mate. Whole country's behind you.
Oh, like fuck. Like fuck he did. And guess what? If he did, if this 50-odd-year-old geezer was like, oh, country's behind you, Russell, he doesn't speak for the whole country. He's a 50-year-old geezer. Like fuck. There's plenty of women who don't align with that and aren't like behind you and are actually behind. If it so happens that the alleged victims are telling the truth, I know which side I think they are. I think they are because I literally, I'm getting wound up. Sorry, I'm just got triggered here and there. Sorry, being emotional. The book that I reviewed of one of his ex-girlfriends in the mid-2010s, in which he assaults her in this book. She didn't magically know that he was going to go on to like upset the Illuminati or whatever. Regardless, we've already been through it, so I don't need to like hammering the point home. But I also feel like I need to. But I also feel like at the same time, anyone that's like sat for this long, listening to me bitch at Russell Brand, probably doesn't like. Probably also believes we're on the same side. I think because it would be a bit odd if you're against everything I say. But you're just here listening to it. If so, well, by the grace of God. Like, shut up, you, as if. No, some geezer, maybe some geezers say that, but it doesn't mean anything. Half the country is, like, the whole country is not on your side. Shut up.
I felt very, very encouraged. I felt very encouraged that these institutions with their emblems, unicorns and lions, are not all there is to our country. And the reason I take it here is to sort of remember, that's the point I think of becoming a Christian, is to remember to put back together again who you are, that you're not and I'm not our identity in the world, like the identity of I have to do this to get money or get whatever it is that we think we're getting. And it actually is real, into so much as to say Christ is real.
This is nothing new. These are not new revelations from Russell Brand. He's echoed very similar sentiments, but when talking about consciousness in previous books, that you're not your thoughts, you're the awareness behind your thoughts, and you sort of watch your thoughts and yada yada yada, and thoughts spontaneous. He's just repackaged it in his newfound Christianity. It's not that profound or deep, Russell, because you've been saying it for years. It's like Joe Rogan every now and then trotting out the line, we are the sex organs of the machine world, as if he's deep because he heard it like once in the 90s or whatever. Like, you're boring, is what I'm trying to say. Read a new book. Update the old library up here, Russell.
That even in the transition from you had the perspicacity and the insight to diagnose it. Even in my agitation at being in an unfamiliar situation, even with someone I've known interstitially, as you correctly assessed at the beginning, my whole life's a trial, and it's not culminating because there will be a life after it, whether it's in jail or not. But in that trial, in the hardest times, I've found him. And it's not like a sort of a palliative. And I suppose the reason I feel difficult around you is because I feel like there's a cynicism that if I talk about something that is very beautiful and certainly robust enough to withstand any of us.
I'm not questioning your faith.
I'm not saying that you are.
He's so fake. I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are. Acting like that, babe, you should be on Hollyoaks. But also, he clearly was saying that Piers Morgan was being cynical about his religion. He backtracks so easily. You do stand for nothing because you back down. Piers can just say a sentence and Russell backs down or deviates in some way or deflects or whatever. Slippery and pathetic.
I think it's so important, not because of me, obviously, because who are any one of us? He has no favourites. Hopefully this isn't a grift. Hopefully all of our lives aren't just some stupid attempt to garner material things in this temporary place to create the appearance of permanence as we just pass through time to death. In this horror of this time, where the worst things that could be said about a man were said about me, and while my son was having surgery, as you already know because you've heard me say it elsewhere, the most graceful and beautiful things happened in my life. I felt whole and I felt loved and I felt everything's going to be all right. And also what's been surprising about it is all the things that I kind of knew just as a kid and going through life as a countercultural person. I mean, not trusting authority is what I mean by that. It's all been underwritten by scripture. It is explained and foretold. You're fallen, Piers. I'm fallen. We will participate in this world in a fallen way. And I reckon the reason me and you both love Bear Grylls, in spite of our sort of, I don't know, whatever this chemistry is because he is sincere and he demonstrates Christ. I do have a tendency to, as a raconteur and as an entertainer or whatever, try to present stuff. And I do have a tendency, I think, as a person that's felt even prior to all this happening.
Why is he putting on this voice? Is it just because he's talking about his religion? So transparent, babe.
Sure.
This fake little solemn, profound, oh yes, and I was going through these, my whole life is a trial, really. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I found, and God was with me the whole time. What is it? One set of footsteps, you was carrying me. When I was negotiating with Apple, it was Larry and me. Told Tim Cook to call me, I was scary to see. Same Pablo, Kanye West. One set of footsteps, you were carrying me. It's the same thing that he's fucking saying. Not original, are they?
I'm being under attack.
These religious lot.
My whole life anyway, and that if I wasn't famous and if I wasn't sleeping with loads of women, that I wasn't worth knowing or even worth anything or even worth being alive. And even though, of course, it's the worst thing that's ever happened in my life to be accused of these things, but God provided, because that was happening with my boy, Herbie, who's doing real well. It sort of showed me, it was all bullshit, man. You know who you are, you know what you've done, you know what you've not done, you know your behaviour.
How has Laura, your wife, dealt with this?
She's like, I'm in a real marriage, mate, and I suppose you.
Well, I'm in a real marriage, mate. How long's it taking you to work that one out? You've been married for a while, don't you? A few years. You ain't just realised you're in a real marriage. Was the first one to Katy Perry not real? Like, did not go before God and say your vows. I'm in a real marriage. Idiot.
What it's like being in a real marriage is like it's someone who actually knows me. And who's known me for a very long time and knows.
Yeah, I think they first dated when she was like 18 or 19. He was 30 odd, like 30, 32, something like that. 31, 32. And then he went to LA, married Katy Perry, then comes back, and it's the revolution. What's her face era with the dog, Jemima Khan. And then it's, oh no, I'm hippie and I need to be a family man and blah, blah, blah. So he goes back to this woman. I don't know, I'd kind of feel like I was on the back burner if I were, I can't speak for him, but I would feel a little bit like I was on the back burner whilst he's gallivanting off with Katy Perry. But that's just me. I'm not going to speak for someone else. I'm not going to speak for someone else who, has benefited from being married to Russell Brand and got a few little mummy type books out and that type of thing. And they do these little guru, well they were when they were in England, doing these little guru hippie camping, glamping convention and things. And
see, when even in the introduction, some people he's a silver-tongued devil and other people he's an arsehole. Well, yeah, but yes, and yeah, silver-tongued devil, arsehole. But she knows me and she loves the reality of who I am. And she's like a cradle Catholic, but she, like you, I figure, it's hard to live your life like Christ is real because the world is telling you in a million different ways that he is not, that God isn't real.
Is she a believer as well? She is religious?
She and I, me and my wife, Laura, her beliefs are very different from mine in a way. I suppose it would be because it's hitting a very different prism in her. But we've certainly got a real alliance. And neither of us have got any, even I suppose why I got rankled even at the asking about the denomination is because it's so beautiful in its purity and its formlessness.
But most Christians have no problem saying what denomination they are.
It's not like I've got a problem with it. I've got this challenge.
And I'm a Catholic. I've got no problem telling you.
I know, but you're very different. You're very different.
But why? Why is it so difficult to answer?
It's not difficult to answer.
Clearly it is. Can't answer simple questions. It's highly irritating. He gets rankled because he's so ego-driven. Oh, it's just so special and pure and scripture and la 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 and denominations, and he just wants to be like this special little man that's so different from everyone else whilst being in this sort of uniform religion. So it must be quite annoying for the ego. I think he's constantly battling his ego. I think he must be exhausting to be around. So, you know, slight kudos to his wife, I guess, for dealing with it.
I'm really interested in Catholicism.
Dealing with like how many kids now plus Russell? So like what, several kids altogether?
Really
Because
interested.
you were an
I
atheist.
kind of love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
See, that's like that.
Oh,
what are you
well,
trying to do? That's antagonistic.
No, it's not. It's factual.
Like-
You were an atheist. You
What are
were
you going to be next?
You were a. Well, yes.
Muslim?
That's what some
A Jew? A Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
He tried to be a Scientologist and Tom Cruise didn't bite.
That's what some
Was he
people
okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell,
Have you vaccinated your own children?
take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good
be
man.
Be a good man.
Why don't you try and be a good man? You're such a cock. You're such a cock. You really are. You're so irritating. Oh my God, you're so irritating. How is this? What is this sorcery that's going on? This absolute sheer witchcraft in which Piers Morgan is coming across as the sensible non-cock in the room. He's so irritating. What next? What am I going to be next? A Muslim? A Jew? Hitler? Do you like Hitler? No one's saying that. No. Straw manning. Well, I'm ad hominem-ing because I don't respect you. Did I say this earlier? It's not a debate. I don't respect you. So
And no, it costs you to be a good man.
You may not
It might cost you everything.
You might not like.
It might cost you everything to become one, but
Russell,
you can do it.
You might not.
You can do it, Piers.
Russell. These are basic facts.
I don't think I can say on YouTube what I would do. That's quite unfair, really, that I can't say on YouTube what I would do if this 6'2" hairy man was grabbing my shoulder and like shouting in my face about being a good man or not. I wouldn't be sitting there calmly like Piers Morgan. That's all I'll say. His hand would be off me and going firmly up his own bottom. That's all I will say in a juvenile way. So hopefully I don't get demonetized. I wouldn't let some bloke put his hands all over me. In this context as well, like this is Piers' own show. It's his own show, and Russell's like putting his hands all over him, just yelling and being an absolute child and baby. I'm getting triggered.
You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
they're
you're
not,
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are creating.
He's smirking. Is it not true? But it is true. It is true. I don't know if he was atheist. I think he might have been agnostic, but he was certainly interested in Buddhism, and he was certainly interested in different non-Western religions. I don't see what's so wrong with bringing up basic facts.
Attempting to create using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these things. You were. You told us you were an atheist.
Israel's got.
He's a fucking child. He's a fucking child. You have said a lot of things over your like 25 odd year career because you don't shut up. So you can't get mad when people pull you up on stuff that you've said. Why can't he just have a conversation like a normal person? Challenge impossible. Russell Brand act like a normal human being.
Right to protect itself?
Yeah.
This is a genocide! Don't take
Sorry,
using
what?
a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these things. You were. You told us you were an atheist.
Israel's got the right to protect itself.
Yeah.
This is a genocide! Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot! Ah! Listen.
But I'm happy to talk about that. You're not.
I'm happy to talk about anything, but I would prefer to
You're clearly not. You're not a happy person. You're not a good man. You're not all these things that you want Piers Morgan to like reach a certain mode of behaviour that suits you, and you can't have the decency to give it. And again, it's crazy that I'm saying these words in defence of Piers Morgan, but you're not bringing any level of respect to the conversation. You're sitting there like shitting yourself like a little infant, screeching, somehow bringing in a genocide, right? To defend the fact that you've got allegations out about. We're almost done. My blood pressure. I checked my Hume. My heart rate's been my cortisol spiked right now.
But I only know you're an atheist
But I
because you told me.
prefer to talk about something, Piers.
Fine.
Something.
We're talking about your profound belief in God, and I, as a Christian.
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan. That's what we're talking about, Piers.
Who's Satan?
Water carrying. The fallenness in this.
I just had this like weird moment, not of empathy, not that, never that, but recognizing the behavior of what he's doing. He's spinning out, and now he's grasping at straws desperately and bringing in like random things, and now saying that Piers is a water carrier of Satan or whatever he's talking about, because he's spinning out, because he knows he's losing, and it just despite my course role, it set off something quite visceral inside of me, because it's like, can you guys relate to what he's doing? Because I can certainly relate with what he's doing, because I've had those moments where I'm having like an argument with someone and I know that I've overstepped or I've lost it, so I just start bringing in any random like rubbish, and usually maybe it's an argument with my boyfriend about like who's taking the bins out or whatever. I just bring in random rubbish that's completely irrelevant, whilst they're sticking to the facts, and then you're getting a bit more fantastical, and it's cringy and it's lame behavior. Like, just chill, just be okay with being called out with, be comfortable with that, like deal with it like an adult, basically, which, you know, I try and get better at, and I've gotten a lot better at in recent years, to be fair. But that behavior just made me feel a little bit ill then, just bringing in random crap again, he's so transparent. And I also just can't, I said in my most recent James Charles video, it's like no one has any idea about optics anymore, and I don't understand what's going on here. I don't understand how Russell was doing all of this and thought, mint, Piers can post that and that'll be mint and I look good, because he looks ridiculous.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Satan is the epitomizing object of the realness of evil. That evil is not some abstract moral idea.
Who's the Satan I've been carrying water for?
I suppose it's and I'm trying not, I don't mean to be mean. The Satan,
I don't care.
It's the instant.
I meant Piers is like kind of giddy inside, because he knows how badly this entire fucking charade has gone. He knows that Russell looks like an utter buffoon. To quote Dostoevsky, it was a scene of grotesque buffoonery. The brothers Karamazov about Fyodor being an idiot in front of like the Pope or whatever. Le Priest. Like, it's been an interview of complete grotesque buffoonery, and Piers must be like giddy inside at how well this has gone for him, because Russell just looks like an absolute bell.
Institutions of media power and how they interact and operate with government.
The little like things at the bottom, the kind of like chapter things, are quite funny. Like, changing religion, quote, what's next, a Muslim. And like there were some other ones as well, like Russell was trying to, you know, like I slept with a 16-year-old, vaccine debate, Russell's hypocrisy. Whoever like uploaded this was having a field day.
I suppose one could argue your initial position in COVID. One could argue what went on with the mirror stuff. One could argue what went on, say, with the contentiousness around the terrifying and awful conflicts in the Middle East. But more importantly, right now, that there's a chance for us to, even when like I sort of take my...
He comes across as completely unhinged. He's such a narc, man. I can't imagine he's sitting there in his head thinking, oh yeah, I sound good right now. When the camera angle switched and you could just really see how unhinged Russell was coming across. Like, babe, like, ugh.
Own advice, and more importantly, Bear Grylls' advice, and think, right, just sit and chill, that you sort of revert to a kind of, he was an atheist, he was a Buddhist, and I can't see that as a good faith.
He weren't saying it in a sneery way, though. Am I, like, interpreting this in far too much good faith? He was stating, like, let's talk about your religion, okay, because it is another example of where Russell has flip-flopped a little bit, but Russell's the one that got annoyed first, and then Piers was just being like, I just want to talk about this because, you know, you were an atheist, and then you're a Buddhist, and I want to talk about, like, and Russell's the one who's, like, getting prickly. He's very prickly.
If inquiry, I see it as an attempt to generate an outcome and to create a sort of a kind of hysteria, whether that's in this room with me or sort of more broadly among people. Like, Piers Morgan Uncensored could be an opportunity to house, frame and present in a kind of graceful way.
Oh, shut up. You, again, to quote Kanye Saint West... If I was Piers right now, I'd be like, I don't take advice from people less successful than me. Like, why are you giving him unsolicited advice about his show with your little, like, what, however many fucking, like, subscribers and viewers you have on Rumble? Not as much as Piers Morgan has on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Why are you trying to give him advice about what he can do with his show? Calls coming from inside the house. Why don't you your mate, Jordan Peterson, clean your own fucking room first, Russell Brand. Why are you not taking that advice? Clean your room first before telling Piers how to clean his. I can't believe this has been, like, what, 5 hours of me defending Piers Morgan? How embarrassing.
Important opinions, and I'm not suggesting that I've got any of them, but happen to be in a sort of...
If you're not suggesting that you've got important opinions, then why are you giving him unsolicited advice on his opinion-based show? You are so irritating. Oh my God, you're a walking contradiction. Oh, but I'm allowed to be a walking contradiction because, like, through God, we're allowed to be fallen and we're also allowed to be holy and holy and all at the same time, and there's lots of holes everywhere, and boy, I want to eat some of God's meat and and think more about holes.
A really weird situation in a way that's deeply similar and comparable to your own. You've sort of gone down the weird gushing chute of fame in a million different ways, been close to actual dark, nasty power, come out the other side. And what I suppose I'm saying is, look, yeah, I'm happy to have it. It's because nothing means anything to you. It's like, that's what it feels like a bit. Like, what means something to you? Like, you love your wife, you love your kids, you're willing to die for your country, where the UK is about to march teenage...
Die for your country? Where's that come from? I'm not willing to die for this place. Get out of here. As if. Why should I? I'm willing to die for Keanu Reeves. But then Keanu would take the L and die for me. So really, it's a bit of a moot point.
A war. The United States is about to do it. And me and you, like, me as well. Maybe we are a couple of grifters, a couple of worthless, lousy grifters that will say whatever we have to say to stay on the internet and make a few quid and flog a book and, oh, Meghan Markle, she's a bitch. Is that all right? Is that a bitch? Israel. Yeah, fuck it. Maybe that's all we are. But through him, not through you or me, we can be something great. And when I sit here with answering questions about whether or not I vaccinate...
Why have you not been great already then? Taking your time, ain't you? You're 50. Knocking on a bit. If you want to be great, a bit past your prime to be great, actually. What's going on? Hurry up.
My kids think, no, not this. This isn't it. This isn't it. And there's a hair there that's been bothering me for a long time. Thankfully, it wasn't attached. Otherwise, that would have been grooming. And what would that be in the ape world?
See how entitled he is to someone else's space. That's also what I want to say about like him having his hands all over Piers and like taking the hair off like his. And again, Piers don't seem like the most cuddly. Like his body language doesn't exactly scream warm and inviting. Hey, put your hands all over me and like pull hairs off my face. But Russell feels entitled to other people's spaces. Is it such a fucking leap when you see what he's in fucking court for? When you see what he's on trial for, is it such a leap to look at this man being all over someone else's space and be like, no, that's someone who would never feel so entitled. Like, it's literally playing like, obviously it's not. I'm not trying to say it's the same thing, and yet.
I want to be better. I want to be better. And for me, the cost of that, who knows what that's going to be? You've alluded to it already. I want you to do it as well. I know you can do it. I want you to be a meaningful participant. I feel that there's some reason that you're in this world, and it's not to generate conflict. And it's not to generate, it's to participate in the creation of truth.
It's embarrassing. And Piers is like a boomer too. He's old. I think he's too far gone. He is here to generate conflict. That's his role. That's fine. Jesters are fine. Like, shit stirrers, fine. Whatever. The universe is chaos, mate. Like, allow it. Like, who are you to be telling other people what their roles in the world are? Shut up.
That was always your destiny, and I want you to do it.
Is your book going to generate profit?
Actually, I've already...
I love it. Russell just like spins out for 5 minutes at a time, and Piers just says like a sentence that's going to rattle him.
Already decided, and believe me, I don't want to do this, but no. But if it does make any money, and the chances of that are slim in this crazy world, that I will find a way. In fact, me and you...
Guys, when my Russell Brand books come out, it better make more profit and get more reviews and sales than his How to Be a Christian in 7 days, is it? 7 days? What is this? Like 12 rules for life?
If you want. I mean, I want to give it to something that means something. I've seen it all. I've not seen it all, but I've seen enough. I've seen a lot.
Tucker Carlson's company's doing it, right? TuckerCarlsonBooks.com.
Tucker Carlson Books is an imprint of the company Skyhorse, which are a company that will publish stuff of cancelled people.
Yeah. How to Become a Christian in 7 days is on sale at TuckerCarlsonBooks.com. No.
Wow. Yes, so cancelled. So cancelled that he's getting a book deal. It's on Rumble and, seems to be doing just fine beyond the trials.
And I think it's good to be all sort of passive like that. Like say neutrality. Yeah, it's my job to be a journalist. It's good in a way.
I've never claimed to be neutral. I don't know what you're talking about. Where have you got that from? I'm probably the least neutral person on the airways in the world.
It's true. He is arsey. He's like as opinionated as I am. Piers, can't believe I can say this. Next time, can we team up? Can we just tag team Russell Brand, please?
I suppose
literally my whole reputation is of being highly opinionated. Where have you got this idea that I want to be neutral?
Like, you can say these things to him and I can just sit on the other side being like, shut up, boring, boring, boring. Like, because that would really upset his ego. Please invite me on next time, man. Let bygones be bygones. I'll give you Piers Morgan's Vegan Lover 2 in person as well. Everyone, go tell Piers Morgan to let me go on a show and bully Russell Brand.
Such totally bizarre misreading.
Lack of conviction.
Really?
That's what I feel, yeah.
You don't think I have any conviction?
That's what I'm feeling. I feel that you're a beautiful person, and I want to be in a position where, look, man, think of the ones of this I've done. I've done Paxman, I've done that other little one with the earring. I've been around all these people, mate. And all I want is to feel like, in the midst of some terrible madness in my own life, which definitely needs to be resolved, and I pray to God there is a resolution of this that we can look at. Oh my God, that's miraculous that happened.
What if you get convicted and you go to prison?
And it's not very nice.
No, not that.
I'm talking rats. You'll have to choose a gang.
Not
There'll
that.
be the white supremacists,
Not that.
the Muslims.
Not that.
What are you join
How-
the white supremacists
how
on
will
one
you-
day
no.
and then grift for
no.
cigarettes
How-
with the Muslims on the next day.
How will you
It's funny because it's true. He would do that, I think.
deal with the fact that in that moment, God has felt that's the right thing to happen to you?
Then, drink the cup, man. Drink the cup. That's the deal we've got. That's the deal we've got, Piers. And how will you feel on your judgment day? How will you feel on your judgment day? Because it's outside of time. It's here now. And it's forever. A meaning that all of us have a calling to be wonderful. And it's bigger than even important, serious things where...
Really, I have a calling from God to be a thorn in your side. It's so easy. Sorry, I know that you have to have like faith and stuff, and I don't actually mind religion too much, but it's so easy to just default to these sort of fallbacks, as it were. Like, if Russell in some upside down universe saw that, I've clearly made like a 5-hour long video having a go at him and reacted in some sort of very negative attention seeking way, I could literally turn around and be like, God spoke to me, I'm deeply religious, and it is my calling to challenge you and to push you in ways that you don't like so you can be a better person. And it is to be a needle in a thorn in your side for as long as we both shall live. Like marriage, innit, Russell? I could literally just say any fucking bullshit like that and he would kind of have to accept it because he's operating on the same logic. So he would have to accept it.
Evidently, people have been hurt and big trials and big consequences for,
Have you been surprised? I mean, I've been through a few ups and downs, as you pointed out.
It's also it's a bit like there's kind of a dementia. Like, have you ever spoken to someone with Alzheimer's and they'll just suddenly the way that they talk is kind of like, I've been through some ups and downs.
Well, no, there's a reason.
Why is he now accusing Piers Morgan of having dementia? Okay?
I'm asking the question.
Continuum.
Well, when people go through ups and downs, in my experiences, surprising people reach out to support you.
And also, what's that body language?
And other people that...
What's your body language, you little... You, who has been co-opting Piers Morgan's space, has been all over him like a rash. If I didn't know any better, it's you like trying to seduce him, Russell Brand. Call is coming from inside the house.
would have expected to don't. Have you had that?
Oh, man, yeah. It's unbelievable. It's sort of an unbelievable kind of churn and change of your life that's sort of, well, it's a bit like you saying, if you're convicted and you're going to jail, knowing in your heart of hearts that you're not a rapist, how will you deal with that God wanted that for you? And it's like, wow, this is reality. I'm not scared of the truth. I love it. It's all that's real by definition. So what is it like? You lose touch with that person steps up. It's like, oh, that was always true.
Who's disappointed you the most?
Give us the top fives. Top fives.
Who's been most disappointing to you?
No one disappoints me. I'm not doing your mad little game of reducing everything to trivia and tittle tattle, because some things, believe it or not, Piers, are not trivia and tittle tattle. In fact, there's an argument for the direct contrary, that none of it is trivia and tittle tattle, that you're continually in the moment interfacing with a really beautiful reality that has a veil laying across it, and all of us are sort of tangled and interacting with the veil. Oh man, I just sort of thought Terry Wogan and David Icke 1987 vibes. I don't want to do that stuff. I don't think that it's especially important.
Again, very derivative, Aldous Huxley, veil of perception type shit, derivative. Russell, you're very boring. Just drop the gossip. Which famous person has dropped you who you thought was going to be your mate? Just drop the gossip. Just so boring.
I have any unique or novel insights. I've just had a really unusual life and I've written this book. And the key thing about this book is...
Anyone that watches this entire interview and then goes and buys his book with sincerity is mental. Sorry, not sorry. I might try and get a version so I can, do book reviews and make fun of him. But imagine watching all of this and not coming away thinking, wow, what a lunatic.
Becoming Christian is a consolidation of all the mad musings of a mind that was embedded in and wedded to the culture. I thought, wouldn't it be great to be famous? Wouldn't it be great to marry a pop star? Wouldn't it be great if you could sleep with endless women whenever you wanted to, consensually, one might say, given the nature of this current appearance. But at the end of it all, even though obviously you have to find God to get any of you that are clean and sober from drugs and alcohol, and you have to get clean, you have to find God, or some kind of God, to even cope with life without your former God that was drugs and alcohol. Coming to Christ is like you're exposed to a deep reality that is beautiful and available. And so it's not like always good, because sometimes still, like this morning, I was worried about coming on Piers Morgan. I'm even a bit worried now. I'm doing this on Piers Morgan. Will they use it? It's uncensored, so I suppose by definition.
Every word we've said will appear.
Even the sort of the long pause on Isaiah, that'd be a
will
good
all appear
moment. I'd clip that up.
No, everything will appear. appear exactly. That's my promise to you now.
He was hoping they would cut it up.
There will not be a single second cut
What
out
do
of
you
this.
think your duty is here? Not with me as a guest.
Just to ask you questions.
No, not with me as a guest. That's sort of largely irrelevant. I mean, you as Piers Morgan.
I think I have a platform that is now pretty big, pretty global, and my job is to take complex issues, get people with strong opinions and hopefully some brain power who have strong opinions that don't agree with each other to debate these things. Or to have one-on-one interviews with people like you, where I try and just be... I said to you before we came in here, you asked me, what do you want to get out of this? I said, just want to be fair to you, right? I don't think I've been unfair.
No, I don't think that either.
What I've been struck by is that I think, underneath the calm exterior you've tried to exude, quite understandable, I think inside you, there's a lot of tension, a lot of stress. You know how big this moment is coming in October. I've known you 20 years. Like I said, we're not like friends, but I've known you. And I've always got on well with you. I'm not one of these people that suddenly pretends I always knew you and always hated you. I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't look at you and think you are this or you are that. I would prefer to let a jury work that out based on the evidence and you to be judged fairly by the evidence.
That is what should happen to anyone. That's irrelevant. The individual's irrelevant.
I absolutely believe in that.
Of course. I know that you do. I don't think you're...
I'm really not trying to trap you at all.
I don't feel that. I don't feel that you're trying to trap me.
I promise you, when people watch this, I doubt anyone thinking, God, Morgan's trying to trap him. I'm not.
No, Russell was talking so much, he trapped himself several times.
Just asking you basic questions, which often you react like Vesuvius to, which I find weird. It's like, the only reason, for example, the only reason I know that you were an atheist and a Buddhist is because you proudly told everybody.
No. I want to try and explain it because maybe it'll be valuable. I took drugs real young, so I knew that there was a God. I rejected the idea of a Christian church for all the reasons anybody would. Then I got involved in trying to understand because I knew there was something else. And indeed, what's amazing about coming to Christ is finding it's there already. And there's something so analogous to just anyone's personal journey. The thing that you're looking for is already here. He's waiting for you. In fact, he's running towards you. And it's such a sort of an obvious and traditional and well-cited story, the story of the prodigal son, that it feels hacky to say it. And it's not that I feel that you're trying to trap me. I feel that you remain an avatar of something mercurial and untrustworthy in the media space.
Mercurial and untrustworthy. Coming from a guy who has shat himself over very basic questions several times in this 2-hour long interview.
By making claims like I'm, housing debate or challenging or whatever, the tendency and trend is generally towards the interests of sets of power that benefit from having you there. In the same way that Rupert Murdoch is not going to advocate for someone that's going to go, hey, these media monopolies should have as much influence. They're messing with the miners' strike, or they're putting factory power.
Oddly, Fox News, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch,
of course,
regularly has had you on as a guest, right? So
I'm not listen.
And I would ask you a difficult question: is if you feel that way about Rupert Murdoch, who I personally have enormous time and respect for, and a lot of gratitude for what he's done for my career.
Bootlicker. We're so close to being done. We're so close.
But regardless of that, if you have such strong views about his terrible power and so on, why do you go on his network, Fox News?
Well, it's not like I'm always
you're helping
Fox
him.
News.
You're helping him get ratings and advertising. Some people would say, Russell, it's hypocrisy that you do that.
But
the more principled stance would be, I'm not going to do Fox News.
What am I trying to say? It's like your MO is to be able to desecrate and denigrate kind of anything. I want to ask you, what do you think is pure? What do you think is beautiful? Who do you think you can rely on? How are we going to resolve this endless, knotted, tangled conflict that's unfolding both geopolitically and domestically almost everywhere? What do you feel your contribution could be?
To be at the centre of global debate about it and hopefully get to the truth and hopefully concentrate people's minds on making the right decisions.
Concentrate their minds on making the right decisions. That's really good.
Yeah. Challenging authority.
What is the right decision?
Challenging authority. For example, I've been friends with Donald Trump 20 years, but I've been very challenging and critical about the Iran war, for example, right?
Yeah.
As an example, I see that as my role as a journalist. Notwithstanding we've been friends a long time, when I see him do things that I don't agree with or don't understand, I call him out on it. More journalists should be fair-minded, but I also praise Trump when he does things I agree with. I'm willing to be both things. There are very few people out in my world, in the media, who are prepared to be, in my view, intellectually honest.
What do you mean by that, and why would that be?
For example, I don't think anyone who is intellectually honest can say they know what's happening in the Iran war right now with any confidence. confidence. People who talk with absolute certainty and confidence about it, they're not being intellectually honest, because clearly it's extremely chaotic and unpredictable. And no one can speak with any confidence about what's going to happen. That's the intellectually honest position.
Got it. All right, got it. Would you apply that to various areas of complexity, even if they're not the apotheosis?
You keep mentioning Israel Gaza as if somehow I should be embarrassed about my evolution on that story. But my position was very clear. After the appalling terror attack by Hamas on October the 7th, where 1,200 Israelis were killed, 7,000 more were wounded, absolutely Israel didn't just have a right to defend its people, but had a moral duty to do it. And then as it went on, I felt the scale of their response became utterly disproportionate. And I feel that very strongly now. That's my position. By the way, a lot of people agree with me. So I don't think it's an unusual evolution on that story.
Yes.
But if I asked you, for example, are Hamas a terrorist organisation, and was what they did that day an act of terrorism, what would you say?
This is where we get, I think, to an important point.
What would you say?
Is that what I would say is, Piers, do you not recognise, perhaps because of your stated aim to be at the heart?
Can't answer any questions. And throughout this interview, he's the one that has just been yelling Israel, Palestine, to try and deflect from his trial and the talk about like the allegation, which is gross. It's gross to bring in a genocide to try to deflect from Europe. It's just gross behaviour. And now he can't answer a fucking question.
Part of global debate, that actually it's a conflict generating dynamic. And whilst
we're talking about a conflict, literally where people are dying.
Of course, naturally. But we're also talking about a more diffuse conflict that's around it. That's also very heated and very, very charged. And I wonder if we as people with a degree of eloquence and access to an audience, instead of being participants in what one would have to call the problem and therefore compounding it, might begin to talk about solutions, whether those are spiritual
solutions. You have
solutions.
to deal with reality when you see it. What happened on October the 7th was an act of grotesque terrorism.
Yes.
But do you agree?
I have such... Do you know I saw Ben Shapiro do something rather wonderful?
Was it an act
It's painful. This is painful. It's just painful to watch.
of terrorism?
What Ben Shapiro did that was very smart was he said, I'm an Orthodox Jew, I wear the hat and everything. So do I agree with gay marriage as an Orthodox Jew or conventional Jew, whatever type of Jew Ben Shapiro is? He said, no, like, this is my belief. This is my belief, right? So, like, while dear old Russell Brand might be a vegan 1 minute and a carnivore the next and a Christian 1 minute, a West Ham, hey.
We've got a wrap, by the way, so...
Still support the Hammers.
So we're running out of time, but finish your point.
My point is that my sense of what is right and wrong is taken from Scripture, and my sense of how we should treat one another as individuals is guided by that. And my sense of what should happen on a global stage is completely guided by that. And it's one of submission and surrender
So was it an
and
act of
service.
terrorism?
I really... Well, is it... think of the questions you could ask about that.
I'm just asking a basic question about...
It's not a basic question.
What Hamas did that day.
Do you know what we've learned? There are no basic questions anymore.
There are. That's the problem about being intellectually dishonest, is that when you have an act of obvious grotesque terrorism, you just say what it is. You don't think, how's that going to play to my audience? Or how's that going to spin out on social media? You just say, when 1,200 people are massacred like that, then it's a grotesque act of terrorism. When babies are kidnapped, when Holocaust victims are kidnapped,
you look at how it
is a
happened,
grotesque
when
act
it
of terrorism.
happened, the potential alternative narratives, and you try to take
You've answered it by not answering.
No, I
have.
Russell was on the border of saying something vaguely interesting then, not looking at the one event, looking at the things that lead up to events, because things don't exist in a vacuum, things don't happen in a vacuum. It's like sorry, I always think about like World War II and Nazi Germany. It's because like my best friend is really interested in it. I'm interested too, I guess. Like I do enjoy is the wrong word. I do watch World War II documentaries. It's not like Nazi Germany happened in a vacuum. Just one day it wasn't Nazi Germany and the next day it was. There are lead ups and build ups, and there was like the economic crisis that Germany went into like post World War I, all these things contributing and then leading to World War II Nazi Germany. And Russell was on the cusp of saying actually something very interesting, because Piers's opinion was very absolutionist and like black and white. And Russell was on the cusp of saying something very interesting with 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left, and he was on the cusp of saying something actually interesting. No, we need to look at like how these things happen and da-da-da-da. It's like, no, I'm tired. I was going to make an analogy that doesn't make any sense. Never mind.
It's wrong to kill people.
Okay.
Thou shalt not kill.
Let's end on that.
That's in the Old Testament.
Russell Brand, how to become a Christian in 7 days. May take...
Anyone that has watched this buys his book because of it is a nitwit.
50 years of sin and serious fuck-ups just to get started. Yeah. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do as well. I do as well.
That was fucking miserable. Oh my God, I can't believe that. That was utterly, utterly miserable. Someone said, imagine for a moment you're a teenage girl and he's speaking to you like that. How manipulative, grooming. It's plain as day to an adult what he's doing and how he's coming across. And he was so much more famous during that time period as well. He had like a lot more clout and industry clout back then too. Piers calling someone else a grifter is like the Spider-Man meme. Not a single question was answered this day. Monty Python could not have done the scene any better. No amount of word salad can excuse abusing women and 16-year-old girls. Plenty of celebrities handle fame without abusing others. Let me just refresh. Russell talks eloquently for a great deal of time and at the end of it says nothing. Talks around in circles about everything and nothing. Never have so many words been used to say so very little. Piers, what would you do if you were charged? Brand, I believe in God. Imagine being stuck in prison with Russell Brand. You'd never reoffend again. I 100% believe, support and pray for Russell Brand. You're a fucking idiot then. I'm not beating around the bush. If you watched that 2-hour interview and you came away thinking, yeah, I believe that guy who cannot answer a single, oh my God, he's going to be unbearable in court. Kind of hope there's access to like court records afterwards because he's going to be absolutely unbearable. Can you imagine him? Arrogant enough to probably try to like defend himself, take to the stand and just chat absolute gibberish. If this is Brand off drugs, imagine what he's like when he's coked up. Not usually a fan of Piers, but this is a masterclass. He has finally learned if you stop shouting at your guests, sit back and listen, eventually they'll hang themselves. He avoids every question, just waffles on until there's something, until they're discussing something else like a politician. This is the first time I see Russell Brand not being in control of an interview and of the interviewer, especially at the end. He is usually a master at controlling the topic and the other person's emotions, almost in a predatory attack way, with his extroverted high energy and fast speeches. Not this time. You can see how upset he gets, how vulnerable he feels when he's not in control. Probably the stress of the current situation plays a role too. Either way, interesting to watch. I agree. I am not going to answer your question. I'm going to answer a better one. It's a phrase I fully intend to use in the next argument I have. That's true. Listening to Russell reminds me of being a teenager listening to some heavily stoned A-level politics student waffling on about the most obvious claptrap whilst believing they're the most insightful original oracle. Because a lot of the stuff he says I think might sound nice, but it's not actionable. First find God, and then do this, and then decentralize power, and then do that. And it's like, okay, we lack... I'm not falling in the trap of trying to like fix the world's issues because I am literally just a YouTuber. I'm just an idiot with too many opinions. We do... And then I ignore myself and I just continue. We do have a lack of community nowadays though. So it's like, okay, we decentralize power, Russell Brand, and then what? There is a distinct lack of communities. Like, I barely know who my neighbours are. Growing up, it was quite different, you know? So if you decentralise power, what's the alternative? He doesn't provide any actual actionable alternatives because he's a grifter. He's not a revolutionary. He's not a leader. He's not a speaker. He's a grifter. He doesn't have real actionable plans. How can anyone not see right through him? God erased the passage at that very moment just to mess with him. The way Russell speaks, he loves to over-explain and gets a lot deeper than most comprehend. It's not deep. It's literally I'm 14 and this is deep. It's literally I did an intro to not even philosophy. I skimmed the blurb of The Veils of Perception by Aldous Huxley. I understand there's like a veil between us and objective reality, and yet I don't know the words for it because I didn't do even an intro to philosophy. It's called Direct and Indirect Realism, by the way, Russell Brand. But he's not deeper than most can comprehend. Anyone who's taken like an AS level, that's the first year of philosophy and or politics, knows more than Russell Brand about these subjects. He's completely awake to all the horrendous things happening in the world. I think we all are. We've all got the nasty little rectangle of doom that we doom scroll eternally for. Most people are too set in the brainwash system for them to be able to see what he means. Shut up. You don't even know. You don't know. Jenny, you don't know. You weren't there. You want to talk about brainwashing. You want to talk about, I was 14 reading this horrible website. It was some sort of like truth.org, truthism.org. This website that was berating me and negging me, being like reptilians exist. If you don't believe it, it's just because you're an idiot. You're an idiot for not believing. And I was like, I don't want to be an idiot. I'm going to read about the reptilians. And I was like, oh my God, they exist in there. And why isn't anyone doing anything about this? Don't talk to me about people being brainwashed or unbrainwashed or being awake or unawake. Russell Brand is not awake. Russell Brand likes to do the brainwashing. He does not really want to come out straight and say yes or no about certain things, especially now whilst he is dealing with charges. What he says or doesn't say can help or hurt him in court. Why do this interview then for 2 hours straight? Dumb. The word salad is outrageous. Only vulnerable cult members would be in awe of this guy's linguistic performance, because it is just that. It's a performance. There's no value to what he actually says because he doesn't say anything. He's not doing himself any favours on this interview. Can't stand people who can't give straight answers without going into endless soliloquies. This whole interview could have been 30 minutes. The touching of the shoulder is a desperation move. I think it's an entitlement move. Unpopular opinion here. I see a man trying to repent. Where? Looking forward to Russell asking the prison guard for some non-government water. The veneer began to rub off at the end and the anger started trickling through. Go, Russell. Never you. Spelt wrong, by the way, which I'm sure he would love. I'm sure he would love to see his name spelt wrong. Never used to like him, but now he's an extremely intelligent, enlightened, very handsome... And they think that other people are brainwashed. Extremely intelligent, very handsome man. Put on the screen. Yeah, I'm being paid. I'm going there. This man, if he's not guilty of the crimes in which he is in court for, certainly took advantage of the objectification and exploitation of women in the media for many years. Please. One of these guys clearly uses SPF. Never believe the ridiculous accusations. Well, you're a dickhead. Fuck off. Someone just replied with laughing emojis. This is sleep ASMR for people who grew up with parents who constantly argued. Many words mark the mouth of the fool. Can't pronounce it. I suppose it will be funny to see how patient the judge will be trying to listen to him. The irony of Russell telling Piers to calm down after being asked a calm question is brilliant. Anyway, well, we did it. We did it, guys. I'm scared at how long this film takes. No one needs to see like 5 hours of me yelling at Russell Brand. No one needs to see this, and yet here you are. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you reached the end of this, I really appreciate it. Please make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe if you want to see more from me. If you appreciate what I've done, I do have a Ko-fi account, so any donations are very, very much welcome. I do also have memberships on this channel where sometimes I, just bitch about stuff or add little updates about my life, or even put up book covers my artists are making for Ronnie Red, this book that is coming out that I'm doing. It's gender swapped, it's about Bonnie Blue. And if you want to stay in the loop and be updated about future books when they're coming out, there is a Goodreads account, there's a description down below that you can follow to get updates when the books come out, I suppose. And finally, make sure you turn on, if you're interested, the little notification bell, because I keep getting told that those of you who are subscribed, some of you are not seeing my videos in your feed. So that's fun. Thank you, YouTube. Anyway, thank you guys. Like, to sum up, I wish I could do a Russell Brand joke actually about something Bob Geldof said about him. Russell Brand, what a beep. A word I can't say on YouTube. Just another word for vagina. Russell Brand, what a vagina. Thank you guys so much for listening and watching. Russell, good luck in court. And I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.